Elsa. I mean, that is all you need right there. I mean, the Glartrox is feared for a reason. I saw the favorite thing I saw the other day was like, describe the meta right now, and someone just said Glartrox. I mean, it's true. I mean, it's an absolute ult to be feared, and you know, Gale is one of those players we've seen a lot on Hawkeye, and he does so much work on that hero. Obviously, Hawkeye taking a lot of nerfs lately. Don't think we're going to see him as much in this scene, but being on Elsa, we're going to see now what they can put together. Guru going to open up with the Strange. Bedtime Story has been playing Star-Lord all the way back in Ignite 1, so we've seen what they can do there. And then we've got the Venom and the dive to follow. So we'll see as they jump right into point, trying to take it to the action. Gale not afraid here on the Monster Hunter. That is Elsa.
I like Verity being able to take over onto that high ground position, trying to enable Gale to have the positional advantage. But Space Station playing right below it, has a line of sight very nicely too. They're just going to stall out before the point gets unlocked in the next 3 seconds here. But a lot more of that neutral fight that we were able to expect. Gilbert taking a lot of damage, is able to swing away and pop the extra armor.
Yeah, Fidel, we're going to keep our eyes on him, obviously, with the Raging Royal. He's going to go ahead and get up to that 35% Nectar, being that huge anchor for this team. This is someone who's going to have to step up and get picks in this neutral, and Star-Lord can do that so well right now in the meta. Oh, but now going to go ahead. Okay, Nectar is doing exactly what we just said. Needs to get those opening picks picked. We got one to start it off.
Again, one of those star players that you have to keep your eyes on now as they go in for the dive. They already know they're at the number disadvantage, and they're just going to stall out what they can because they got the point very early on. Nectar popping off, Fidel getting the follow-up into Space Station to have their feet planted on this point first.
I'm just saying, if you had a team of 5 heroes and Thanos was one of them, you'd feel pretty confident in that team doing a great job. And right now, Nectar proving every bit of the point. Obviously, he was on Sentinels before. This is a player they relied on so much with great flexibility. Nectar now is trying to hunt as Star-Lord, your Quill himself. Monk's going to go ahead and rotate over to the team, push in, and see if they can try to get something early with the aggression now as well. And continue. Fidel's got the Raging Royal, and if they can get a strategist pick with it, it is all but over for the next push for TSM. See how TSM responds. Cal has got to try to keep his eye on Fidel to see if he can copy that Raging Royal. That's going to be their game plan here.
Just staggering, lingering before diving in. Oh, forced out the invisible boundary. It still clips a little bit of the point, but with an anti and ultimate of the face of the Abyss. Blur is feasting on TSM as pick after pick. I mean, you talk about the ready, get set, go button. I mean, come on here, Cozy.
Did Cal even get the press Q? I'm pretty sure he had the copy and then instantly got eaten by the piece of the Abyss. That was perfect as you get with the ready go comp. Blur could not have done that to better perfection. This is a team that he's played with Doom, that he's played with Fidel, he's played with his fellow teammates in Intergalactic, and we saw that team coming together as one, shutting down a huge hit there on Cal. Nectar gets another, and right now this is just feasting time for both Venom and the rest of Space Station. My goodness, Vic.
And month 2 going all the way up with the rest of Space Station. They're literally hugging them on the other side of the point. But look who's here on the point. Bedtime Story, no one's looking at him. TSM keeping this in overtime, but is it going to be too little too late after they lose out on Gru next? Gilbert Nuno is incredibly low. They don't have
get distracted
really
fighting the whole team in the front.
And they spawn. Your attention to Month, by the way, who was also playing aggressive. This is Space Station's first round to take and shine.
Wow. So Space Station, I had on my list as one of those teams that could just absolutely be a sleeper and be awoken here altogether. And that is a great way to open things up. I mean, the only answer they had to that Gambit just got swallowed up by the Symbiote in full. I mean, that was such an insane counter on top of just the intense aggression shown at the start. I said Nectar's got to have a great neutral game with those 20% ult reductions, Vicky. We got to look more for where you can get those value picks, and Nectar got them each time.
Makes you wonder here how much attention is going to be focused onto Blur. You see Guru going over to Thing, and maybe could disrupt a little bit of the issues that we're seeing here, because currently TSM, especially that backline, has been pressured out by Blur and Nectar. The follow-ups are amazing, and then you have Necrise being on the Emma as well to try to jump and catch Bedtime Story whenever he's trying to go into their backline. A lot of peel potential on Space Station side.
All right, TSM, let's see what you have in response. And as we just said, having that legendary can definitely get them things, opened up. Necrise does have such a great counter to the ult, especially after the buff as well. And so we're going to look to see with that new damage mitigation what this Emma can do. Not seen a lot of Emma over the last day or so, or earlier today on EMEA side as well. See it continue as Necrise now going to try to find the right angle. Nectar continuing to get those health bars down and up. Bedtime Story's going to go and pop the ult. Happy holidays. It might be March, but we are throwing out the pistols early from the sky. He's going to get Necrise first, and that is with that ult being pressed. So just like that, deleted is that him.
At least it's one, though. Space Station trying to scatter around. That's another Vanguard down. There's not enough sustainability as TSM are showing some signs of life. A nice little stall out, though, before they finally take over the point as Gale showcasing how Elsa's strength is, especially since we're not playing on that most recent nerf onto the Elsa HPA. But this is a great sign here for TSM to at least get set up early here, because Gilbert Noodle will have that strengthening position on top of Gale and that ultimate.
Absolutely, and that's what their game plan was. Gale has a lot of pressure on him right now because you're going to allow the Elsa to be in this game. Well, guess what? You got to take care of Nectar. You have to do your role and your job. The Glartrox is ready. They found the Venom diving in the back line now. Good job on the spectators with the eagle eye view to see here as Guru's going to rotate up, point up to 30%. Gale's got the Glartrox. Trying to find the right angle. They do have the Raging Royal. This is what the win con is. Here they go, rushing in. Cal 10% behind, not going to be able to answer on the defensive side. Vicky now at Chanel pushing in, trying to find his first pick. Let's rotate over. And just in case of that Cal copy does play back, does get the defensive ult up though.
Never folds, and he puts everything on that Star-Lord ultimate that didn't give him what he wanted because Cal was ready with that God of Mischief. He gets the copy onto the invisible boundary, and then Pizza Team Demon just rotates alongside them. Space Station forced to back away. It's up to Doom to call out where one of these strategists are. He wants to get a follow-up. He gets the double whammy, though, over to the right side. Still finds Gale. Cal going down, too. That's going to leave this Pizza Demon by himself, and it's just a matter of time before it's clean up on aisle 3 as Space Station retake this point here.
These Vanguards are just a symphony hitting every note. Doomed and Blur are locked in step together, fighting and collapsing on the same target. They just got rid of 3 pieces in just one fall swoop. Guru has Clobber in time. Outside of that, though, not loving the timing of these strategist ults on the side of TSM. You have 70% up, though. Got to try to win in the neutral, or at the very least, try to force out some ults, because they should get the retake here as things get a bit more even. Everything climbing back up on Space Station side now as both teams diving in. This is the neutral you look for here as we see just an absolute infinity war happening in front of our eyes. On our second matchup today, Gilbert Neuter going to lead the charge as Gru. Go ahead and focus in, and there it is. Happy holidays once again. Bedtime story to put an end to the story of the point hold for Space Station, but no connection.
Oh, the way they just played around that out of the line of sight was Chef's Kiss. It's clobbering time. Side of Seduction just catches him, though, in the net. Forced to back away. You see the invisible boundary, and guess what the #1 problem is for TSM? It's been Blur, who has been constantly harassing this backline, disrupting them to split up their attention, and more time is wasting away. Strangling Prison follows up from Gilbert Noodle. Is it going to be a follow-up to actually back him up, as Gale is also very close to having that Apex Predator. Necrise gets Guru out of here, and Monk following a little bit behind. Fidel had that Raging Royal flush, though, to try to get everybody into that position. Star-Lord up above. Isn't going to be able to find the Invisiwoman.
Oh my gosh, what an amazing ult again from Blur, trying to get that half health in. Nectar is just going to go and collapse on top of it. Nectar and Doom to finish. This has been perfect coordination. One word to sum it up has been harmony between Space Station now. Looking anything but like a new team. Gale, Cal have ults ready, 70% to 84. They've got the keys they need to take the point back. Going to be a tight one. Gale can go and try to dash, get a flip. Gets the pick on Nectar. That's a big one. Open up. Play aggressive. Move in now. We'll see if TSM can take this back.
We're already nearing that 95% in favor for Space Station. Doomed does have that Meteor M as Cal gets the copy. You're going to be able to get the Raging Royal flush over to the other side. That's a big copy, by the way, at that one. Before diving in, this could be the win condition. He needs to avoid the big meatball coming out of the sky. As you can see, Blur trying to get everybody up together. Gets the ante put onto him, forcing him to back away. Overtime ticket away as TSM do boot Space Station out, and they take the real estate for free.
Yeah, but Vicky, Vidal, and Mont are so close to have ults together, and TSM is going to be in a world of hurt, especially when Bedtime Stories goes down with 82% up first. Gilbert Noodle at 93. They don't have much to respond to this as it is, but it's Space Station being relentlessly aggressive. Nectar's going to go in and throw on the M ult. All eyes on the thighs now as they continue to farm each one off. Time is ticking up. They at least have the point ready. A little bit on the Gambit ult early, but this might be it.
I mean, if anything, you're going to have to expect TSM to try to portal in because Guru comes right back around. Overtime ticking away. He's got to do it quickly, but he won't have all his members back as Bedtime Story is the last one out. Nobody there left to contest. Hopefully, they didn't end up burning that at the very end. Space Station with a great takeover to take this first map.
I mean, yeah, that was for everything. I mean, it's almost felt like that they had another chance to try to get that back, and it kind of felt like the ults were going that rotation. Bedtime Stories fallen early. I mean, the word was aggression, but the song was, as I said, coordination. They were able to play so well in these ready-go comms, and Fidel, who we highlighted early, played for a team not even in his region, stepped up so much to the plate, and did so today as well, leading that MVP charge.
Man, look at this. Not only were they able to let him get away with it on Gambit, we got to see some beautiful follows with Lurk trying to negate
heals.
that backline from the other side. Even though they went over to some changes there, you can see Cal over on that white box. That is not what we saw out on our screen. It was that Loki. And that was even with Cal too, Cozy, getting the copy onto the Gambit at the very end. But it's kind of like you said, right? They utilized so much, and unfortunately those ultimates were so close together. And with the current recent nerf onto ultimate charge across the board, that's been like a very bold thing that we haven't really highlighted. And these changes influence comps like that when you try to prolong more of these ultimates, especially when you try to go out with the Loki ult too.
Yeah, listen, I don't want to let the stats speak too much for themselves, but a bit of a Vanguard diff there, right? 5 and 6 on the eliminations loss side on Guru and Gilbert compared to what Blur and Doom did together. I mean, just absolutely crazy with Necrise as well. I mean, we continued to see what the triple Vanguard lineup can do, especially at high-level play. You know, shout out to Guang Guang and Ji Young, showed those stats in the dev vision. We can just see how effective it is at top-level play. Also need to see Cal and Pizza Demon a bit more in sync. These are two, great strategists put together on a team that has clicked in the past, but we need to see them do a bit better there. Seems like, Vicky, to me, they were warming up a bit on that first map, coming together a bit closer. But the game plan was behind Gale, and it was unable to hit altogether.
I agree, and then Blur being a really big problem too. The win condition, if you look at Space Station and their current composition, is to make sure you have that Raging Royal flush, you push Nectar forward, Blur waits to see if he could either bait out a strategist ultimate or is able to get that Feast of the Abyss online to then get that anti-heal, so that way they can actually delete the strategist through those ultimates that were already wasted here for that first map. And we know too, Cozy, domination is incredibly strong, but we got to see what we're going to be moving on to next to see how that's going to flow.
Yeah, we're kind of seeing the opposite of what we did with FlyQuest. I had both the teams, I believe, ranked at 5 on each of their respective groups because they both had the talent, but I wanted to see how they were together. And what FlyQuest was missing in that first map, they had a bit more, Zoe, as they were able to climb together in that harmony. It was fun to watch.
It really was. It really was. I think, yeah, big takeaway I just had from watching this first map was that SSG, as you already pointed out during the cast, just very well coordinated. They're synced up. The synergy is clearly there. They're all on the same page. They've been dictating the tempo of this match, and there was just so much pressure on that backline. Like, what do you want to do moving forward to stop Blur and Nectar getting away with this?
Yeah, I mean, Vicky, for me, if you're going to try to do the triple Vanguard thing, you have to have such a strong, dominant anchor there for the DPS role. And Nectar lived up to the part most of the time. I mean, was really able to get, plenty of benefit there often. So, that is the strategy going in now that the cards are revealed quite literally in Gambit, but also in their team comp. We'll see how TSM adjusts.
Thanks, I hated it.
Yep. That's literally why you get to see the Gambit constantly just off the table, right? Like, the fact that you can see the Gambit go through. Also, in the pick and ban phase, we got to see some bait and punishes too, right? You see the Protect on the Loki. What do you want to do? You want to ban out the Cloak and Dagger, so that way you don't have to deal with extra elongated ultimates. Plus, that would have actually shut down what Blur's goal would have been there too, right? Because he wants to try to go in for the anti. You have to catch a Cloak and Dagger at the very end. If they haven't burned away their dismiss. And then in that case, that's why they were able to note that exactly what that game plan was going to be.
Ban the Venom. If honestly, Zoe, ban the Venom. I think you've got to take care of what was the biggest problem. There were times where it's like, oh, Invisible Boundary up, no worries. And then you would have the clash of Magneto and Doomed and Blur jumping in there as the Venom. Those are some of the best Beasts of the Abyss I've seen in a hot minute, I gotta say.
Yeah, I mean, Blur on the Venom definitely the biggest pain point, especially for that backline. As a strategist player myself, I felt that one. That one hurts. Going 17-0 as well, just being untouched, unbothered, moisturized in Blur's lane. He was living the life. So definitely adjustments that need to come in heading into this second map. I'm very interested to see where they're taking us, and here it is. Loser picks, of course.
Central Park. All right, Vic. I mean, are you surprised at all? I know we find New York a lot, obviously, to be a map that people depend on, whether it be Midtown or here. I would say, I don't know if I had on my bingo card that Central Park and then it was Araco on the last one as like the adjustment map, the get right map. But TSM, obviously, they know what they like, and not only for themselves, but maybe against Space Station, and whether it be scrims or intel that they did have from the coach and all. But yeah, we got to see them lock together more, and this is a bit better of a map that they can find that success.
Yeah, because if you take a look at like what we saw from the stats, obviously Gale was on fire, right? Like even though it showed that he went 6-2, he literally put down like less than like 18k damage on that dot, and that further like highlights, okay, well you're gonna be able to build into these strat ults a lot easier, but is this gonna be the change up that you need? Are you gonna have to enable Gale a lot more often, and then try to go back on the pick and bans where I think TSM kind of fell short on?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and listen, these are teams, you know, you look at Space Station, and this is a team full of pros, right? They just weren't all together on one team. I want to give a shout out to Month as well on Envy. You know, I think this is a player that I wanted to see develop a lot in the offseason, and obviously showing great here. Got to cast some, you know, grassroots stuff and see them evolve as a player. You know, obviously got to meet them over in China and Guangzhou and see what they could do for Envy when they got all the way up to second. So coming into this new team and playing a good backbone part of this role with Fidel has been really cool to witness.
Do you think either teams will be switching things up, or do you think like we're just going to be kind of leaning towards that triple Vanguard for SSG and the more 2-2-2 style from TSM?
Vic, I think they're going to let the Elsa through again. Why not? I mean, I think they were fine with how that worked out last time.
Yeah, I think if their focus is going to be very similar to what we saw in our last series in the pick and bans, I think if anything, just make sure that you do not enable the Elsa, especially if we see that even coming out. I don't think they're even afraid of that. On the other hand, I am expecting the triple Vanguard to really come out from Space Station. We're going to see how that works out because we know that these players are also flexible. We've seen that before, right, Cozy?
Yeah, for sure. On Central Park, it'll be interesting to see what route they choose, especially on the sense of Gale and Guru. I want to see who they end up selecting on this map, because in the past, I know Gale did prefer a lot of Hawkeye on this map. You know, even at times Moon Knight Storm has made her entry a little bit as well. But it's going to be a different ball game for them as we find ourselves in just a complete new meta altogether. And that's what I think makes this so exciting. Bedtime Story, I think, took the right approaches as well. Like, to me, it almost came off as a little bit of those newly signed to an org nerves, right? And it felt like that they finally were clicking a little bit there on that second point of the map outside of just a couple of the ultimates. So it's fairly easy. Ban the Venom, start from there, and then try to get some things rolled together here on Central Park, the map you pick.
Yeah, I also feel like, by the way, like we saw, so I was just seeing like the Star-Lord diff. You know, when you're going into your own games and you get to see like somebody try to ditto you and they just try to find you and isolate you and try to beat you in the ditto. I feel like we saw that a few times too in that first map.
We really did. Yeah, I think maybe the first map here was also just, I mean, first of all, it's a predetermined map, right? So like, might not be everyone's favorite. And maybe they were just like kind of feeling it out, trying to see what the opposition has in store for them. Because I think a lot of the teams, obviously, if they know like you're opening matches against Team X, like you're not going to scrim them, so you might not actually get that much insight. And maybe you're not as prepared as you would be if there was more footage on those teams in this new meta.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Central Park is ready. The teams know exactly what they want to do, and we'll see now if we get another 2-0 in what some would say they expected. Others would have, you know, their belief in TSM, cough, cough, myself, at least on this point. And this is what I wanted to see, though, is how it all comes together as one. They've been here before, though. Plenty of these teams, especially TSM, has had their backs against the wall. Been told the team that can't do it, right? But Space Station, wow, what you can do for your org to say, hey, we're here for the next year of Ignite, and we're ready to go.
And looks like our teams are ready as well. Let's get this started here. We're moving on to our second map in our group stages, guys, as we take a look for the first time at Group B after we saw the action play out in our first series between our two teams in Group A. And we talked about it before, Cozy. We mentioned the pick and ban phase may have been where the TSM team may have fallen short on. And it's the Gambit off the table and said, all right, we ain't gonna have that, but guess what? That opens up for the Protect next as Space Station's on the attacking side, and they get to protect the Elsa.
All right, with Gambit, yeah, both B and Ban, that definitely will change how this already opens up with the protection on Elsa on their side as well. They're like, okay, you guys played her, okay, but give us the server admin this time, and we'll show what you can do with the Monster Hunter herself. The Vanguard protects on the Deadpool. This is just now going to offer a completely different flow and pace of the game that we just saw from Domination. There's the Elsa pick, the Elsa ban, so the strategy that we saw on the opposite side from TSM last going to light. with this next ban is it's a very important ban if you were TSM here, looking at what the strength was of Space Station, which we've highlighted was the Venom. A bit early here to probably ban that Venom. They're going to go with the Deadpool Vanguard instead.
Okay. Already expecting that from Space Station side, something that TSM get to protect from themselves. We get to see their next protect here. What are you going to try to lean into, right? Because you won't have the Elsa on your side, which was what was allowing you to pop off originally, right, Cozy? Because we got to see that from Gale already specifically, and you won't have that damage boost to really work into your favor as you do protect that Mantis, so you could expect that triple strategist to roll out.
Yeah, the Mantis Protect is big here. I actually like the change that they're going to try to roll with, especially with the Mantis ban. Got to try to find where they can, get themselves the edge. And that'll definitely be it. As far as, not having the Elsa, Gale can play just about anything. I'm not too worried about him on the hit scan side of things. I mean, we've seen Punisher in the past and more. Invis Woman going to be saved there from Space Station. So for our last ban, looking at what you have available, Loki's no longer an option for Cal, so they'll have to adjust. This is exactly what I was hoping. Get that inverse Loki ban on their side is what they're looking like they're going to lock in. We have two very different team comps up together. TSM going to be more in the most likely triple strat approach.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I was waiting for it, Cozy. I already seeing these adjustments. So we talked about it, right? Right before we got into the series, like you're going to have to see some of these changes. We were expecting it coming out into that pick and ban phase, basically like a whiplash of what we witnessed in our first map. And this is the adjustments that you need to make, especially in a best of 3 here. 2 out of 3 situation where TSM find themselves at a loss. Space Station already putting themselves in the driver's seat, and we get to see the Angela, maybe not from the side I was expecting, Cozy, but from Necrise, who also has a sick Angela.
And Cal on the Adam Warlock, good old nod back to the Envy days. He did play plenty of Adam, and obviously duelist for that team, and so I was hoping that that's the route they went. Pizza Demon over on the Cloak and Dagger. That is where you're going to find the success, and we just saw, hey, you leave Adam Warlock available to one team. If they know exactly how to rotate and use the best res to their advantage, it is very tough to beat a team not once but twice, especially at this level of play, Vic.
Can't wait to see where these teams situate themselves. It's just day number 1 in Americas. As we get rolled out, it's important to note how that pick and ban phase is always influenced too, based on which team is going to be starting on what side as we move on to Convergence. Central Park getting these different looks too of these different maps.
Dude, I'm just saying, Space Station, this looks like a scary team right now. Daredevil, having the Elsa, the Venom, and Necrise. I mean, this is the dive. The dive that's going to thrive right now in this meta. And Mutt is going to lead with the cute baby but deadly land shark now going on the top end, like the rotation they're trying to take here. Once again, Blur just going right into the mess of things, like Venom and the Symbiote want to do best, pleasing the Lord Noel himself, climbing right out, 40% up and ready. The time story is rotating over. Oh, what a huge pick to open up on Fidel, though. That's going to slow down what is otherwise the aggressive early dive comp.
Oh, he domed him in the head like back-to-back, actually. Oh, no, that's my health pack. Unfortunate for the Angela to back away before being able to boost at least into Month's strat ultimate for trying to dive back in. But the problem still remains, it looks like, Cozy, where Blur has been the issue here. He keeps disrupting this backline, and not only that, you have to worry about Doom being on the Daredevil on top of Necrise trying to shish kebab you.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that pickoff also just stops a lot of the momentum that they had and allows Pizza Demon to get closer to that hit. And there's Cal finding one. So these strategists, that's what you want. Your triple strat, you have all that survivability, but if you can get those key picks, it's going to allow you to survive something like Pizza Demon falling. Fidel's going to crash again, and right now TSM is definitely finding themselves here in New York under the reign of Dracula, trying to get themselves back into this thing. Gilbert Noodle close on the ult. Gale going to follow with that combo, and look at every strategist ready to go nearly, with Cal coming last, but that's important. This is going to be up to the wire here if they're able to hold on. 2.5 minutes left, Vic.
They know somebody's right behind him. It's a Daredevil. They try to go in for the dive 1-2 onto the strat backline, and with the Face of the Abyss, then you have the third member in the chessboard, and that's going to be Necrise following up together with Doomed and Blur. That's a lot of damage, and they only used up 2 of those, or whether one of those ultimates between Blur, whereas on the other side, TSM had used up those 2.
And it happened like at the perfect time, Vicky, because they had their, oh my God, the portal with the cap doesn't matter. They were 5% or so from just having the full the gameplay just completely happen to their liking with the strategy.
Oh my.
But Space Station didn't give them an inch to breathe, and that's what you want to do with this comp. But perfect ult tracking and or just hits to get this thing rolling. Space Station still has everything too big.
Yeah, that physically hurt me to watch right there. That was so unfortunate right there too. Getting a bad spawn and like them capitalizing it
They're being
with so
outplayed
much time,
so
and it's so
bad.
important, right, for this portion of the second checkpoint as he releases the Glortrox onto the strat. It's fine though. Great timing from that Soul Resurgence on the Mantis ultimate. Must then get the It's Jeff. Necrise avoids here going into the back line up, looking down to help out Month, but at least Cal does have the passive. That's going to be the most important thing for TSM, because if he can get away with it, which he can't, it's going to be a full reset here for TSM.
Oh my goodness, absolute lunchtime. Month, hello. Did anyone notice the big ol' just 3-piece that just happened off the map from them? Full reset. At first, I'm like, oh wait, okay, are they just adjusting to get back together as a team? Nope, it's gonna be Month throwing them off quickly with the spit out. Cal does have that res still. They did use both the other strategists ult to your point, so they don't have a lot of a defensive effort. Doom gonna have the Devil out. Right now, a little bit of a neutral game. Cal, I would say, in the TSM team have a bit of an advantage with this resurrection. We'll see if he gets caught out of place, though, and out of pocket. Doom gonna go ahead, dive in, has the Devils ready to be let out. Here comes Vicky, finds one with Bedtime Story and continuing to look for success, but good bubble there.
And is the Born again lasting long enough to avoid letting the Devil out? Because guess what? Blur is still in the fray, and we are Venom, the Feast of the Abyss, unleashed. Does it find it smart, though? It does not, because he gets punished immediately afterwards. I love this positioning that we're currently seeing from Gale, who is currently damage boosted by that Mantis. You see different positioning held by Cal to also harass them. They hold them back for now, and TSM finally gets some room to breathe.
I've said this for this team time and time again, whether it's an Ignite or other tournaments, Gale is such
They
the glue
gotta
that holds
take out
this
that
team
Venom
together,
quick.
especially
That's what
with
they
the
gotta
damage
do.
boost after giving this man everything you need. Didn't work on the else on the last map, but have it here on this one with a good rotate. Now looking Pizza Demon and Bedtime Story getting close to the Soul Resurgence. They need to hold on, though. This is where they kind of broke on the last point.
Nice.
And they
Keep
get
going,
these
keep
points
going.
up. Guru's going to get Nectar out. That's going to give them the time they need to get these other strategist ults. And hopefully, if you're a TSM fan, get this thing going a bit more. There's the clobbering time down, Vic.
It was only up to Blur, and he's still alive. He's still being a menace because Month is right there. He sees the reset. We currently have the Ensong Infernal onto Month, who actually avoids being focused here. He repositions right behind the rest of Space Station. Blur comes down. By the way, another Feast of the Abyss. You would think it's Thanksgiving here, how he's been feasting like it's a buffet. He moves back, but the Glortrox gets sent out, and Gale then gets a follow-up. I mean, negating those two ultimates that were used from Space Station.
The perfect answer, the Glortrox and the Feast of the Abyss, one of those alone should be able to get a couple wipes, but no, it's going to be them only using the Soul Resurgence, keeping the team up, and this is it. 1 minute, 24 seconds, have the internal bond ready. Cal should be close to follow up there. Look out for Month, though. We'll see how this It's Jeff is going to play the biggest part of this matchup and what could be their path to a 2-0, and he's hungry. He's hungry, Vicky. He's ready for lunch.
I think everybody's just hungry on this team, it looks like. But Month does get stunned temporarily. Still alive for now. Getting pocketed by Fidel. Here over to the other side. Necrai just looking for the hunt before diving in. And it's going to be Guru who tries to find the isolation onto the Death originally. I love the skill that we currently see from Necrise. Cloak and Dagger here from Pizza Demon is going to have the Eternal Bond to paint the floor purple before backing away. But the way that Space Station's playing this, they're just backing away here instead. They just saw that Cloak and Dagger Eternal Bond and said, okay, fine, you can have this space before we try to recontest from a different angle.
Yeah, Cal ready to go too, and you can see him playing way back, not just a little back, in the castle, fully hoping to get this resurrection rolling for the team. Doom gonna go ahead and get picked up on the Bedtime Story. Cal gonna bring him right back, and here they go, win again, fight again. Necrise finds Gale. Month, though, was hungry, as we said, finds two, and it's the strats. My God, it's disgusting.
Born again into, gone again. Unfortunate. Thanks to the It's Jeff from Month, and now Space Station get that second checkpoint. This also gives them a good amount of time to control a lot of this extra space if you really get them seeing set up by that bridge.
It feels like Space Station has a strategy right now, and TSM, they're figuring out what theirs is as the match plays on. And again, to allow symbiotic shenanigans with the Venom and the Jeff is just such a tough thing to go up against. Gale trying to get some pickoffs early, has the in-song. They also have got the clobber in time, but good luck, as the Glortrox on this stage of the field is super tough to deal with, at least trying to keep out and keep up alive.
lot to worry about here, too, on this extra side. You can see the way that TSM are just trying to play a little bit split, trying to give them their attention to make sure that they have heal for that backline. That's why you see Cal made that swap over to that Luna, trying to get a freeze if they can. Bedtime Story swapping over to the No More. They've isolated that Blur. Has been a problem here, but you got to look right in front of you. You were talking about it, Cozy. The Apex Predator is out, and he sees himself at the very top of the food chain as Space Station clear even more space up ahead, as Blur has a piece of the abyss.
Down goes the front line, and what are you going to be able to come back with? Cal is a mile away from the ult. Bedtime Stories falls again. Pizza Demon maybe can get back, but it's Jeff falls as well. And this is going to be the push all the way to the middle of this castle. First point going to be a 3-0. Middle of this castle. First point going to be a 3-0. 1.75 on the clock. Nectar finds more. Nectar tries to join, and there it is. 3-0. TSM backs against the wall. Space Station quite literally blasting off in front of our eyes as a new team.
Dude, if you're like TSM having to like track Space Station and the different angles that they're taking, you would get whiplash because you got the Angela flying over to your backline, waiting to dive in together with Blur, and then they were having to worry about the dive opposition from Space Station. They made the adjustments very quickly, Cozy. But on TSM's side, they did win like those 2 to 3 fights. They made changes, but maybe a little too late because those 4 staggers were pretty rough too.
Dare I say welcome to orbit? I mean, can I even say welcome to orbit? I mean, look at what this is able to be done as a team put together. And really, all these players showing that they don't only have the talent, but they are able to combine what has been not only meta strats, but I like the strategy in general for this team coming together as one. If you're TSM, you've got to look at what you can do defensively or offensively here to try to put them a little bit more on their, I want to say, going to their backup plan, but I feel like Space Station, they haven't answered everything.
They're ready for it here. It's difficult. I mean, Cal at least being on the Jeff means that when they see Fidel using the invisible boundary and everyone wants to get healed up right back together, you're going to expect the Itch Jeff from their side of things. And kind of taking a note here from what we already saw from Month as now Space Station gets set up on the high ground. Blur already getting ready too, but Blur's been a big highlight now as you see him take out the group.
Okay, so here we go, Blur. Eyes on Blur, who saw plenty of the Venom side. Month's still going to stay on that Shark, and right now their strategy early was look for that Born again, and then Jeff eats again. Now not going to have Cal on that. He's going to match him with the Shark. Up is Gilbert trying to take a page out of Blur's note on the first map. It's a little bit of something going. Just trying to get those cooldowns, those important hits for their team. And we saw plenty of Bedtime Story on side lock with those early buffs. We'll see if he can take full advantage. Angela going to go to get a quick hit on there as Necrorize now. There's a bit of the advantage on the height.
Still being that mosquito that they're trying to swat away, though. Taking a lot of that damage, and this is the issue when you're running a triple Vanguard lineup from Space Station, and you have Month and Fidel who are keeping everyone alive.
They should have got a Wolverine or
they back away
Anosys.
before they try to recontest here. They're the ones with the group. You got to take your eyes and see which
only
of
got
these
one
are
Pokemon.
online, but it's going to be TSM having the tank pool to be able to dive right back together. But Necrise off to the side says, what are you waving at? You down there back in the spawn room gates after getting that environmental KO.
Yeah, we saw with Angela and the nerf she got you just to be that much more precise when you do get those pickoffs as Angela, and he is showing that it did not at all affect the pro scene, at least on his side of things. Now Guru is going to look to try to get back together with his team, and this Elsa pick is just doing way more for Space Station in terms of space making and picks happening. Now Month playing a bit back here, 92%, knows he's close to lunchtime. Amplifier up, this is going to be the moment they have to take here, Vicky. As the damage to Amplified is pure blindness as they're in the invisible boundary. Fidel trying to find some room. It's going to be this, I mean, no, you can run, but you can't hide.
Ayúdame. Ayúdame, they got him! And that Grace, he said, get down, Mr. President! He saves the day! He gets him back up! And he got the double jump too, right? But they were able to find that pick on the Jeff. And that's so unfortunate because look how close TSM were getting to that second point. And then the immediate turnaround. Necrise has been on fire. So Blur leaves some room too. As I've also moved in here. This Vanguard lineup from Space Station is impeccable.
And One Wing Angel getting it done. All at once here. Nectar is just waiting for that Galartrox as well. Might look for the combo. Gale does have the legendary. And we've got the Dance execution from Bedtime Story, who just continues to not be able to find that value early here as Psylocke and getting pressured down to take their strategist's attention. Now Guru going to go ahead and try to get something going for the team. Galartrox is out and up, finds one as it continues to go back. Nothing from it though, and this is where everyone has press Q. Move in if you're a TSM. Meteor goes down, connect.
Oh,
Bam!
nice.
Goes through with the slam dunk, Vic.
Oh! He goes in and he left Gilbert Noodle one, by the way. Like, again, Doom now moves up. Necrise still has that ultimate ready to go. Angela's been such a problem. I mean, if Aerith saw this, she'd be having a little bit of PTSD, as you had mentioned, the One-Winged Angel coming out to play. But TSM do have 2 ultimates. The only thing is, though, here, Cozy, they don't really have anything to really follow up. It would have to be Gilbert Noodle that opens it up to allow Gale to pop off of an ante from that piece of the Abyss.
Yeah, forced out Gale. Just going to go in and throw up the legendary from the back, see what they can find. And this is kind of what we've seen from him. Gilbert Noodle does get 2 in the back. It's both strategists, so this is going to be their time to take point 1. This fight is going to continue, and that's all you need to keep your opportunity alive for your first appearance in the preseason of year 2, Vicky.
This should be fun.
Great option coverage, too, knowing that everyone wanted to hide away from that Galactic Legend. They wanted to hide inside that hallway, so you get the Feast of the Abyss to clean up the rest of that fight. Space Station, though, already back up, trying to hold this choke. And remember, when we saw TSM originally on the defense, they were stuck over some big staggered KOs, and Necrise still holding onto the ult before Gilbert Noodle tried to dive in. He sent it down on the spear, but no follow-up as everyone was kind of outside of that tank pull bubble, but Bedtime Story still gets called out.
Yeah, there's such a big pick there from Guru to be able to help out and trading the duelist front, but with the res that has him back to 6. 65, such an advantage here at this level play, why Rocket gets that love. Al now playing the whole wheel strategist at this point, it feels like, and go and throw out that ult early. Guru pushing in the aggression to follow. We'll see if they continue forcing the ult from Fidel. This gives them not only the space, but also the ult advantage moving in, Vicky. Like what I'm seeing from TSM here. Nectar, though, close to the Glartrox. Look out for this rotate. See if we can get eyes on him to throw out the monster.
Pizza Demon there, too, to try to save the day. Does have that itch def ready, but Space Station have a lot of along of cider too, as TSM are down a minute less than 55 seconds. And I like the peels too, because you currently see them just going to be able to follow up with that team up from the Venom too. You try to go in for the Feast of the Abyss if you're Blur, but fails to land on this mark here. Instead, TSM having to dive down. The BRB brings back Pizza Demon at the very least, and now you get to have that Sia from Cal just trying to get these follow-ups. He's not going to get caught by the itch def. Instead, he tries to clear the points, and you have Bedtime Story as the insurance policy to find 3.
That is the TSM that we expected to see a little bit. They looked way more harmonized on this, and like they had a plan against what might be thrown at them. Definitely a lot of work being done by that res beacon, by the way. 2 crucial reses happen at the right time. So now with 2 minutes, 41 seconds, only 26 seconds left for Space Station. So they're on track, TSM is. They used a lot, obviously, but needed to. Gilbert going to be close and can combine with Gale. They did that just enough to get point 1, Vicky. Let's see if they use that as their option here.
Especially with Month, by the way, swapping over to the white box as Bedtime Story is the next victim here. Necrise tries to move all the way up. No Heaven's Retribution we're holding on to. They're coming in clutch. It's so big here. That's why we see that Rocket swap up too, right? They wanted to see if they could try to get these follow-ups immediately when we see that Fidel was on that Invisible Woman from Space Station side. And now you have the Galactic Legend from Gale, just putting in so much of the pressure. Everybody from Space Station, though, they're out of his line of sight. They walk away. Just wait for it to end.
Yeah, we all know Venom. I mean, he just keeps feasting. It is very hard to take that man down. They full committed on it. Doom going to go in and find a quick hit on Cal. Finally getting rid of the raccoon and going to continue to find what was left from it now. And there's Guru trying to throw up his best ult. Doom goes down from it. Bedtime Story starting to heat up a little bit here on Psylocke in the neutral. I'm going to go ahead and try to hunt for Angela and the Yokai next. Finds more, 42%. Vicky, Pizza Demon needs to get this ult as quick as possible on this next rotation. Nectar getting close to the Glartrox. Does find the best of Bedtime Stories. That slows them down. Minute 27 in counting.
Wow. Talking about these BRBs, look at this. Bedtime Story is right back as a problem. And Bedtime Story, as you mentioned, maybe taking a little bit of time to warm up here. But popping off on this Psylocke. You see the dive there from the Venom, and that's why these swaps have been so crucial too, because Month realizing, okay, they haven't been able to take care of Cal, so they're gonna need to get more of this follow-up, the synergy going in this communication. Gale tries to go in for the peel, help out the back line as Blur is forced to back away, but he's got the reset available with the Feast of the Abyss as Doom dives in on top of Cal and finds the next pin.
Oh man, do not let the lawyer get too close to you. Objection. Blur finds 1, Necrise another. 47 seconds left to reset and do your last bit, and those are all done perfectly there without a Q being pressed, right? So you've got not only the Angela coming up shortly, and hello to the first appearance of White Fox in our America scene quickly. Keep the Demon ready for lunch. See if he can find the best. Bedtime Story as well has this dance of the butterfly. We'll see if he can get good rotation in the back and see get Fidel out early. Will spell success, but Doom going to get Cal. That's 2 for the price of 1 with the respawn. Guru gets doomed in return for the overextension. Doesn't matter though, as Month pizza out of here with the ult. That's huge.
Puts the extra pepperonis on the pizza, though, off of that, too. Being able to get that follow-up is amazing. TSM down that one extra member, and that's why they made that swap. Now Cal is forced to get off the rocket, goes over to the Luna, no BRB, and now we're going to be able to play Patty Cake right next to the Invisible Woman's shield instead. Nectar gets bedtime story, and TSM has that BRB. Now, this time from Pizza Demon. Says, all right, don't worry, Cal. I got you if you don't want it, but is it going to be enough to deal with this Daredevil?
Absolutely. June continues to find these early and often picks. Nectarize finds another, and this is going to be what could be the swan song of the early start of TSM. Space Station Nectar, Thanos, as we call them, is snapping, finding one after the other. Gilbert Noodle's going to do the Desperation Abysmal, trying to find something of the Abyss Beast. Nothing with it, staying alive long enough, but not going to happen. With the portal coming out, hold on! They're going to find the top here as Bedtime Story continues on their story now with Gale over to the Quick Wolverine. Going to go and get, sadly off the map.
No way! Coming out of the portal like that just to deal with that is crazy, but that's what you have to deal with when you're here on this bridge with the Environmental Chaos. Pizza Demon does have that BRB, brings back Gale right afterwards. If Gale could also go for something crazy, it could be great, but somebody needs to look at this Daredevil who is harassing everybody. They hold them back, and TSM don't get to the finish line.
Houston, we have a problem, and it's Space Station coming to the America scene. What an absolute great start performance from them. TSM has to go back to some of their drawing board of strategy, and it is at the hands here of the MVP, Nectar, getting all that value out of Elsa and what she can bring to the table. But it wasn't just that. I mean, Vic, they were just, again, picking up where they left off on map 1, singing in harmony and nailing every single note. Taking a look here across the board, anything you want to highlight outside of the obvious?
Going to the moon, I guess. I don't know, because then you get to see Nectar, who not only popped off, but literally went down twice. Neck rise? Huge problem on the Angela. Then you could see the adjustments that they made, and it was very quick and calculated, right? You look on the other side and you take a look at TSM, you're wondering, were these the changes that we needed to see to try to get this payload to the finish line? Because the one thing that Space Station noted was Doom being on the Daredevil saw that Cal kept getting a lot more out of these BRBs. You call that out amazingly, Cozy. So they swap off. Cal getting maybe a little tilted here, says, all right, Pizza Demon, let's try this. We will run out with the Animal Crossing backline. Pizza Demon was schmoving a little bit, still got harassed by Doom, though, and it split a lot of that team focus fire up.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just survivability across the board, absolutely crazy in terms of Space Station. They use Doomed aggressively where they can because, they were able to get the trades off it. Only 2 eliminations for Nectar is absolutely wild. Like a 22.0 KD. Are you kidding me? Absolutely perfect numbers. And that's what I thought their ticket was. We talked about them. I did with the other casters before, and I was like, you know what? If Nectar continues to do what we saw them do with Sentinels, this team can clearly, blast off the space, and we just saw that. So great opening from them as an org, and really no notes, 10 out of 10.
Yeah, honestly, seeing the way that second series already played out. Remember, it is 2 out of 3, right? So it's very quick to see a lot of these teams get that momentum. As Zoe, now you're coming into the fray. You get to see how everything got to play out in that Central Park. What are your thoughts there after seeing the pick and ban phase change up exactly how you wanted?
I mean, clearly the teams have the right read here, right? I'm just very, very, very impressed with the cohesion from SSG. I think this is such a statement piece, and that's exactly what we need to see from them heading into tomorrow's match, which is going to be against Liquid Citadel, the top dog of their group, right? But if they can rock up with this kind of coordination, with this kind of pacing, and with just this kind of dominance, I don't know, that might be a lot closer than some people might expect.
For me, it's why I'm a fan of best of 5 a lot of the time, Rick, because it allows you to get this breathing room. But in this quick round robin best of 3 format, like we've seen it. We saw it with EMEA before and right here, right now. Like the team that's winning that Dom, it's so hard to quickly adjust your game plan, your mental, and then just try to flip it right back to them. 2-0s are a plenty right now because of this quick pace, adjustment to the meta and the teams around them.
Yeah, I mean, but the adjustments were made, right? Just for TSM, especially like in the game itself, like those kind of adjustments always came just a little too late in the map, a little too late in the series where, at that point, SSG was already like snowballing so heavily.
Yeah, I mean,
Definitely
listen, Vicky, what was the player that stood out the most for you from this SSG team?
I mean, Nectar, right? You talked about it already before, because the thing is that you're so busy trying to focus on making sure that you're peeling for your backline. Guess who's just getting away with getting these free KOs? Looking down the lane where Elsa perched high on her tree, it's gonna be Nectar being able to pop off basically for free, uncontested.
Yeah, they had an incredible game, but also Necrise. That Angela was such a massive issue for TSM.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we saw the patch notes and people were like, is Angela, you know, never dead, but different for sure. And how were those changes going to affect the pro scene, especially because we've seen tons of pros obviously love Angela and what they offer in the nicheness of the Vanguard category. But yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of how they utilize the hero to the best success that they could. You know, looking back at what they could do better, I don't even know if I could say much. I mean, obviously the game plan, I think, is a lot of what Nectar did on Star-Lord on the first map, Elsa on the other. So look at him as their main, look at them as their main point. But Nectar, they're tough to stop. We saw it with Sentinels, you know, back last year.
Yeah, and you know what? I also just saw, guys. I mean, like, you talked about the changes that we were expecting. Angela, how, you know, now she gets a little bit more fluidity. Daredevil nerf where? Like, we get to still see like Daredevil just popping off and still harassing so much of this backline, but it's also about wasting time, right? Splitting that focus and trying to enable your other teammates to get into a better position, which was just basically like butter on toast when you have to look behind you and look at the Daredevil, but then guess what? An Elsa is able to get so much piercing damage. We saw a little bit of that movement too from Nectar earlier.
Yeah, I think honestly with the changes and like the uncertainty in the meta, like those pick and ban phases are so crucial. They're going to be so interesting as the teams have to adapt map to map when they really see how much stronger some of those heroes still are despite the perceived nerfs. Also, we had White Fox appearance. Moth played White Fox. Initial thoughts here and how that slotted in?
Yeah, before, if you guys don't know, you're just coming in watching, this is not the patch where White Fox got the buffs. This is kind of previous before that. So it was fun to see the quick change of like the dive nature of what they were trying to do to close up the point. That's probably why you see a quick adjustment there and how tight the corridors were for them. And speaking of White Fox as the new strategist, that's for TSM what I need to see cleaned up. The strategist play in general. I mean, it feels like we're back in the mid-season finals, guys. Jeff is just on top of the meta right now in this dive comp. Something that might seem puzzling to see as a ban, but I think is an important ban. I mean, it could definitely just really help the team. I mean, Cal, they were cooking with Adam in those Born Agains, but then they always had the answer. Month would just eat them up.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're trying to get ready for our interview, and here they are, Nectar joining us for a quick chat. First, of course, congratulations. What a dominant first showing. What did prep look like heading into this match? How did you feel you're going to stack up against TSM?
Well, I think going into the match we were pretty confident. You know, I think all six of us, even though we were on like different teams and like part of different cores, I think we're all really capable players, and you know, I think we really put in the time and the effort this week, especially to prepare for the match.
Hey, Nectar, good to see you again, man. You know, I've been waiting to be able to talk to you, and we're back. It felt like it just, you know, came so quickly, you too. And so, you know, obviously got to spend a lot of time with you in China and I mean, all over. And I got to ask you, I mean, you were with Sentinels, right? Now you come here, you have a team of Intergalactic coming together, you know, Shroud X before that. You get Month from Envy. It's a little bit of like everyone from everywhere. What is the identity of this team? How did it come together? How is the team, you know, and the vibes as one?
Yeah, well, to be honest, like Month has been like my best friend basically for like probably like the past like majority of the last 10 years. So it's been nice to actually like finally be able to like play on a partner team with him, especially this night. So, and I think him and I really play well together, so that's helped us a lot. And I think just in general, when I was traveling in the off season, I really like the core. I like their ideas of the game, and I really believe that, you know, that we'd be capable of, you know, winning and doing pretty well.
Awesome.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Nectar. I mean, you were popping off, right, in that last previous series. We just saw the stats across the board. You guys were able to make that really quick adjustment. I love how you guys went over to the Daredevil to then focus down on the Rocket because that BRB was getting a lot of value. Looking forward, though, into day number 2, your next opponents are on the complete other side of a lot of people's predictions. And it's going to be against Team Liquid Citadel, I believe, for the very end of day number 2. Just looking at the way that you were able to pop off today, I mean, how are you feeling you guys are going to do in the current meta against a team that's as strong as Team Liquid Citadel?
I feel like the fact that, especially Doom Deny, we're very flexible and, you know, we're both like willing to play whatever we need for the comp to work. I think that's a big strength that we have. So we'll just have to see. Prepare well, try hard. Same thing as usual.
Well, Nectar, listen, I said on a cast, I was looking at the team and I was like, hey, they've got a pretty cool team, but Nectar, I mean, we called you Thanos, man. I mean, it's like having you here is fun to put the team all together. Give my big shout out to your Vanguards, though. I thought they played tremendous this last match, too, and just had perfect flow and comms. So, again, just big congrats to you and excited to see what else you guys have in this Group B.
All right, thank you so much. Always nice to talk to you, Cozy.
Appreciate it.
Great to hear from Nectar after they, together with their team, just got their first W on the board. Hopefully many more to come. And quite frankly, they looked so cohesive. Like, given the fact that they are just kind of thrown together like that, there's so many different players coming from different teams with different identities. So sometimes that can, you know, kind of result in a clash because there's too many cooks in the kitchen. But for this one, it's been working out. They are eating. So let's see what treats they have for us in their upcoming match tomorrow. They will be going up against, Liquid Citadel. How do you guys feel they're going to stack up against them? Not having seen Citadel in action just yet, or Liquid Citadel rather.
Liquid is a very good team. So, you know, to not take away from what I was very impressed with SSG. I think it's really cool that Month and Nectar are close. Nectar popping off. That's what Roster Mania is so cool about, is to have these big changes. Liquid is a whole nother beast. If you look at not only what they, you know, got from America, but also over from EMEA, that entire team is stacked. And that will be the true litmus test, right, for SSG. Because if they can, you know, show a strong performance, win or lose, but strong performance, then wow, the Americas scene is just up for grabs for anybody, to be honest.
It is indeed. Now, that was just match 2 of 5. And next up, we're going to have Sentinels taking on Swamp Gaming after a short break, so don't go anywhere.
How long?
If there's anything we can do to make your flight more enjoyable, please don't hesitate to ask. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight.
How level I'm tripping is this thing actually talking? Well, let's go try to see if this works. Okay, unable to select zone.
Agent F1. I'm going in.
$91.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Only one team wins this. Try to make it yours.
Okay, we're good.
The fuck's awakened! What the works?
You're in the lead now. Try to make it last. A boom of light. You're in the lead now. Try to make it last. You're in the lead now.
The moon! wrath of the strongest!
성공한 시간. Back in the hunt. 성공한 시간. 성공한 시간. 성공한 시간.
The moon haunts you!
성공한 시간. 성공한 시간.
Leave them to crush you! Just what the doctor ordered.
Much better. The hunt continues.
The moon haunts you! Let the devil out! The moon haunts you! Feel the wrath of the strongest! Haunts you!
성공한 시간.
Ooh, a touch of total.
성공한 시간.
A thousand gods!
성공한 시간. 성공한 시간. 성공한 시간. 성공한 시간.
The moon haunts you! Here's how you shoot!
Yeah, I didn't die a single time. I just hiding, staying away from this place. In 5 minutes, we're back. Strategy 7 times. Damage, shield. Huh. Okay, let's do
My strategy? Dive first and GG no heal.
Wayne Wilson. We should all go so.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Only one team wins this. Try to make it yours.
Honestly, I'm just here for chimichangas. come here to read. Good medicine. Hope you're at least celestial rank. Boom! No skill shot!
Feeling fantastic.
A team up nobody asked for! Leave them to consume!
Ah, man, I should have got away.
Maximum pulse!
Armed and dangerous! Healing factor? Now I've got to fight these losers again! Hope I make the cut! Nobody asked for! Look at this!
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
In your face! Goodbye! I want to get looking good! Thank goodness this book has pictures! Everyone's getting down!
Feeling fantastic.
Boom! No skill shot!
Feeling stronger.
Okay, beautiful, baby!
Maximum pulse!
Nobody asked for! Oh, come on! Everyone's getting deep My body's fully recovered. My brain's not Hope I make the cut! Everyone's getting deep tonight!
Feeling stronger already.
Eat your heart out, Colossus!
The disrespect.
I can't believe I get paid for this. Looking good! Stand down! Team up now! Get in! Lead them to Khonshu! Boom! No skill shot! Leave them to Khonshu!
Another epic victory.
Wait, can I watch it from here? Let's see. What is it? Here? Well, I don't hear nothing though. Let's see. see.
Because it's true, right? Raymason's like a professional ditto. He can slot in to whatever you tell him to do. Whether it be triple strategist, but now we take a look at Swamp Gaming. And you talk about, all right, are the scrim bucks actually going to count right now? I really like this look from this team. First off, you have an amazing foundation already from a roster that has a lot of synergy together, but you look at that backline, and Day specifically is an insane daredevil. The coach of Swamp Gaming was talking to me. He was telling me, like, easily, hands down, Day is probably going to be looked at because you can't target ban our Vanguards. Our Vanguards are just so flexible, but Days, if anything, being that problem, be the daredevil that they want to focus on. He said that he thinks that Days is the best daredevil right now in the region. Forky Dog and Valentina Eve, though, being integrated here into this team is also a very big foundation to the Strat backline, who know how to hold their own in a composition where you could sometimes expect a dive.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, of course, they do have the same coach with Fox, right? So there is also that. I think adjusting as a team to a new coach, that can really like flip things upside down. For them to have that pre-existing synergy, not just from Team Nemesis, but also from Rad Esports, not from Rad Esports, that's Forky Dog, but for them to have like that pre-existing synergy, I think this is really going to come into play. I also was just so excited to see Valentina finding a new home, right?
Yeah.
Because we've seen her along Chime, and who else was on that team? Stinker, Chuckles, like on Dreamland. So it's great to see her back in the mix and back in action. I think they're going to make a really competent backline.
Valentina is an awesome addition. I mean, coming from Dreamland, and it's fun to see her outside of that team. You know, she's played with a lot of them so long now, and just a rank demon as well, a ladder demon, if you will. Seen so much from what they're able to put together. And then, yeah, outside of that and Forky, you've got what was Team Nemesis, you know, and some of the core back in the day. And so the reason I bring them up is because Vicky and I, we had the luxury. It always kind of seemed like we were casting their biggest games. And they do so well in these matches, I feel like, that build up to the biggest spotlight. But I need to see them in the biggest of moments. And I feel like this is one of them. To prove yourself in this new scene, that's why I'm so excited to see these two Titans clash.
Yeah, I'm honestly
I hope for a really close match. Vicky, if I'd ask you for a scoreline here, like, can they take it to map 3? Are we going to see one today?
I think so. Yeah, I definitely think this is going to be a good one, guys. Get ready, strap them. Hopefully I don't just caster curse that. Of course, you just saw it too, a little preview on your screen. You know, it always happens, so it always ends up going on, and I know Cozy and I always have to apologize to the players because it wasn't us, but we are expecting a banger of a match for our very third game of the day in Americas, because now you have a team that had that cohesion, and then you look at a team who not only have brought these really strong backliners that you guys were just talking about, but you take a look at like the scrim bucks, again, taking that with a grain of salt, just the fact that they haven't lost, specifically Swamp Gaming, have not lost a scrim on this patch, even against some of the biggest titans in the region. Like, they have been able to really pop off against 100 Thieves. I believe just yesterday they had scrim 2 against 100 Thieves, and they didn't lose a single game. So we got to see how that transitions, where it counts going into this series in our tournament.
Indeed. And as we talked about the meta here, right, Vicky, you said that the current meta might not really favor what we know from Sentinels. What adjustments do you expect to see from the individual players here, Cozy?
Yeah, I mean, looking at what they have as a team, it's first of all just bringing in Crimzo with, you know, old friends, the original kind of OG Titans of the America region. I don't think we're going to see much Karova on Adam Warlock, as much as we love to tote it up and ready to see it, especially on Domination. That's not sneaking through the cracks, right? I know Swamp Gaming knows what they're doing. I'm a competitive guy. I had Swamp Gaming as my third and Sentinels as my second, but it was back and forth, and I'm going to find out and get humbled here potentially as they close in. But yeah, we've got a good one, Zoe. All right, Vicky, are you ready? We've got ourselves the matchup, Sentinels, Swamp Gaming. Here we go on the pick and ban phase. So important. And we know who's leading the helm over there with Crimzo making the picks as the coach and Melophobia on the opposition. Reed Richard, he waves to us down below. Gambit, Elsa. We've seen this before. Going to be our opening bans with the save going to Elsa. Melophobia going to get their pick.
And it depends on how you want to really utilize, like, Gambit comes if you get away with it, which is something that Sentinels already noted. That's why it's the first thing off the table, while the second ban goes forward to the Mantis. While they want to be able to protect their Mantis here, Cozy, they want to get that damage boost to help enable Kurova, or rather, Yusher and Rymazing.
Yeah, with the Mantis save and pick like that, because we said this early, that Rymazing has this incredible flexibility. He's going to go over and play the Mantis. That's going to have Yusher having to carry a large load for the DPS department. Kurova, he's begging for that Atom ban because then it opens up other options. But if it is left available, the Golden God, and dare I say the Living Tribunal costume, you know what's up there, chat, will be making an appearance potentially. But the ban on Gambit is going to come from the back end. A little surprised that that snuck in instead of the Mantis, but I think that's the game plan all along. They don't want the Gambit. They're going to play the game that they want to play. There goes Adam Warlock, saving the last ban. Everybody's excitement going to kind of settle for a second, and I think that's a big thing to shut down Sentinels, especially, again, on this domination where you've got to play perfect. There's the Daredevil save, though, Vic.
Yeah, because you were talking about it in one of our earlier series, Cozy, that having Adam on Dom is just so brutal. And when it comes to looking at Kurova, how many times have we said Kurova, it seems like the embodiment of Adam, right? So now you try to go into what you can work off of, and with the Jeff ban being the very last one that Sentinels puts down onto Swamp Gaming, now we get to see everybody lock in, but guess what? They let the devil out of jail, and Daze is able to flex right back over onto that role. Again, they're feeling very confident just after talking to them alone and seeing how Sentinels is going to try to bring out their best. Kurova going over to the Invisible Woman. There's also been a good amount of time for these team, specifically Sentinels, to really figure out what those weak spots were compared to what we saw in Georgia.
For sure, and with Armory out, I mean, all eyes on Flamay, and what a great addition, because I think Flamay is a absolute, just crazy strategist on the Loki, especially. We saw in the past with the Intergalactic Squad. So now here, and with Kurova not having Adam, first of all, he's used to it. All right, the man is used to this guy being banned, and even when Adam was out of the meta, was able to flex over, play plenty of Sue, so that's what we're going to see here. Yusher, this is where we've got to see kind of the battle of Yusher versus Mello. You've got a lot of poke points here, and we're going to see who can get the best of these sight lines, because if Yusher is able to get those important picks early, I believe with the triple strat, they can handle what Daze will bring in. Daze being this new Daredevil too, I love.
I gotta get the drops.
I mean, I always just think about the Wolverine trick.
He's letting, instead of the claws out, he's just letting the dive in instead.
The devil out.
The devil in, literally, right? I say he's dive because it's like that PTSD, but then you also allow Mello to pop off. I think it's really important to highlight like how strong this backline for Swamp Gaming is, to the point where Sentinels had to ban out 4 strategists just onto Swamp Gaming alone. Let's see if that's going to bite them, though, after we see the way that these duelists play out.
Yeah, Valentina's like, I don't need the buff here for the White Fox. We're going to have it a part of the game plan to go with Daze. We expect there to be a heavy aggression from this team early in our first look at 2 Titans clashing. Once again, point opens up in 2-1, and here we go, folks. Strap up, put the seatbelt on. This is going to be a good one. Dogman loves his Magneto. Played him early in stage 1 and 2. Back here for the Sentinels, doing it again. Here's man going to go ahead and show what he can do. Now, not being Crimso on Captain America. And on the side of Swamp Gaming, Daze on the quick dive. They're going in quick on the target. They find their first bit of the pie. That's going to be Yusha going down first.
Actual being able to isolate him in the perfect angle before diving over to the other side. Crimso's right there to help for the peel because Daze is taking a good amount of chunk damage, but Scatter, together with that Tank ultimate, is going to be able to bring everybody together. Look at him. Dogman finds 1 pick, but it's fine because Swamp Gaming have the advantage and the point.
Yeah, Yusha's going to be the first pick to go. This is going to be a long road for Sentinels because they need to make up for the lack of damage here on this squad. But Flamay up to 70% at least gives them a chance here for opening. You want to push up on this point, as we always see in Wakanda. This is definitely one that favors the first point capture more than most points do within this game. Here's man going to go ahead and go rotate around to find Crimso on the Angela. Interesting pick here from Crimso, Vic, for the Angela on this map in particular.
I was going to ask you, too. I mean, could it be the verticality that we have with the repositioning? Maybe the also, like, quick awareness of being able to peel if they can. Right, amazing with a great pick of a Forky Dog is going to be the green light button. Flamay is going to be able to have the God of Mischief to get the copy from Rymazing into the Soul Resurgence. Dartrox is out and about from Mello, and Kraz has been able to isolate Kurova, who was so close to having that ultimate.
Yeah, that's a massive pick. But Yusha does find 2, and that is what they need exactly as Kurova goes down early, trying to get another pick here on Daze. Daze being slippery as the Lawyer does often, and Craze quickly with Freedom never dying, finds himself 3 with the melee. That's the most un-Steve Rogers-like thing I've seen him do. Taking out 3 heroes in 1 swing.
Not gonna get the slam dunk in the varsity outfit there, honestly. Doesn't need it at this point here because he brings and rallies everybody together with the freedom charge too. And they held it down because Valentina was also able to get that ultimate online. A nice look at what White Fox could do before the both, but letting the devil out means it's the green light button. And Rymazing was ready with the Soul Resurgence. They try to back away, and Yusher with the damage boost is gonna melt down through both of the strategists of Swamp Gaming.
Yeah, man, this is, I mean, Yusher's playing the role that they need to. Very interesting comp with a third now, going for 4. Can he find it? Now, this is exactly what they need, though, for this team. And, you know, it's a very untraditional comp. If you're coming here looking at it, especially as a casual, you're like, what is this team makeup? But it's the plan that they had set in motion. Yusher getting the best from the neutral game to its fullest. Korova does have the boundary to open up the aggression. Push in here on Swamp as they come out of this spawn. Crimson going to get a little bit of poke. Can he get out of here? Hello! Let's find some safety from their Korova. Man, it's fun to see Korova, Crimson, and Rai all on the same team once again.
The gang is back together again, but they're trying to just negate these POs. A beautiful stall originally from Swamp Gaming brought them to that 93%. Dogman, can he hit the meatballs? And it's a little bit of deja vu, but it's fine. Just enough of that damage, though, is the nail in the coffin to at least find Days. But Kraz is going to be able to get that trade off with Yusher, who was unable to get the reset off the ultimate.
Yeah, he goes, nice Days counter there. He was able to do with the batons, but no, the quick neutral finish was all he needed instead. Now, Fomei trying to keep their team up, forced to put lanterns out, keep eyes on that cooldown, looking for the copy, trying to look at which one he wants to go with. Gonna go with the Soul Resurgent once again, push on the aggression now. The team with the Swamp Gaming halfway to the point. Fomei pushes in. Yusher also has the in-song that he can look to combine. Nothing from it. Forky Dog now going to go on the show, and this is going to be the toughest part to sustain here, Vic.
But then you have Kraz, who's still in your face. Captain America is here to lead the way, harassing the backline again. They need some help because there's no lamps. They called it out. This just leaves the Invisible Woman to try to survive themselves. Kraz falls incredibly low, but tries to get away in time and has a freedom charge, leaving a pathway of some extra health as Swamp Gaming flip it back in their favor, and it doesn't look like Sentinels can touch unless Dogman puts down that portal in time.
They were able to get the overtime ticked, and that right amazing as the Soul Resurgence, but it's gonna be the quick Melophobia on the Monster Hunter herself, finding Yusher. So the damage is out. They gotta just stay alive at this point. Valentina gonna go in the Nine Tails ready. Quickly going up with the Devil out. It's gonna be Daystone. Why this hit was so important for this team. Aggression was on the maximum from the start, showing who the true Steve Rogers is right now as the first Avenger is Crazeman, who's so far my MVP of this matchup. Wow, what a showing.
And he's going to overwalk just a little bit to let everybody know there's nothing they can do after they burned out the portal. Just a little bit. Get yourself feeling and keep it going as we get into that second round.
All right, well, this is what we thought we would see. Swamp Gaming pedal to the metal, and this is what we've heard from this team coming together as one. Sentinels looking to get back on track, but a lot of this, in my opinion, was won in that pick ban phase, really favoring Swamp and what they want to play. Sentinels, they picked this early, right? They had the Mantis save and ban. This is what they chose to go with. And there's a couple battles that could have gone, obviously, one small difference. But, man, there's just so much getting thrown at them, Vic, between Days and Craze. And then on top of that, you got Mello, just constant there on the Elsa.
Why not crack a smile?
That's what, like, this is something that Swamp Gaming was expecting almost, like, looking at Sentinels specifically, calling them, you know, they were expecting the triple strategist, and Swamp Gaming were able to answer that so well with Kraz harassing that backline. I mean, if I was one of those strategists, I would literally be crying, and it's 3 of them that they got to work with as we get a nice little cinematic pan view of our teams rolling out of the spawn room gates to be able to contest down in the hallway.
And I think that's why with the team comp in general, why the Angela pick is a little bit puzzling to me, but we'll see if it comes fully to what they planned here on Warrior Falls. We're going to go to try to keep up Crimson once again. Because again, if you look at what they had to lead the charge, they had Magneto, but that's just not enough to stop what is the train of Elsa, finding 1, 2, scattered to the 3, 4 for Forky. They all just vanished. Did they get snapped? What just happened?
Mello just went crazy. That was just a straight neutral, but also you look at what Sentinels have, and something else that we need to pinpoint, when you are running the triple strategist, especially now with the ult Nurse Cozy, it takes a lot longer to build up those ultimates, and they didn't have any defensive ultimates to withstand the onslaught of damage that they were met on the other side of Mello's weapon.
Yeah, they're just playing the dive comp perfectly right now, right? I mean, no, they don't need to worry about any front line when there's something always in the back line as we're happening right now. Quick ult on Magneto. Down goes Dogman. They found the front line in the danger. Forky in that exclamation point now throwing in. Let's see if they continue to find success now with a quick swap over. Yusher going to have to go on the bit of the anti-dive safety, but it's always better to be on the dive side, Vic.
Better to not have to worry about that on your side is Crimzo. Already incredibly close. I have Retribution here. Mello, too, could unleash the Glartrox. And Flamay does have that God of Mischief to at least keep them in this fight. Wait for Krova to get that ultimate online even faster, too, so that way they don't get de-stinked in terms of how long they want to keep the survivability. You're noticing, though, that it's been a huge problem to have to deal with grass and days on the Daredevil, so they made that swap over to that no more.
Yeah, you sure. Making a quick swap change is important. They have every Q ready, but 60% and up. They really got to win this fight. Not committing everything all at once, but with Yusha getting that opening pick on Valentina, that's definitely going to open the floor, especially if you look at the ult charge. That was a big pick at the right time. The show is started from Luna. Soul Resurgence going to match the circle now as quickly Yusha flies up, throws Triton down. Dogman, can he land it? Throws it down, punches it down. Scatter gone.
Got him on the forehead right there, too. Forky Dog is going to be able to get some help together with Mello, who's in the back line, to help with some peel just in case, because Crimso's also just trying to isolate that back line. You got the God of Mischief of Flamme, so that way they can get that Soul Resurgence, and they are finally able to flip the point in their favor for the first time of the second round.
Yeah, and they have 2 left, right? So at least having Kurova and the Whale is always going to help them a little bit. At least get this thing back up to 60 and beyond, but they've got a long way to go here. Down a first point here with 88% on the second. Flamme for their opportunity on where to set up as they're going to look to the top ramp. This is where we're going to see Swamp dive in. Valentina could lead the charge with the Ninetales, and there it is. We thought it was going to happen, and out comes a scary form and quickly pounded out from the box.
Oh, Dave falling low, though, as he lets the double out, forcing out Kurova in the invisible boundary. And before we're seeing Sentinels just build up even more of that space, Scatter gets into position. They wrap up behind this backline, make a sandwich out of Sentinels after they lost out on Flamme, so no lamps here to help them out too. And Remezi only has so much of those sleeper darts too. Daze then comes in, gets 2 following up, and it's another wipe here from Swamp Gaming before they retake the point.
Flame's gonna hear what are you waving at in your, absolute nightmares. And Loki just such a good target to put that on, because when the clones miss, it just hurts the Loki as well, and it's just so tough on that back line. Forky absolutely with a 360 no scope. My gosh, the sniper here with the Luna, and there comes the portal. This is going to be our first desperation play from Sentinels now as they come out. Dogman does find the pick on Daze. Scatter the gate. Dogman the first out of there. The Color tries to take Good night, Sentinels! Quickly with the Flurry. That's a big... That's a big monster.
That is how you
Disgusting.
close a chapter to our first map of the series.
That was so... It's like you saw it happen in slow freaking motion. The Glartrox is starving, and he got a 3-piece there. What a death sentence. That was a fun one, Vicky. And what we thought we could see from this powerful team in the dive at the helm.
Honestly, when I saw that huge stagger, Cozy, I knew it was going to be very difficult to make a comeback from that. But I saw that Apex Predator being held. When is he going to use it? Is he going to get something big? And the shish kebab with the Apex Predator finding all 3 of those players at the very end here. Of course, we got to talk about Kraz, though, because you have a dive composition with Daredevil and Cap, who are just terrorizing your triple strategists who can't really find themselves rotating. Yes, we saw Signs of Life, we saw Crimson try to back them up, but I feel like even with Dogman, landing that bit of damage with the Meteor M in that first round, then finding another player over on that second round, wasn't able to really find these isolated picks onto Forky Dog and Valentina because I had to burn that instead.
Yeah, we also saw just obviously what the ban does when you don't have the access to Vanguard Deadpool, right? Crimson on the Angela, obviously, they have a reason to the madness, but it just didn't feel like the pick. I mean, you can just look at the numbers right here, obviously, right? And just see the impact, both damage block and damage out-wise compared to what Craze and Scatter did in the opposition. Great player, great team. Talent-wise, they can go, match for match, blow for blow. It was the comp for me that just felt completely one-sided, especially, and you can only do so much to hold back just, flood waiting to just burst out.
Yeah, I definitely agree there, because I feel like, if anything, you're going into this next map and you're thinking, okay, it's 2 out of 3. Right now, Swamp Gaming is sitting in the driver's seat. Who is the biggest problem here? Because we pinpointed already Nectar, and being able to see, rather on the other side, looking at what the Elsa was able to do as a problem, but then being able to have a Daredevil out to play, I mean, it's also splitting your attention, where the Elsa's just getting away being on the top.
Yeah, honestly, Scatter Genji Vanpool has been looking clean. Like, if that doesn't deserve a ban heading into the next map, then I don't know what should be. Cozy, something you mentioned halfway, or like actually at the very end of the first map, heading into the second map. The Crimson Angela, you weren't really sold on that in general for their team comp. Why is that?
Well, first of all, you had Dogman as kind of that anchor with the Magneto to help out with what the dive was going to be. To me, it just felt like the comp couldn't rely around that Angela. And I kind of think, Vicky, you were onto it a bit where you're like, okay, the Angela can get back quick to trouble if needed.
The
but
first
that
time I
never
see triple
really
support
happened
actually
to success,
struggling.
and the burst down was just happening each and every time. The damage output as well, especially with the other options available. To me, you know, again, Crimson, my goat, my guy, you know, when I look at certain players, I'm like, I know what they're going to play. I feel confident with it. Didn't see Cap. Obviously, Deadpool Vanguard was off the table, and I'm sure that's a big comfort pick. It like it meshed with the triple strategist push that they were trying to make happen, especially once Namor was picked.
Definitely agree.
Speaking of strategists, so banning out 4 strategists.
Yep.
Not the play here. I don't know. Maybe that actually came back to haunt him.
I just want to follow up from that too, yeah, because I was gonna say like I was talking about like the Elsa, like Mello just getting away while like Daze and Cap is just harassing your backline makes you wonder. Okay, well we put so much focus on making sure the strategist can't find that foundation. We're talking about a strat line that has a lot of flexibility, which is what we've always seen from Valentina and Porky Dog too individually. We highlighted them for a reason, and you could try to focus them, but guess what? Then you have to look on the other side of the problem, and with Mello literally going down one time, the survivability was there for Mello to just get away with harassing them with so much damage. Literally from the very beginning of that second round, we saw that opening from Mello.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and if you just look at too, just a lot of that comp in general with the Loki and the option to really copy the Mantis, it just felt all like reactionary. And I just, man, right now in this dive heavy and thriving meta, it did not feel like from the moment this kind of started. You know, we've seen what Amazing does on Mantis, and I think he does play a great Mantis, but that role has to be very heavy in the DPS, you know, department. And just wasn't there. Yusha was there a little bit on the DPS side, obviously on the first hit, but had to kind of slowly adjust to protect the team with Namor.
Yeah, but the Vanguards also just went down really quickly, right? So like in that scenario, like the 3 strategists will be competing for that heal, and now with the changes to the ult, like ults will not come online quick enough, so it kind of just like snowballed out of their favor, if you will. Meanwhile, Swamp Gaming just looking really, really, really clean. Let's see if they can translate that onto our second map.
Yeah. We're going to be moving on to Midtown here, Cozy, and now as we move on to Convoy, I want to follow up from Soe's point because she makes a great point. It's true. We didn't get to see those strat ultimates online quick enough from Sentinels, and it goes back to what we were talking about before. You have the ultimate charger that hit everybody, but you also are splitting that charge across 3 different strategists that are delaying what 2 strats could have brought out.
Yeah, no, for sure. I feel like, here's the thing. I feel like some game plans go very well against certain teams, right? Rye on Mantis, awesome stuff. Let's go and throw that. Let's go and tuck that one away for now and try to swap things up because I know what Rye can play and the ability he brings in the duelist position. And so right now, at least in that pick ban or against Swamp Gaming, I think you have to kind of change your identity there with a quick triple strat and go back to the traditional 2-2-2, especially at the helm of what Crimso's going to bring. Ban-wise, want to ask you both of y'all, I mean, do you feel like there's priority of one particular ban? Because, I mean, there's a lot to chew off of. Just they won in many ways, I felt like.
I would say don't let the devil out.
Yeah, it's difficult, right? Like when the whole game plan falls apart, then like what really, like can you really focus on what your opposition did, or should you just like kind of focus on your own game plan and what you want to play? I think the Scatter Genji Vanpool was incredible, dominating. Like I'd probably take that out of the mix.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I think the Mantis ban is fine, you know, for sure, if that's the game to play. And there's always, you know, when you let something in, there's going to be another strategy with it, but then test that against them. See if they can then bring that Mantis lineup, but at least get rid of the Deadpool Vanguard is what I would like to see, at least in this next hit. Obviously, the Gambit being, you know, left on the table on one end. Elsa being picked, then banned right away. Maybe they swap that up and try to, you know, ban the Elsa to start as well, because they had so many different ways to beat you, and giving that Elsa available is just another. I mean, we just saw it just one by itself at the end of that overtime with one press of the Q.
Then you move on to like outside of the pick and ban phase as well, Cozy, and you're thinking, okay, well, Crimso, I'm not too sure how that's going to work out if you're going to be on the Angela. You go 6 and 5. It's very unfortunate, but you can see that the peel was there despite them not running the triple strategist as we move on to our next map.
Do indeed. Match point for Swamp Gaming. Can they bring it home? Let's find out.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, will we get our first 2-1 of the day? 1-1. We got to start there, and we find out in Midtown. in New York convoy. Right away, Elsa being banned from the top and Gambit to follow, so we can expect more of the same. They did swap how the first protect happens. So this next ban coming out from Swamp Gaming is going to be to the Loki, which we obviously saw Flamey play as best as they could on that last hit there. Elsa going to be saved yet again. Don't blame them on that front. This is where you want to see, in my opinion, the tank pool ban. If they go with Mantis again, they're going to stick with their game plan, is what it tells me. And they're deciding. They're talking right now, Vic.
Seeing what they could roll out with, because I always see Sentinels, Cozy, and I'm always assuming that it's going to be like the triple strategist lineup that they're going to roll out with. It's almost guaranteed looking at they see it, and they do. They heard us through the grapevine. They knew already. They took the notes. They take out the Van pool off the table. It was a huge problem. Love how Soe was able to call that out too, because Scatter, he went down like 3 times being on the tank pool, and he was able to also kind of be the exit person to catch anybody who's trying to get away from Kraz and Daze.
Yeah, this at least slows them down a bit in their approach. Obviously, plenty more where that came from. Scatter has a whole arsenal of the dive Vanguards ready. The Luna being floated, that's definitely not going to be it. Potentially, we'll see if that's what they end up going with. Valentina, obviously very great strategist that can adapt to just about anything. That's why they kind of went heavy on the bans earlier on that, but White Fox ended up being played just well. Love this pick, all right? This is what they dive is their identity right now, Vicky. Get rid of one of the other big Vanguard threats.
Noting too, like what Sentinels is expecting Swamp Gaming to roll out with because of the flexibility that the Vanguards have. But is it going to be enough is the question, because they could play a lot more than just the Venom. So we have to see who else could roll out, because I could expect the Hulk, but they protect the Rogue, which means we get the married couple team up.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Rogue is such a different hero when Gambit is available. Kurova going to go ahead and show off that animated border or animated icon right off the rip. That means Crimzo will be on the Southern BA. No, Rai Mazing. Hello, this is what I love, the new scene. I've not got to see Rai play the Vanguard much. Rai can do just about anything for the team. Obviously, such a great duelist, but fun to now see him go from strategist to Vanguard, Vicky.
He does it all. Again, we wouldn't call him at the beginning like a professional Ditto that could slot in. Crimzo just lingering to see what he's going to really play out with, because if you do want to go thing, you saw that they protected Daredevil. They have to stop Daze from being able to have these pop-up opportunities. And since they didn't ban out the Daredevil, you could expect a very similar case to what we saw from game number 1. Daze rolling out here on the Daredevil. Valentina showing that flexibility like you mentioned.
Yeah, right away, I already like the Gambit with the with Yusher here. I think that's going to give them a bit more life. Crimzo on the thing going to Groot was definitely something I wanted to see, especially for this first opening. Already liking this lineup, triple Vanguard on the Sentinel side. So funny to see the evolution of meta, right? Used to be a lot of triple Vanguard holds on defense. Now we've got the offense approach coming. Flamey on the Shark rather than the Trickster, and the gates open up, Vicky. Let's see what we can do on offense here if your Sentinels to respond.
Yeah, because you know what? You don't even just have the married couple team up. You've got the extra damage of the team up onto Magneto. You love to see it because it's the win condition that Sentinels are going to lean into. Showcasing that they don't need to be the ones on that triple strat lineup. You talked about seeing more from Rai Mazing, being able to have that flexibility on that Vanguard now. As Kurova's trying to get isolated here, Crimzo's going to be able to back them up, putting down these walls, but they have to look behind them to make sure that their backline isn't getting dove.
All right, now good rotation. You get pressure early on. Really marching this cart right down the street here. Crazy Man going to be up top trying to get a dive down. Ooh, nice little bluff there on where he's going to dive. Goes in on Kurova. Rai Mazing is low and is going to get out to the Rogue. I can't feel you is what Gambit is saying on the other side of things. You're going to find the best of Crazy Man, and that's a huge pick on the sustain now, pushing forward. Crimzo, 67 and climbing. Look for that Raging Royal as well with Kurova. Everyone doing a good job just staying alive here with their rotation pick.
It's been very neutral here, right? You're playing the neutral to see who can boost up those ultimates, and it is Flamey who does have that invisible boundary first, but Forky Dog is right behind him. Look for Mello, though, and to Mello seeing everybody stuck inside that room is the green light to take control over this fight and wipe out Sentinels completely.
Who's that monster? It's Glortrox! Yeah, I mean, like, I hear it in my sleep at this point. Absolutely devastating, and it's why, and obviously outside of just the crazy neutral, the server admin in Elsa is always going to be picked when can. Now we've got the Ninetales ready to, pun intended, Ninetales ready to come out here in a moment from Valentina.
All right.
See if Kurova's going to let the Raging out. I think they're going to use this as the defensive approach. Look for this 2 to be pressed any minute now, and there it is. Here we go. Kurova throwing in with Crimzo. They throw everything out at once. That Scatter goes for the... Okay.
Wait, but he jumped in from the heavens, came down, crashing down on their forehead, and guess what? The Beal was right there to help out. At least one of the backliners being Kurova. Flame did go down a little bit earlier after that. Agamotto that we saw. And Valentina is showing who's got the claws, but you can't really get away here as Mello goes down next. Just trying to be able to teleport right forward, and Scatter goes down as well. So it's going to be a little bit of a reset as these staggers do come out. They were stalling for as long as possible on this point.
Okay, textbooks. We're looking a lot better here if you're a Sentinels fan because you're able to reset. You sure? May still have something up their sleeve. Didn't love that Agamotto from Scatter, but still was able to get a little something from it. Mellow, dazed, and crazed. Exactly what you're looking for the dive front. Here comes the portal and the pure aggression. Gonna lead the charge right into the Infinity Ward once again. Slams down the 5th Crimzo to try to break this up a bit as Flame throws up the boundary. The Roman Coliseum ready to be fought in as Craze goes and tries to find their target. Dive back in as the in-song, no connection.
Huh. They're trying to boot them out from going down that middle, but they really need to get that follow-up because now Daze is letting the devil out and you don't have a reset. She tries to back away in time, like the way that Sentinels are just trying to peel away, but Daze is unleashing everything while Mello tries to cut out their exit opportunity. Scatter follows up, takes advantage, and now Swamp Gaming win another team fight.
It's like +5 for style points right there as the Glortrox has them in the mouth and Scatter with the pop of the AoE of the Maelstrom. That was sick. All right, now Kurova back close to the Raging Royal. They don't have much to push forward, and Swamp did use a lot here. So if you're Sentinels, you should be able to win this with the 30 seconds with what is available. Kurova has it now. Press the Q if the ult tracking's ready. Remember, Armor did a lot of that for the team in the past. How well they at it now. So we're going to go to keep them up, and there it is. Summoned up, ready to go for Habit. Pushed in and healthy. Look towards what Scatter can do on the Agamotto. This should be the biggest one as Flame gets Mellow. That's a big pick, Vic.
They're looking behind him, though. The Eye of Agamotto comes in. He tries to isolate Kurova. Doesn't land its mark. So it's just like you said, Cozy. A matter of time with these ultimates. You have the survivability now from Porky Dog. But is it going to be enough? Because Valentina's also very close to the ult, but gets clobbered immediately. The protection is just what they had. Swamp Gaming, stay alive for now. Overtime. Now they can deal with Flame. If they can find Flame in the back, and they do, they break down the invisible boundary. And that's the win condition now off the table.
That deletes the invisible boundary just like that. All three, they tried to get what Valentina was gonna obviously hold this defense high, and wow, what an amazing hold from Swamp Gaming. Yeah, you said it. I mean, Valentina was Crimzo was trying everything he could to get her out of the fight and could not finish. Now, this is a map that we do see some 0.1 holds, so anything can happen at this point. I mean, hey, Caster Curse, we said not a lot of 2-0s happening, Vic, but this will be definitely a uphill fight for Sentinels to hold on.
Looks like those Scrimbucks are paying off overtime here, Cozy. The Kumiho has been unleashed, and the flexibility from Valentina, seeing the way that they had so much impact off the Apex Predator, Glortrox was eating double after that round.
Yeah, again, I mean, this team, Sentinels especially, they've always played sometimes like unconventional stuff, right? With them being the leaders of the kind of triple res comp back in the day. Now you've got Amazing on Rogue, and this is the gameplay. Once you go in through the pick ban phase and Gambit gets through, like, this is what they're going to stick with. It was singing Harmony for a little bit there, but they just could not answer the counters that came. But this is crazy. I mean, to watch. This is a lot of fun.
And I think it's also a really big, like, note to showcase the flexibility and the importance of the flexibility. It's always important, but specifically when it comes to the Vanguards in this current meta, I don't really see a lot of the Americas running the fastball special, but if there is a team that has been doing it consistently in scrims, it's been Swamp Gaming, and they're rolling out with it, fully expecting to see Crimzo and the Emma, but how is that going to work out if you get choke slammed here, as they're looking to see if they can maybe knock somebody out in the air, but if anything, they could also make a quick swap up if they don't see the composition that they were expecting from Sentinels.
Yeah, Daze has evolved as a player a lot. I always thought of him as a Wolverine, as we continue to say, was a sub way long ago for Nemesis, and proved to get that starting spot, and boy, has he deserved it now, as Dogman is going to find a connection as Mother takes down the Gamma God and continued to push forward. There's the Wolverine. They want to continue. And I do like this defensive setup they've got. It's going to work for them a bit better on this side than the offensive side, but there's just so many ults to watch out for early. Mello at 42%. Glortrox is hungry and waiting, building up slowly. There's the punch, down goes Daze, and that second life passive to follow. It's a good opening start from Sentinels, Vic.
Definitely agree here too, because you see a lot of that damage output. If no one's going to take care of Dogman, who has so much of that being charged up as it gets reset with Swamp Gaming now resetting themselves, they need to have a lot more of that damage impact so that way they do not burn down through what Swamp Gaming are lingering on. So you see Forky Dog open up the floor though, the DDR as you've called it before, Cozy, and Flameda maxed out with the Invisible Boundary. Invisible Boundary not lasting very long though before they try to back away, counting down the time left for the Luna ultimate, and Ramazing takes the opportunity to try to close in that gap.
Yeah, Ramazing gonna go to use that team up to their advantage shortly off the cooldown. Now quickly with the dive in, gonna try to find the best value they can. 2 minutes, 31 seconds. There goes a couple as Crimzo finds Scatter. And good rotation on the ultimate side. Dogman obviously has the ult there. They've used a lot to kind of get this position, but they haven't even touched this card, Vic.
Really hasn't moved much. Around a few inches here from the starting point of those spawn room gates. Daze, though, trying to get something. He finds the Emma. If it's up from the traditional kidnap, he bounces the ultimate here. Forky Dog follows up to find that Emma. No sign of seduction in this fight, whereas Swamp Gaming, they have everything. It's clobbering time. Finds the isolation onto Luna. Valentina sharpening up her claws alongside Daze here, too, on the Wolverine. I mean, the kitties really are coming out.
The Fox with the 3-piece just like that. Free buff as well. This is what... Listen, Nemesis signed... We're going to echo this. They signed these 2 strategists to go on with their team, right? Not Nemesis. Swamp Gaming, former Nemesis, got these 2 additional strategists, and we are seeing that come to light as they now just completely take care of the portal to stop another push, and this is now desperation mode for Sentinels.
Fastball special no longer needed here. You got Kraz on thing instead. Flamey does have that invisible boundary, but someone's got to recontest right now. They're about to push it over to the finish line. No, Kurama being the only one there. Can't get there in time. Swamp Gaming dominating first series here against Sentinels in this first day.
We said we were going to find out a lot about the America scene, and this is exactly why. What an absolute performance in showing from Swamp Gaming. Led from Forky Dog and Valentina in the back line. Absolutely tremendous play. Won them that first hold and continued on the second. We are seeing a team that is now becoming quick favorites in front of your eyes. And wow, another 2-0. Vic, I'm blown away.
Can we talk about like 27.6k? Yes, Flamey did the same thing as well, but the damage output being very spread out within Swamp Gaming.
No one's making it.
You have 6 finals for Mello, who only went down twice. Same thing for Scatter. They focus so hard on banning out the Van pool that now you have to consider just the flexibility that this Vanguard lineup of Swamp Gaming has. And you even look to the other side, Flamey was doing amazing too. I mean, you have 27.8k healing on the board, but it's really difficult when it comes to trying to play out maybe a different composition that you're not really used to going into against Swamp Gaming, who were expecting maybe if they're not going to run out with a triple strategist lineup, they felt way more confident in the double strategist lineup instead.
I just didn't like the team comps from Sentinels. I mean, it's pretty as easy as that. I mean, both sides on both. Like, I kind of just had that okay, kind of question mark like both times from when they were locked in. And this is a team that can adjust well, and they'll put in the practice, but definitely a showing that I know they wish they, they'll get back as we open up here in year 2. But for Swamp Gaming side, Valentina has always just led such an incredible teams in rank, and obviously what she did in Dreamland last year, they qualified from the MRC and then did very well into stage 2. It's cool to see her and Forky Dog come together with this team of 4 and really make a strong statement.
And having a really crazy pop-off opportunity there too, right? We saw the dive down from the Wolverine ult. Valentina said Kitty got claws, and she not only portaled right on top of them, but was able to try to harass them, getting like 2 to 3 picks we saw at the very end. Chef's kiss performance from Swamp Gaming, and I think Cozy, that's a really good determining factor to see that upper half of that group of NA teams. And then you take a look, Zoe, at the different pick and bans. I want to like pair it what Cozy said, because I feel like aside from the different comps that we saw, I also wasn't the biggest fan, aside from the tank pool being banned out, of like the pick and ban phase 2 from Sentinels.
I wonder if they just like kind of had the wrong read. Like, it just seemed like they weren't, like, it didn't really match up with what we know the opposition can play, because they do have so much flexibility. So maybe the focus was just on the wrong thing here. And I also just want to talk about Valentina again. Imagine doing all of that with the White Fox, and we're not even playing on the recent patch, right? Like,
yeah.
This is gonna be scary looking ahead.
when I think Valentina, I always thought Invisible Woman too. Like, I'm like, oh yeah, Valentina and Invis go together. Like, I mean, come on, that's like what we saw so much from her as a player, but just to have that flexibility just shown to the highest level, and honestly across the board, what I've seen, this team that we've been together now for stage after stage. Vicky, I don't know about you, but it just feels like they are way more than one-dimensional. And Sentinels, I felt like this a little bit last year too. They go in with a game plan, and it's almost like they stick to it. Like, that's what we're doing for this matchup, and you have to be able to adjust on the fly. But in best of three, that's tough.
I agree. Yeah, because you literally have such limited time to make those adjustments, but I feel like it's very telegraphed, kind of like that black and white feel that you were talking about before, where you know what to expect, and teams are already doing their research, getting ready for their first series into the season. I also feel like just taking a look at the different pieces that have made their way onto Swamp Gaming, picking up some of the players that weren't in part of the core previous rosters that we have seen a lot of these players on before, became that foundation. I think we highlighted it perfectly. The strategists really helped showcase not only their flexibility, but look how worried Sentinels were to have focused so hard on that first game onto the strategist only with 4 bans onto strats.
Yeah, I'd feel so flattered if I were that backline. I'd be like, stop it, you. But yeah, I mean, rightfully so, right? If you even just looking at the very end there on that score card, like the sustainability for Swamp Gaming was kind of insane. Like they just would not crumble. They cannot die. They were so slippery. Like this composition works out so well for them. Like entirely their look, their style works out so well for them. Whereas for Sen, as you guys already said, like they do need to add a few more pages to the scrapbook.
Yeah, Craze evolved as well, Vic. I mean, Craze Man was going off there. I mean, as a cap at first. I mean, we saw some Hulk in the past, but not a lot of cap from them, so it was cool to see. And listen, Melophobia was a lot of that anchor for this team. I think even going back, like way back, hella plays. I remember, clear my head from stage 1. And to give that team the ticket of Elsa, Daredevil, it just felt like you got maybe the comp that you wanted on your side, but you gave them every little ticket they needed to have not only their, probably their dream lineup, but a meta one as well.
Yeah, there's only so many bans you get, by the way. Like, if you want to try to focus down on one role, I think it's trying to break down who the biggest problems were. And even though the stats, you could see the sustainability, if banning so many of these strats didn't work out for you, obviously make sure you prio Gambit, because that's always like a must. But then you got to look at Elsa and what Melo was able to do.
Yeah, and I believe we do have Melo joining us for a quick chat now as well. After that dominant performance, Melo. Whoa, hi, surprise.
Well, we'll be back in like 10 minutes, I suppose. A quick play match.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
I am the god of thunder and the mightiest avenger. Guardians never shrink from battles or feasts. Watch this
30
place
seconds
closely.
before you attack. Get ready.
Your helmet guards you from psionic abilities. Clever.
I have known many over the years who would wish to control me.
I see. You do not wish your gifts to be used as a weapon.
Quite the contrary. I simply want to be the one who is wielding the sword.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Whoa! Look at this place. We should call it WoW Combat.
Oh, you got a Hulk.
Me.
You gonna run in my face, Hulk? No, he's not gonna run in my face.
The enemy is here. Awaken the rage of battle. was but a scratch. Lightning fight.
Hey, Chad! Someone clip this!
My power grows. Within the range of battle. I am very wounded. A worthy foe.
Here come the bad guys.
Slow down.
Getting hurt. Two enemies help.
Was but a scratch.
Made it!
My power grows. Behold the god of thunder!
All right, run the fade, run the fade. Yeah, run the fade. That's it. Run the fade. Yeah, if you didn't have that phone, you'd be dead.
Watch me
Expect me to do that again.
The lightning of Asgard returns.
I like that though. He ran the fade. He wasn't scared. Yeah, boy. He run me my fade. I needed that.
You are nothing!
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Control off.
They still think he's flying.
Heaven has its merits, but I much prefer the field of battle. Aye, that feels good. This should cure my ails.
Damn.
Amplify.
Someone clip this!
Shall be mine.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway.
Feel renewed.
All right, bro. If you got, no, I don't understand, man. You see two guys that are easy to take out, but you still stay with the stupid squirrel girl. And the flying one, get a Punisher. Oh my god, they don't learn how to counter. They need to learn how to counter, man.
They've almost got it.
You are nothing!
wanna fly? I go Iron Fist.
Immortality comes 一夫当关，万夫莫开。
The hand of heaven. My birth and past are tainted. I fight to reclaim them each day.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I have cleared the evil spirits from many lands. This realm shall be no different.
I suppose you've made quite a name for yourself. And a pretty penny as well.
I fight neither for fame nor for fortune, simply for the greater good.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
They have been seen and they will not escape. Glorious! Feathered fury!
The mission area is yours to capture now. I'm part of the area!
Let us revel in our momentary triumph. Sacred steel! Useless Psylocke. This should cure my ails. A sight to rain destruction!
He really gonna sit up there?
Time for some fireworks.
Here they come now. Sacred steel! I feel renewed!
Just let them leave him there. Leave him there.
Damage sustained! Need assistance! I recover!
Hey, Chad! Clip Hell no. They gotta get
Spider-Boss against me. Heaven is on my side!
All right. You switch. You don't wanna fly.
My brother Loki imperils not just Asgard, but all the realms.
Embrace the dog.
Shoutout Shivan!
Glory is almost yours.
My vigor returns.
Here they come now.
Gotta chew those nests, man.
It's clobbering time!
Love that healing feeling. Back to the action for you, Phoenix. Go, Deadpool. It's birthday.
These robotic spiders could be
Flushing power! A game within a game. How meta.
Another epic victory. Big win.
Ain't no nests around here. We take those out. Are you back?
To wrap it up, we have Swamp Gaming. I think a heavy favorite coming into this. A little bit of nemesis from last year, but we have new strategists that are going to be big.
Let's see, who just played? This guy's played. This one.
Exactly who they can be in this Ignite year. And then all those bottom teams, Cafe Rose, Lunette, and yeah, we lost. They're all the teams from the MRC. I think Cafe Rose, Lunette, will have a lot of room.
They play.
And yeah, we lost. Yeah, we lost is looking like a team that even though they fall from the MRC, they are dive heavy and look out for them. So there's your quick recap of all the teams for America in the Ignite preseason.
I want to see how they use the fox.
Agent F1. I'm going in.
Does she say 18 of 1? You know what? I'm gonna do this. Let's see, display.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Only one team wins this. Try to make it yours.
What the hell is
It's worse. Tiger Division has become my home.
They've come from behind, but you can still turn this around.
You let me get you. I am very disposed of the sniper.
Down goes their accuracy percentage!
Unnaturally so. You need to see this. Find a sniper.
Buffed and beautiful, baby!
Disposed of the sniper. Time to tear them up.
This is real firepower!
I'm in control here.
I don't understand. Nobody looks at that dude behind
Us
us.
against the world!
Target locked. Take them down.
Systems restoring.
Amplify. Perfect. Back in the hunt. Why would I need you?
Damn it, never!
Powering up. Fire mode.
Amplify.
Down goes their Buffed and beautiful, baby!
You need to see this. Back in the hunt.
This is real firepower! extra damage.
Your turn to disappear.
Yeah, can't hide, can you, huh?
Shields up!
Us against the world!
Us against the world!
Give it never fall!
Clean elimination!
I am
Disappear! Hunt resumes.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
This is real firepower!
Plasma!
Oh yeah, baby, that's the good stuff.
Back in the hunt.
That's what it is.
Judge, jury,
I'm
executioner!
Us against the world! Hell unleashed! Let's run!
Berserker!
I am finished! Well, you can't expect
Maker, right? It is 2 out of 3, so you have less time to make that adaptation, but you take this here and you try to see, okay, well, where's our strength here? We're talking about the Vanguard lineup. I know Logan is also a very great strategist too, seeing how that's going to work out with their back line against a team that could...
I'm still yappy.
My strategy? Die first and GG no heal.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Only one team wins this. Try to make it yours.
It's about damn time I showed up to the party, am I right? Go, Deadpool! It's your birthday! Here comes Deadpool!
Oh yeah, baby, that's the good stuff.
More of me than ever!
That is much better.
Back in the hunt.
Up and beautiful, baby! come here to read. Saw you sent us back to spawn? Huh. Perfect.
I'm doing this my way.
A game within a game. How meta.
Pulse charge.
The moon haunts you.
My body's fully recovered. There's a road I can't do bonus damage.
I am ready to put on a show!
Locked and beautiful, baby! There's a road I can't do bonus damage.
You can leave that. That should be sufficient.
Watch me soar!
Still turn this around.
A shield. Don't mind if I do.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
We are undefeatable!
It was just time to go full hibachi up in here. Boom! No skill shot!
I feel like I'm trying to
No, roll me my fate.
I'm hulking.
I'm the best there is! Suck it, Logan!
Hell unleashed!
There's a road I can't do bonus damage. Gambit never falls!
The moon haunts you.
I'm back. Come on. I didn't come here to read. There's a road I can't do bonus damage. Beautiful, baby! Oh, yeah, baby, that's good.
Man, this is crazy.
My meter's full! I've got
Can't catch me.
Here we go again.
Well, you can't expect them all.
Let's see. Okay, it should be up now. Excuse me.
the Angela
Oh crap!
in
I'm
the
late.
sky as if he's trying to escape, and there it is. Hold him and fold.
Oh my.
Cooper goes out, the full aggression goes. He's trying to hunt and pray. Vicky, can he find one success? They're pushing him back to spawn.
Oh, they find Tico. At least I was gonna say that was like a 5-man anti right there that we saw from Nero. No follow-up until the very end to find the Dr. Strange. Heaven's Retribution though from the back end. Are we gonna see a follow-up here as Energy takes to the sky with a quick reset just to make sure they see where everyone's coming? But with it not having any follow-up, and now they're just staggering even more. Overtime ticking away in favor for Liquid Citadel as Speedery finds not one but two.
Especially in domination.
A little bumpy start at first, but things starting to click now. Radius is gonna get energy out of here. Iffy gonna fall. They do have Tico with the portal, but not gonna be enough time to get things rolling for the team. Vic, yeah, I gotta just say, when they got the point cap back, when they started throwing all the ults out at once and the Q explosions happened, that's really what allowed them to keep the momentum on. And then, as we know, the stagger fest happened.
Yeah, and they kept trying to force it, right? We saw Lunex just keep trying to stagger back in and out, and it was unfortunate. You called it, they had to reset a lot earlier before trying to force more of these just raw staggered ultimates too, when Liquid Citadel already had control over the point.
And listen, I'm just going to say, outside of Necrorize and what we saw them do in Angela, right now the Angela's not working. We saw it with Sentinels. We're back over here. Let's see if we can probably pull something else out. If he did play a lot of Angela in the MRC as well. I do like what Lunex has, though. They're cooking with the Vanguard Deadpool. That's where they have a little bit of their advantage, if you will, against them, alongside that Elsa. The Glartrox is ready to go and roll out. But yeah, dealing, I mean, we said right away, Vicky, we were like, okay, they got to ban the Loki here. How many times did the double Rage and Royal Flush get them out of problems? I mean, twice I can count at least in that last hit.
And it's like breaking your neck, having to look up at Polly, just like staggering down on your head with just regular Magneto damage output too, with the team up that you have to worry about from Nero, who's about to have the Rage and Royal Flush, by the way. Seeing how Logan's gonna be able to try to survive with the invisible boundary, as they may need to back away, but Silent Blaze also has a good amount of that damage output with the C available. Rage and Royal Flush is gonna come out first, forcing Nero to back away though, because there's another portal play to block out his entrance.
Yeah, here comes all the Qs at once. Grabs charge, begging for life now as the dash up goes. Logan trying to keep his team alive from the back end. And just like that, Clark just going to go in and throw down the group hug, and the big purple meteor lands up, down, Polly throws, and Redis is the one that finds from the ult of the Glartrox. Both strategists fed right to the monster.
No one's looking at Redis because Redis is getting away with all this damage output from the sidelines. Yes, you were able to clear up your backside. Polly was in Timbo too, and now sees that the rest of the team is gone. So it's going to be a nice reset here from Liquid, but a better takeover from Lunix to finally take the point first.
Yeah, quite literally using the advantages we just pointed out to their advantage in that fight. And they burnt an ult, right? So they were able to get through Nero's first wave. Cooper's going to be coming shortly after. But now they can set up, and I think this team comp for Lunex is a bit better here once that point's already capped. Like, they have a lot of sustain that they can roll with. Tico going to go with the Agamotto early. Hit one that I liked earlier, one I wish they had back, and here's the Devil being let out shortly from Speedery, and here it comes.
Let the Devil out. Diving right back in. Speedery finds Tones next, and Logan gets to defend themselves. Thanks to the BRB, Tones comes right back around, and look at Tico, who tries to get a little sneaky. I have a photo right around the other side of the shield, but it's fine, because the backline's okay. Gambit never folds in the form of the God of Mischief. They've lost out on the group here. They have the damage output. Tones looking right behind them. No anti to follow up, as they've isolated Energy, who doesn't have a reset either.
The Golden Deagles, they are going off here as Tones is hunting and praying. Redis on the other side. Quite literally the two meta picks getting it done for this team. Speedery does put it into Tones there, which is a big pick, as he did have ult there as the Vanguard tank pool. Redis now continuing to hunt. Forget Monster Hunter. It is a Liquid Citadel Hunter at this point.
Thanks for the love,
Lunex, the back-to-back, another stagger fast though. Speedery left one, trying to run away. Ayúdame, needs some help. Gets to the safety of his team, as the Daredevil does.
Already 74%. And right now, all momentum for this second point for Lunex. They've got Heaven's Retribution with the Glartrox alone. Here's the 4-5 teammates all going. Gambit, Rage, and Royal, and they all forward up. The Glartrox comes out at the same time. This just happened the last hit, and they have one trade-off, but the rest happens big, and it's not going to be enough. Looks like Liquid should be able to take this.
to use at least the Phoenix Ultimate to take care of the Sia, but was it worth it? As Regis, unstoppable, finds Cooper as the next victim. Whose head is next on the stake, though? As they try to call out where Nero is, Cooper comes back. Heaven's Retribution this time. As they try to isolate Speedery, may need some help because they've lost out on Logan earlier on. Lunex back to 99%. It's Liquid's time to shine. They try to retake it silently, as now Regis and Silent will be able to try to come back to recontest, but they don't want to stagger like we saw in the last round.
Man, fun to see Speedery back into this thing, huh, Vicky? I mean, yeah, the fly over there in Envy now on the ground, showing what they can do on the Devil, who wasn't even, barely available for them back in last year's Ignite. Tone's going to go to throw out the ult early now. Liquid fully has to hold this thing if they don't want to drop even a point, which I know is their expectation against this team. Lunex, though, at the hands of Reed, is getting it done. Throwing out the Unicorn. I choose you, as Tones says it best. Good rotations. Devil let up behind, though. Lots of rotation they have to do themselves. And Iffy finds himself. That's the trailer for Season 3. Season 4.
It's the dunk on the head. The dunk, real quick. Let the Devil wear. I mean, he's back over at the spawn room gates. Regis is on fire this game. Cooper got a mission into the Rager Royal Flush. We see them trying to dive in. They got the big jump. Smart Chief takes so much damage. He's still alive. And now Regis sends everybody off the map. The Apex Predator proves why they are at the top of the food chain after finding Speedery and Polly.
I mean, just handling just constant Royal Flushes has been actually a sight to behold here from Lunex. 99% to the 63 now. They're doing the job. Look at Rita just one by one, finding his prey. Tones with the follow-up of the Deagles as well. Going from D tier up to C shortly on the ult. And there it is, 99 and ticking down. Last desperation, Paulie gonna go ahead and try to get the point meter in. Up, down, doesn't matter, as the big C is in the way. And this is gonna be their last fight for the chance to hold them. Lunex, do you have it? Yes, you do! Wow!
The shield onto the Sia too, just in case, just to make sure it's a bold statement too. We got a banger on our hands as Lunex proves why they're still in this.
Talk about using the resources you have available to get the dubs, right? I mean, this is absolutely at the hands of the Glartrox. I mean, you see, constant purple cards are just flying around Liquid, but they always have the right positioning in the answer. And if you're Liquid right now, you're doing the right coordination. It's about getting the right targets at the right time. Iffy with that massive pick early on Speedery too was disgusting. If you look at the ult economy, pretty close, but obviously you've got the Agamotto that should give them a bit of a heads up against what Energy has on their side. So I actually like Lunex here, potentially 0.1.
I mean, Regis is just getting away, literally, with anything, right? Like, no one from Liquid Citadel has been able to pinpoint Regis. It looks like Regis is in Cirque du Soleil, and he's just been dancing around all these different rogues, playing on the outskirts of that last round's point. Let's see how they can do, because now you have a lot more verticality. You have the ability to try to hide behind the waterfall before getting out to the point, and you have a lot more open sidelines to try to contest a lot of these strategists that want to back away, maybe even go to the health pack that's over to the right side of the cliff.
It's just so cool. We pointed this out before we went in. Regis on Elsa was what I was looking for, Vicky, and we saw what it did in the MRC, but how would it stack up against not only the pros, but one of the best teams in America, if not the best, right? And we're seeing it right here. You've got to control the Monster Hunter, and Regis is on the loose at the moment. Folks, buckle up. As I said, this could be a good one. Regis now with a quick dash. You can barely see her. That aim is deadly. Paulie now going to go ahead and try to get some sustain on this point, not giving it to him right away. Tone's already with that ult now. Pressure on Max.
Where is the Invisible? The Invisible is still alive! You are nothing. Take it to the skies. Logan has the invisible boundary, though. The Eye of Agamotto hitting Ghost, while Paulie is able to find Iffy, who was trying to harass their backline. But this forces Lunex to now allow themselves to plant their feet on the point first. Very similar look to what we saw in that last round for round number 2.
This Agamotto's been wildly placed. And Tones, one of the big things you guys have to highlight is, yes, one of the big things about Tank Pool is the snowballing that can be done in Domination. Already upgraded to the max, those golden deagles ready. And that is just going to give that much more momentum towards Lunex. There's the Gambit ult. Tico going to find energy from this. Paulie finds Tones. They have to get themselves this point back if they want Liquid not to get upset here. Speedery is just climbing the trees. Who said Rocket's mobility is dead? Look at that. Look at that animal go.
He is dipping and diving. Liquid Citadel retake this point, and they have some ultimates to work with too. Nero has that survivability. I do think it's important to highlight how they decided to get off of that low-key pick. They really didn't feel like they needed to utilize those lamps instead. They just need help with the peeling. But then nice takeover. My eyes, though, are currently on Redis, who has been a problem.
Yeah, they definitely have to play Find the Redis right now if they want to continue. Nero now out of the Loki. Out of the Gambit. Cooper's going to take over the Gambit. Nero over to the Invis with the Boundary ready to roll. This should allow them to sustain the point plenty. And we'll see how they choose to push in. They know exactly where Redis is. Trust me, if it's not from the gunshots, it's from everything else coming from that direction. Here comes Logan, though, pushing in with Speedery. Now going to put the pressure on the opposition. This is going to be close as they fight in the invisible Boundary, Vic.
Great repositioning from Logan, too, to get right on top of that broken tree trunk, too. Take it to the skies. The Meteor M from Polly. Can he find his mark? A selling place finally does get called out, which means that there is no help on the peeling side for the strategist. They need the assistance. It's up to Redis to back away now, noting that they don't really have that sustainability, but it doesn't matter, though. Lunix may not even need a sustainability because guess what? The damage output has been there, but now Speedery gets to walk up for free. 60% already on the point in favor for Liquid.
Yeah, he's going to go and do a legendary.
No
Redis
way.
finds Speedery, and wow, it's like he lets Redis go, right? And I thought Speedery's target rotation was actually very good there, Vic. But you left him alive, and Redis just 1v1'd it himself, and the point take back. I mean, that's how crazy this hero can be, and especially at the hands of a talented player that we're becoming to see right in front of our eyes.
Redis is Timothy, literally. Like, we got to see these stats at the end of the game because this is absolutely insane. Liquid Citadel do have answers, though, up their sleeve. Cooper, Raging Royal Flush, ready to go together with Energy. That's going to be the Get Ready Go button into the Galactic Legend, but may not even need a defending of the Invisible Boundary comes out. As it does, Legendary needs help. The follow-up right afterwards, and that's going to be the team takeover for Liquid Citadel.
Yeah, I mean, biggest thing there is they were able to pop Logan's Visible Boundary as well, and I thought that was actually a good play by them, but it was perfect communication from Liquid, all diving at the same time. Speedery turning the eyes as well over to the Boundary. They used a bit to get it, 76% end up. Remember, it's 1-1 per team. Winner's going to take this first map. Will we get an upset, Vic? It's coming down to the wire. Iffy at 98% on the opposition side. Still a lot of ult climbing for Liquid.
This is the most hype game we've gotten all day here. Tones moving up. They bursted his bubble, though. Iffy's, though, coming in from the other side. Heaven's Retribution ready to go as Liquid Citadel are nearing 99%. They got to recontest here on the point. Big ante onto Logan. Can we see a follow-up as it's Energy who finds Tones? No ultimate available for the Van Pool here. And with overtime ticking away, Lunix get a little bit more aggressive, but Iffy gets taken out. The BRB comes in clutch from Silent Blaze, but is it going to be enough? As Polly gets the back-to-back. Redis cannot do more to Liquid Citadel. They defend their throne to take game number 1.
Vicky! That was so close. It was
Too close.
definitely towards the end. I mean, listen, I thought, obviously, first of all, shout out to Paulie putting it into his own hands at the end there, getting 3 on the neutral. Kind of disgusting. I mean, Glartrox, I choose you. I thought that was going to come out a little bit quicker. I think Redis was trying to find that perfect opening, which was the answer to what they did at the end each time. But no, was unable to get, sneak a game out from them. But Lunix said, we will be anything but an easy match here. Taking a look at the stats, you said he can't wait to see Redis. There it is, 18 finals. But on the opposition, Cooper farms MVPs like nobody else.
I mean, this is, wow. We go from the other side, too, like Cooper being able to get away with the Raging Royal Flush. Look at the strat difference, too, right? You have 32K, 33 for Nero alone. You're able to get these follow-ups a lot better and enable Speedery. Energy, too, with the Star-Lord Galactic Legend in combination to that Raging Royal Flush just allowed them to stall for as long as possible. That's even with Redis repositioning like we saw to then try to retake over the point. It was incredibly close for that first map.
Yeah, for sure. You know, I think there's definitely a lot that they can clean up here. We're kind of seeing this team come together in front of our eyes. And I think adjust to the bans. You know, the bans were, I think, a bit trickier than we all thought there, especially on Liquid's side. Really, Tank Pool allowed Tones to do what they do best. I mean, look at those stats on this side. Absolutely was a monster on what they pulled together for Lunix. But yeah, altogether, I think that was what we expected in some cases. But for Speedery, I think on the Devil, that's what really allowed them to kind of kick open the gates and get picks when needed.
Yeah, and then you take a look at Spark Chief too. You talk about maybe like some of the weaker holes in this foundation for Liquid. I feel like we've seen Spark Chief pop off way more, right? You want to be able to get way more done with the ante that's provided from the Feast of the Abyss. And unfortunately, they had all eyes on it. I think Redis was a big problem in preventing Spark Chief from being able to get that game going, which is, I think, something that they're going to note going into game number 2. So I don't think we're going to see the Elsa. At least Liquid's ban onto what we have just saw right now from Lunex.
I mean, generally, like, once the ban phase was over, like, I thought they just handed the victory to Liquid Citadel, right? Loki and Gambit both going through, and I'm like, oh, well, okay, like, gotta just give Cooper the Loki. Why not? Yeah, sure. Why not? Like, take the L, I guess. But they played it so much closer. Like, there were so many layers to this. And I do love how they adjusted. And, like, yeah, round 1, like, they just kind of staggered in. But that could also have been their map. Like, they had a really strong start on each of those rounds.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. To point out a couple things that you just said. First of all, yeah, it was the Battle of the Vanguards that I pointed out early in the show that I was like, I'm interested to see what that looks like. And they kind of targeted those Vanguards and made Paulie and Spark Chief uncomfortable. And it kind of happened. I mean, Paulie and the Magneto, we didn't get as much results from that, especially on the first map. And Spark Chief, what we just, mentioned about. I think talking about it, Lunex, though, handled the Loki Gambit better than I've seen most teams do. That is a very tough, constant source of communication that you have to not miss a beat. And it was hide the Redis and here's the Glartrox and constantly to continue to match that. And they almost had that again. If they would have pulled that off at the end, I think this could be a different discussion. They'd be up 1-0.
Yeah, I also feel like a highlight to the peeling that Logan needed in that first game was detrimental. Like, Logan went down how many times? Like 11 or so on the Invisible Woman. You were getting antied through your own invisible boundary. Maybe that's why you didn't have that impact as well as the strat healing that we really needed to see. And that was all thanks to the fact that even though Spark Chief wasn't enabled as much, he still was able to get the follow. Paulie was like the second highest damage that we saw overall for that team in combination to Energy, who had over 20k damage done too. So that was another like highlight, and that goes hand in hand with the Gambit team up that you're giving to Magneto to deal the extra damage.
Yeah, I mean, also just looking at the team in general, we talked about that as we were setting up the match, right? Their Vanguards have very overlapping hero pools. So if you're focusing on Vanguards in your bans, you're actually taking out 2 players. So this could become a problem later down the line.
Yeah, listen, you look at all sports besides esports, and there's games where like the underdog almost wins, and you're like, you know what? You wish they had that game to sneak out a win, because now the problem is I can almost guarantee Elsa's gonna. There's no way Elsa's gonna make it through this next ban phase. I think that's gonna be the first ban out the gate, and that was a big ticket to allow them to kind of get their rhythm rolling, if you will. But they do get to pick the map and kind of reset the stage. But that's one. If they could sneak that win out, then they'd be able to kind of adjust and maybe get the second to get the best of 3.
Based on what we've seen now on map 1, what mode do you think they're going to take us to?
Yeah, Lunex. So Lunex loves their New York. They do a lot of Midtown, a ton of Midtown. And so I wouldn't be surprised to see Midtown from them. And again, watched a lot of this team over the last month. A team that I didn't know. I knew the players, but as a team didn't know they existed almost. And then to see how much they've come together in a somewhat of a lower bracket run, they did well. The only team they've kind of struggled against was We Lost, who was very dominant in the MRC. Mm-hmm. It's because they always had an answer.
Lunex was the only team that managed to even take a map of We Lost. So they are the runner-ups, Yeah.
And dominated Cafe Rose, like a team that we just saw win, right? And so they've got the talent.
You're saying the Esports Classic, the talent is there. One of my all-time favorite sentences, because it always applies. Because the talent is there. That's why these players are finding themselves in Ignite now, right? So it's going to be very interesting where they're taken as ban-wise. I love to see the deeper strats and who's going to be banned out. Generally, though, style-wise, Daredevil is seeing a lot of play. Did we just all have the wrong read on the patch notes? Like, are they having the wrong read? Like, who's tripping?
I think it just goes to show how good a hero is, right? I mean, if you take something from it can still be, a top tier hero even with so many changes. Look at Gambit; he's on his 10th hit, right, and he's still doing okay out there. So
he's just surviving an actual cockroach. It's incredible.
And he feels like he could fly too, literally. Like how? When he pops the Raging Royal Flush, this cockroach is literally flying like a palmetto bug in my direction, but it's not one. It's like 5 others.
Yeah, there's always
it's-
100 more if you see one, so.
It's fun to see Speedery, Nero outside of Envy. You know, I've been super excited to see. I think, you know, Envy was a team with like a lot of expectation and pressure all the time. So now to see those two very anchors now go over to this side of things, you know, when you have like all these talented players put together on one team, sometimes I'm not saying there's personality clashes, but there's just so much talent to handle almost, right? So putting it together and the expectations. Also, hey, let's call it what it is. We see this across sports as well. When you look at the, you know, schedule and you're like, oh, we have Lunex, we'll be fine. Sometimes you kind of, you know, underwrite your competition, and maybe that kind of linked in a little bit to that first map.
Yeah, especially in that first week of play, where you really don't know how much the individual teams have even shown in scrims, right? Because not everyone is showing their full hand there. Everyone is still trying to figure out new meta, new teams, new players. So there's just a lot of moving pieces for every team to take into consideration when they're prepping for their opening match.
Sure. And then you come to see like how you talk about like those big heavy pieces of titans that you basically piece together, because if you had like some of X FlyQuest and some of X Envy, you match them together, they have a baby, this is what you get as a result, right? Liquid Citadel has a lot to prove in that way, and if that is the first game that I'm seeing in my best of 2 out of 3, I'm not feeling the best in the way that maybe that pick and ban system went down, right? Elsa probably stuck in jail. We'll have to see how that plays out, but then you only have so many pick and bans too. It depends on what side these teams decide to play on as well. So seeing also if the Daredevil will be let out too, because that was also a problem that we've seen be repeated as a mistake in our other previous series when you go into the pick and ban phase.
It's funny when you're your favorite team, how, you know, like Liquid just won that and we're all talking about it like they lost, right? Like that's the expectations that you have.
Right.
And we opened the show with this, Zoe, of like, this isn't just about, you know, the preseason seeding and prize. It's about showing your org. Liquid, hey, welcome to the Rivals Esport. You know, I know they all got flown in together. I think they're all together right now. They have high expectations of this very talented roster they signed, and so these players want to show out, and that's why I think we're kind of highlighting them like this.
Yeah, especially in a system where you do have promotion relegation, there are opportunities for the org to, well, kind of drop you, right? So there's kind of a knife hanging over players' heads. You want to perform each and every single day.
And there's the map, by the way. This is where it's like, I might watch an unhealthy amount of Rivals, all right? I had a feeling Lunex would take it here. They did this often. I think this is where they took the map off. Yeah, we lost way back when as well. It's just a comfort map. You know, all teams have a comfort pick, and Midtown is going to be that exact for them as we take a look at the graphic here.
I like this though, Cozy. You called it out perfectly. And you know what? You also have a lot of more of that vertical sightlines to work off of. So definitely have to keep your eyes on your backline to make sure you can help heal for them if you found that to be a difficult thing if you're Lunex. As well, Redis has been able to just pop off and be able to have that mobility. It's about being able to also try to help out and make sure that your strategists are sustained too.
Yeah, I mean, Redis' Elsa needs to be taken out of the equation. Liquid Citadel, I'm sure, wants to make this a convincing victory. After the first one was maybe a little bit too competitive for their liking. Let's see if they can bring it home. It is match point for them, so the pressure is definitely on Lunex.
Yeah, for sure. If the team can take it, though, it will be them. And again, this is a team that replaced, they had Scarlet on their team back in the MRC. And so this is also like small changes, and right now we're seeing teams that have made changes are flourishing. So, you know, I think it's definitely going to lend towards them. The ban phase, I don't think it's going to look anything like we just saw. You know, if you are Lunex, you want to try to copy some of what you just did because it's a proven that it worked, right? And shout out to them because a lot of that comes from the scouting and what you can do, which isn't a lot out there on Liquid Citadel. There's way more tape on Lunex's side being in the recent MRC.
Yeah, so you're kind of forced to either do just meta bans, right? Or you just ban out individual players, which was a very heavy Vanguard focus for them in the first set of bans.
Absolutely.
All right, let's get started here, Cozy. Group stage, we already got our team Liquid Citadel sitting at match point, as Zoe had already mentioned. While Lunex, I feel like they've built up the skeleton, but it's about filling up the pieces. Maybe no Angela, so that way you have somebody who could try to go in with you, because unfortunately, that didn't seem like the opportunity that Lunex was leaning into when Redis was popping off more so in the back line.
Absolutely. With the quick ban over to the outside, it's yet again the same call to victory for Lunex. So they were like, you know what? We're fine with that. We'll adjust a bit. And there's the Mantis band to follow. So they're going to go with the same song and dance. They came away with the W, right? So why fix it too much if needed? We thought maybe we would have saw a bit of a change there, but either way, just loving all. You can just tell these players are just ranked demons from all these animated icons. I mean, come on. How many you got in your threshold there? I'm still working on my second. It's going to take me God knows how long. But we've got our Vanguard Deadpool band yet again from the side of Lunex. We'll see if they match it here.
Thanks for reminding me I don't touch grass here, Cozy. But maybe here, too, because the Loki has been a problem. You don't want to have that out, okay? Because they've already learned their lesson as Liquid Citadel was able to cycle through so many Rage and Royal Flushes. And no Daredevil going into Midtown is very smart, because we were just talking about the back line here and trying to find different spots that you could get dove on. So that's something that Liquid Citadel doesn't have to worry about from Lunex's side. Tico already hovering over that Black Panther, though, is a nice sight to see, with a big conversation point going into how Dive has been so strong this season.
Absolutely. The Loki being banned this time around, I think, is probably a bit safer than the, well, obviously with the rope pick being saved, but I just like it better altogether for the team, just to, first for the mental, but also just for the constant source of ults that you're facing there in the Raging Royals. The ban on Daredevil continues to open up the odds, and there's the save once again so that Tones can be on the Merc with the mouth. Last ban going over to the Jeff, so a lot of similarities that we see with the Rogue Protect to open things up here for Spark Chief, who's going to flex not only on the icon, but flex the animated one on us here, Vic, as they lock in their teams.
It's such a great animated icon. I love the Rogue icon. All right. Getting started now. Liquid Citadel, a little too close for comfort, knowing that they're going to change things up just a bit. The BRB goes crazy, but it's even more important to highlight, Cozy, that Liquid Citadel are starting on the defense. This is why they're able to pick a ban on their side over on the top of the menu, but it's also the triple strategist that you could expect, as well as a triple Vanguard.
All right, so we've got the Emma Rogue on the defensive side with Energy, which Energy oftentimes back in his FlyQuest days would flex over to this exact Magneto. So does have this kind of up his sleeve and in the tool belt. Always important to have that flexibility. And, you know, I think this aided a lot of players in the past Ignite because of how strong Triple Vanguard was back then, especially on the defensive front. Now, in the aggression, I mean, the game plan, looking simple. You got Ritas, you've got the Groot, and Tico still trying to find what they want to do here. Flex one now over to the Winter Soldier, our first appearance of the Soldier this Ignite, or at least right here in America. Here we go, Vic. Doors open in 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's see what we got.
Little change up here before Ritas looks ahead. Making sure that they got the communication going down right to pinpoint where they're located, because currently Energy's already hanging out on the high ground, being on that mag. Nice isolation with the bubble already from Tones. Look how Koik, I always gotta see it, how Koik Thankful tries to get that ultimate already online, nearing 70%.
Yeah, just about to put that pressure on immediately. And with Logan now over on the Loki, I think this is definitely going to be all about positioning and keeping the eyes on Cooper here early and quick. Nice rotation over here from Liquid Gaming and Cooper himself, trying to get just constant. You always do something, right, Vicky? Whether it's healing or just a quick damage on the back line and the call out. Silent Blaze me up on the top here at 2. Looking down on their Vanguard, keeping them up and farming that ult up. Notes the controller stick. Silent Blaze on the controller here at the pro level. There's the ult coming out, though, from the Deadpool.
And finding them isolated, though, over to the side with Iffy just walking for free, setting up these walls, build a house, he says, and now you can force out the lamps from Logan, who is very close to the God of Mischief, but they've lost out on Ritas, who is a big point here for Lunex. There's that God of Mischief that we just heard from Logan, and it's going to be the invisible boundary, a Venn diagram you can see from Nero unleashing his own, but the choke slam down right outside the circle of protection means that it's going to cost another member of Lunex to go down.
Look at that delayed hit there, just to see if we can get the health pop at the end. What an absolute great play and awesome just job of Polly. Showing why Emma is still very well in the Vanguard scene, even though people want to write off Mother herself. Cooper going to go ahead and get a quick punch and melee finish there with the ult charge to push this team back to that spawn. And they're doing a great job so far. And we're seeing why Spark Chief's Rogue was banned, because it is something to fear.
Not only that, like the fact that they had the Gambit already in that last round, they didn't want that extra damage. Now they get it double time with Magneto and Rogue. And you have 3 ultimates to work with. Nero's getting already to that 50% mark with the invisible boundary, but with the Heartbreaker to start things off, you take away the sustainability from those supports, but he slams down the Meteor M onto nothing. Great protection coming out as Lunix get away from that trouble. Logan close to that, got a mission, but look where Redis is. You're down an alleyway, and Polly's just trying to get them to Psionic Seduction, and they're forced to back away behind the walls.
And just using every bit of this gamut team up for all of them, whether it's Energy with his, Sparkkeep with theirs, and now Polly just hunting there with the Pulse. They go ahead and try to get some room here. Tones is as he throws down the Q, and there is the Glartrox. Had so much success there on Domination if you're going to find Energy, but just like that, the free life, and a big one at that. Speedery bringing back the Magnetic Hero themselves. Tones gets a pick. This is coming down to the wire here on point 1.
And that was a follow-up off of the slam down onto both of the Vanguards. They only get 1 out of the 3, though. Nero, invisible boundary. As now Polly's going to come right back around with the Doctor Strange portal, trying to prevent Lunix from even getting to that next point. But with even more members falling down, Lunix looking fantastic.
Who needs the Qs? They were right now hunting Energy, by the way, in that backline as the Mag. Now, Energy going to go to Wolf. This is an often pick when you portal. Just such a great swap over, especially with that second life. But down, okay, they do find Tico even with the portal, so success is going to be found here at the last moment to hold strong. Sparkchief's going to activate that team up and the ult on top of it. Silent Blaze trying to stay alive within the boundary. Drew ult is out, no success from it, and with a laugh from it, Nero's going to find Iffy. It's Liquid coming from the portal like the in-game to find success.
And it was like some excellent violence, right? We saw Sparkchief come out of that portal and immediately get the grab onto Tico. Had no chance to give Tico the opportunity to get away. With another team fight win, you're down less than 15 seconds for Lunit to get this first checkpoint.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Energy also's got the ult as well. And so look out as Polly can get the Yagamoto Sparkchief to join in. This is going to be everyone wanting a piece of the pie here. As Sparkchief with the quick take on the thing. Finds the health pack in the back and somehow dives out of here. Are you kidding me? It's 1v5. Mother stayed alive, but down goes Sparkchief finally.
Finally, but coming in from the heavens, and Yagamoto finds 3. Get down, says Glartrox, though, the Apex Predator, to try to back away and clear and bounce off from the club to go to the rest of the team because they're trying to clear up that space. But the recontention, as you saw Liquid Citadel, able to back away just in time as a huge dive finds 3. But with the Invisible Woman shield, it keeps them alive for now. The Gambit Ultimate just to help them out too. And Tones sees everybody, but they need to get that Gambit Ultimate first. You got to look at Cooper, who's a little bit behind, and Nero's close to that invisible boundary to stay alive. Maybe not anymore.
Trying to get them off the point there, and was almost successful to win in the overtime. Committed from it. The Sparks keep falling early. That was their best option. Now Energy can come back, but just like that, they're going to take the point and win the fight. Really well jobbing. Just goes to show you fall one member early with Sparkchief's Rogue, and the dominoes will fall from it. Kudos, though, I got to say, for Energy. Just trying to get the point off there. That was like a 5-piece.
It was huge. He was eating that time. But there was still one more member left to recontest as well, and they had the Invisible Woman to protect them and resustain them too. No ultimate needed. It was Tones who had burned that in the last fight with some change-ups to Energy over to the Star-Lord once again, and Nero at least has the invisible boundary for this fight around after he was focused in the last fight.
Yeah, this is a ton of space right away. They're giving up here on the second point, one that I wish they would push in more on here. Invisible boundaries are going to go out from Logan. Silent Blaze can match it. Heroes can match that. A lot of invisible boundaries about to happen on his screen at once. We see the copy happen different. Sparkchief does get Tico down. Just like that, now can push forward the W and try to reign from there. Glartrox though tries to change their mind. Nothing from it. Comes up hungry. Silent Blaze throw that out, Vicky. Right now, it's kind of a creative back and forth that Redis continues to do and be that difference maker.
Also really like the way that Redis played around the invisibility of that invisible boundary here from Silent Blaze. Tones takes a quick little selfie just for the cinematic opening here as they were able to clean up 2 more.
Yeah, when you give all that space on the first point, typically if you get 3 from this on the hold side, can turn to maybe only a 2 hold. They're able to do so. Tones does have that ulti to find that backline strategist. The Invisible Woman. Run, Nero, run is all they can wish and pray for. They're going to try to find Cooper to keep them up. But just like that, it's deleted. And point is taken, Vicky. I mean, look how that was one of the easiest point 2s you've seen. And I've highlighted why Midtown is their flagrant pick. They're just feasting the spawn room.
The iframes after iframes, quick little selfie. I mean, you could imagine his camera roll is probably full at this point. He's going to get more memory because it's going to be a reset here from Spark. He already knew it was a GG there. They wanted to be able to at least push in to contest in this next corner because this could be a bloodbath to be staggered in a spot like this.
Yeah, Tones is so fun to watch. Just having a great time out here. Midtown is their hometown. Speedery, Devil out, ready to go. Should favor them in this third point where they swap up the comp. Energy has that Legend ready to roll. Might pop it early. We'll see what they get out of Speedery first. Lunex, good rotations into the building here to stay alive and not have to use anything too crazy, Vic. That allows their strategists to build back up and get ready for the next fight.
Nero's ready with that invisible boundary here too. Looking at Tico, who could also go in for a reset with the Unsung Inferno. Spark Chief finds another victim this time, but gets caught by Rias backing away. The Glartrox, I like that Spark Chief was expecting that. That's a big nothing all over again. And with the Heartbreaker, it's going to be the counter immediately afterwards. Venn diagram, invisible boundaries from both sides, and it's Logan who calls out Speedery.
Yeah, good rotations out, and Energy just on the delayed ult finds Tico. Staying alive now is Tones. This is going to be enough to push back and win this hold in this fight, which was an important one at that. That was their last really important cue that they wanted to use there. And now they have Cooper and Paulie headed to the next one. So this is going to be an interesting trade-off as Ritas is a bit far away as well. Vicky, Lunex has got to be perfect here. 40 seconds left.
Less than that minute here, and time is of the essence. Cooper has that Raging Royal Flush, and it's going to be difficult. All eyes on Silent Blaze. The Silent Blaze can manage to double jump invisibility away and not get called out by an anti. And Paulie opens things up with the Silent Seduction, which could stop the double jump alone if he's the first victim. Tico to follow. Two ultimates that they will not have online, but they still have 20 seconds to go.
That is why Gambit gets his name as one of the more feared strategists in this game. Rotating over, 12 seconds. Good push either way if you're Lunex. Trying to get further into point 3 is the goal. They've got 3 ults to do it. Cannot get the stagger early. They find success. Good call on us if he goes down with the ult as well. Inside Inferno crashes down, finds the connection. Spark Chief out of this thing just like that. No ults to be set for Liquid Gaming. Nero now up on the board, ready to go. Glartrox, though, is the best thing to find success in this invisible boundary, Vicky. It'll come out with something.
Huge back away, though, from Liquid. They knew that they did not have the sustainability. They're trying to get the space. They waited for Nero and the invisible boundary, but now it's up to Iffy to find his mark. Looking around, where is Nero? Good protection. Is it going to be able to land on the mark? Spark Chief falls incredibly low, and it's Ritas with some help from the Glartrox to really back him up, to do all the extra damage in combination of Tico, and they're going to be able to clear this point and around the next corner.
Now, Nero keeping the team alive with that quick shield at the end to burst the bubble, but either way, it's the duelist getting it done. Logan's got ult ready as well, pushing in. Love the aggression here. Down on the ground, Loki looking for the clone on the damage. Energy to rotate over 91%. Look for this legendary. Cooper at 71. If they can sustain this fight a little bit longer, Liquid should be able to hold, but Logan's got the invisible boundary aggression-wise. Good rotation there from the strategist, keeping up speed. He finds a big pick, though. Down goes Tico. Invisible boundary up and ready for Logan.
Keep the devil off! No! He goes down. He can't let the devil out. And Silent Blaze behind the other side of the invisible boundary is able to get that snipe. God of Mischief now over for Logan. Silent Blaze does not have the sustainability. It's up to Energy to clear the rest of the points, but they backed away out of his line of sight. He needs to move up and take advantage of his Raging Royal Flush.
Look at those clones just taking all of those bullets from the cars, and Peter Quill himself, Speedery and Spark find 1, then 2, and that was kind of the ticket to that last bit of the point, Vic. You saw how close Gambit was, or in this case, Cooper and Energy. They just needed that fight to last a little longer, and they got the lethal combination. And that's what happens when you leave Star-Lord available with Gambit. It can be absolutely disgusting.
And also understanding the win condition, right? Like, if you do not find these 2 players, it could be difficult. You're just building up into another round of Strat Ultimate galore. All the invisible boundaries that we saw on our screen at the same time. And you want to be able to try to delay that here. Following up from the Raging Royal Flush into the Galactic Legend. I do have to highlight, though, Lunex's awareness and knowing when to back away.
Sure.
And the help for peeling is chef's kiss.
No, Lunex played the better match there. I mean, I'm going to go out and say on that specific point, even though they didn't get the 4-3 cap, I think that they played a very strong match. However, man, Speedery on the storm with Liquid coming out hungry here. This is going to be something interesting on the offensive side. We'll see what they end up kind of locking in fully. But yeah, Lunex, again, I'm impressed with the level of play. You know, so many people looked at, you know, whether you want to call it Tier 2, MRC, and say, all right, well, what happens when they're put into these groups? I mean, they're showing out here.
I was getting excited when I see Speedery go over to Storm and was like, what year is it? Going back to the OG, having some fun. Cooper already getting some information for the rest of the team as he still now on the Daredevil himself, making a swap of what Speedery was on earlier. And coming out of the gates, You see Energy already on the Wolverine, trying to see if they can fully expect the triple Vanguard, but it's really only Tones here on the other side, and if you're ready for that on Thing.
Yeah, interesting pick here on the Wolverine, especially with the Storm. We'll see if this stays. He might rotate out once he saw how the counter plays have been a part of it, but we're going to go ahead and see what Logan does in the background here. Love this positioning. If you're a Loki main, take note of exactly where these clones are in his stance as well, trying to confuse the opponent as much as possible. Energy is going to swap over. Did expect that, right? Saw the thing. He's like, all right, we're going to go over to the hand of Conchu himself, try to farm that up. But Speedery over on Storm. Now is this a little bit all over the place.
Different look entirely here, too. He's slicing and dicing, and it's Energy all over to the Moon Knight. The Moon is haunting them with the follow from Polly. One after the other, the domino falls. That is Lunex. It's going to have to be a hard reset as Speedery sends back Rita's last.
And Moon Knight. I remember when Moon Knight was just kind of peeking their way into Ignite, you know, every now and then, Vicky, and now just an absolute could be just scary right out the gate. Always has that option. You know, you take 20% cooldown reduction on ults. Doesn't really matter for the man who hands up Conchus all of the time. Logan now going to put out those clones to escape. It's the only form for Loki, but that just puts more out for the Crescent Darts as Energy is just throwing them, gathering ult like crazy. Has to get the finish, though, or you get the strategist. Too much ult charge, and he's finding those as Tones goes down as well.
It was big, too, to try to harass Logan, but Logan manages to stay alive around his own clones, and he did use that invisible boundary, but it's the damage that's too much. The Rage and Royal Flush to answer that invisible boundary was enough for Liquid Citadel to get that first checkpoint.
Yeah, one of these things that just make Liquid so powerful is that at any point, any of the six can carry. And that is what's so crazy about this team, and the Duelists especially on the front of Energy and Speedery. Two of the best on their old rosters now combined into one. And they play very, honestly, complementary roles there in the Duelist position. Cooper pushed all the way up into Q, ready to be pressed here from Spark Chief. We'll see if the Heartbreaker comes out early. He wants him to come into this left side here, Vic. We'll see if they do so.
They're trying to wait for... Oh my gosh, look at Cooper's health. He was literally one shot for a second. Good awareness here from Nero. The fact that they're going to try to make this work together. At least Nero does have that Mantis ultimate. It's going to be that Soul Resurgence. As now you got to look at Lunex, who Tico's trying to move up. He's got the Horn of Proteus as well to try to cut off their exit points. But they're playing incredibly split up. Nero waiting for them. You can clearly see the hand of Contra to trash down over their forehead. Spark Chief gets a follow-up. Tico does find Nero in the back. This only leaves Cooper up for sustainability. And even though you let the devil out, it may be just enough, but you don't have the sustain that you may need.
Oh man, it's like the whole, if you don't want to make Team Liquid angry, we're seeing it just now as they continue through point number 2. If he is going to get Spark Chief out of this thing. But one thing I want to highlight, we saw it there with Nero on the pick on Tones. Both Nero and Cooper are some of the most lethal strategists out there. Vicky, you saw Tones try to hop out of that Conchu and Nero just with a quick headshot to get that down and out. I mean, it's crazy, to be honest, with the tracking.
Yeah, it's also like the good communication of these follow-ups, right? Making sure you're able to track a lot of these players and their different positioning with the way that they've been able to back away so well. Read us up, trying to do him up for that damage, but no one's looking at Energy. You see right behind you, just making sure that he's safe. You saw Iffy said, don't worry, I'm fine, taking care of these squids. Instead, he's close to that hand of Conchu. He doesn't have it to try to deal with that invisible boundary from the other side, but Liquid Citadel, they do have Cooper and that Rage and Royal Flush waiting to push all together to cut off the exit point that Lunex has.
Yeah, they were trying to see what they had to use there to win this point, and funny enough, as they get the point now, because the rotation from Lunex, they maybe were trying to hold on to that gambit ult. Either way, this is a field day for any Moon Knight out there with
this
the
the first time I've seen that.
He will be swapping over to the Starboard for this last bit of the point, which is extremely smart. If you're watching this play right now, you always want to look for a duelist at the map and what it best serves you in terms of the environment. So like this, you'll be going over to Wolverine, another good pick here in the last minutes.
We have much more open sidelines. I always feel like it's so difficult to get out of this choke, and that's why you see the portals now from Iffy, but it doesn't prove to really help them out because, yeah, you have a BRB, you have Logan on a rocket, but you've lost out on your entire team.
We're just showing off now a little bit. Everyone's trying to see if they can pad their stats before we review it at the end. Cart is on full blast here, 3 minutes, 33 seconds. Lunex would need a defensive effort of a lifetime. But either way, there are no moral victories, but coming out strong here in the opening match number 4 here. Day 1 of the Americas Ignite. Spark Chief going to lead the charge for the team now. Diving in, going for the Hulk hello appearance from Toe.
All right, if he's going to be able to reset because he was actually stuck in the back line here. Doesn't want to stagger for the rest of his team who are struggling. He makes the swap now over to the tank pool. Tones, by the way, on hold as a whale comes crashing down and sinking the ship. That is Polly. Nero at least has that invisible boundary, but they're holding strong here as Ludic now take control over this corner.
Yeah, all 10,000 tons of under the sea right there. Down goes Pauly. Good pick off there from Tico as well. They're going into full defense mode here. So Tones on the Hulk. You got Tico ready to go. If he's swapping on over to that Deadpool that they have to take advantage of with it not being banned. So they've got plenty to go another at least minute and a half, but Liquid has every Q ready to pop as well. Not to be a color explosion, Vicky. I know the ult's been reduced, but here we go.
You know, I'm always ready to dance here, Cozy, when we see the fireworks blow up in front of our eyes. By the way, Silent Blaze getting energy after he just swapped. I like the swap boost, but it's about getting out of this choke that it's a huge problem. And guess what Ritas has in his pocket? He's got the Glartrox. You got to be careful here. It's staggering even more time. But Liquid Citadel do have a good amount of time. They still at the 2-minute mark, but time is of the essence.
It's crazy they're getting it done without any of the ults, too. I mean, this is just wasting time, and this is perfect on their battle plan. I think they're trying to wait for energy to get up to their ult, but just going to pop it now as Cooper going to push in, see if they can find everyone together. Can they locate the Silent Blaze in this? Sparky does find Ritas, which is a good pick. Not the one they wanted. And continuing to push up. Not a bad hit. Silent Blaze trying to find life and safety. Tones the back line. Cooper in danger. Collapsed to death.
Somebody help him, 911. Unfortunate here, and after the stun, you could call an Amber Alert after that one, as Sparky is able to find Tico. It's a trade-off, and Speedery unfortunately goes down. You see Toads now activate. Big man Hulky comes in, and he's got the reset. Forces out the Loki clones, though, if you're looking at Liquid Citadel, and Polly comes in with the Silent Seduction. Energy to get enabled, but you don't look behind you. The Glartrox sends everybody against the wall. They're still alive. W heals are thinking as Cooper and Nero were in the back.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Glartrox hit the wall too fast and let them all go, and they were able to escape. Pauly with the finish and the flush, and there it is, 2-0. It happened so fast before your eyes. Quick tip of the cat to Ludex and make that thing interesting, but it is going to be Liquid taking the 2-0 on the team, coming from the MRC and qualling in. Wow, what a game.
Don't let the 2-0 deceive you. That was the closest series we have had all day long in day number 1 of our America's MRI.
Yeah, I mean, hey, we highlighted before. It's once again Cooper just farming these MVPs. If we start tracking now, I think by the end of the year, the guy could have the most. 44,053K burger on the healing sins of the strategist. Try to find a weak point. It's pretty hard to with this roster stacked to the nines. Just impressive all around.
There's the damage output here too. Like, you got the 18 final hits from Speedery, and giving credit where it's due. Looking on the other side, Logan and Silent Blaze, they were doing their best, right? Like, we saw that there were some issues going on with no healing. Ritas a lot better too in being enabled on this specific map, but we also didn't see those Apex Predator ultimates really land on its mark like we saw in our previous map. And then taking a look at energy coming out when they needed to make the swap ups, whether it go from the first checkpoint to the second, the Moon Knight into Mantis damage boost too made my eyes water from just watching their health bars melt there.
Yeah, for sure. And I think really the key to success, if I were to point out one thing alone, is Spark Chief and Speedery kind of handling Ritas this time around. Like, if you look around the board on stats, I honestly think they did perfectly fine. Ritas did fall pretty early in those fights compared to the last match in the Impact and even the offensive approach that they had. And you continually saw that it was kind of the #1 objective for Speedery and Spark Chief together, who did have access to that rogue. Fun to see all those team-ups combined into one, and what this team finally has when they put together what we've been calling the America Avengers of talent.
And as we bring back Zoe too into the mix after she was able to watch all the action unfold, you have Cooper, Nero, very strong backline here, Zoe, and then here comes Speedery and Spark G. Cozy was just talking about it, how strong they were and being able to get the dive 1-2 together, and even Spark Chief was able to get some of these grabs outside of the invisible boundaries that have really allowed them to not get the same impact that they may have wanted with the sustainability.
Yeah, I mean, like, with their powers combined, it's just so oppressive, right? It's so aggressive, it's so oppressive. It's really hard to stay alive through that. I was kind of baffled that Liquid Citadel in their banning also just like, no fear. Let them have Elsa again. Deadpool Vanguard. We're not worried about it.
What is that? Where are you getting that? Oh, they want DLC. Oh, these guys play again.
So incredible, impressive, right? Like, if you identify something like that, most teams would...
Oh, it's gonna be like 10 minutes, so...
Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me. Freedom's an idea that will never die. I was always meant to be a soldier.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Better keep your distance, sugar. My powers have been acting up.
If it comes down to it, you have my full consent to absorb my abilities.
Thanks, but you got something in you that I want nothing to do with.
Fair. We all have inner demons, and the beast is mine.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I survived Hell's Kitchen. This is nothing.
Enemy ahead. Prepare to engage. Need to... Coming through.
Okay, this guy wants to really throw punches. I'm gonna delete his punches.
Mission area.
Fury! I could use this.
A stupid little thing.
They are in front of us.
Solo has blessed me again.
No damage. Oh, terror.
This squirrel girl is annoying, bro.
Solao has blessed me again.
They've almost got it!
Look who just showed up.
Please.
I'm kidnapping this hole.
You'll have to keep
This ain't
fighting
my
until
first
the winner.
rodeo. Sure as hell won't be my last. I've carried this rage since I was born, centuries ago.
Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
If you assist the Tiger Division, I would grant you full access to our files on Weapon X.
Not interested. That chapter's closed. And I joined SHIELD once. Didn't work out.
What if I offered you our most recent intel on the
The
molecular...
battle starts in 5, 4,
Then I'd
3,
say you've got my
2,
full attention.
1.
Madam Director.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
They don't believe you're real, Khonshu. I'll make sure they regret that.
Just like Weapon X. Maybe worse. Got eyes on some bogeys.
Am I invisible? I'm behind you.
Extermination!
Oh yeah, I can just toss them off the map.
Double KO! That's 3! They captured the mission area!
It's my way!
At last, our enemies show themselves.
Fox hunt ended!
Well done, my son.
I'm hit!
Our enemy has shown their face.
Over here.
A little help, please?
You stood no chance against a warrior boar. I feel renewed.
Strength! Quaint!
That's you.
The moon has set.
Keep going.
I'm halted.
No rest from the eternal struggle.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
on my side.
I'm doing this my way!
Call me Harvey!
Not bad, Kumi Hall.
I'm halting!
Touch.
Just what I needed. Heaven has its merits, but I much prefer the field of battle.
Before you attack. Get ready.
People think they can see right through me. I bet you've heard that before too, Emma.
Men have said as much. I've let them know consistently, just as any diva would.
Well, from one mother to another, let me say you are a true gem.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Anyone else feel like this is gonna suck? Hell yeah.
At last, our enemies showed themselves. Hi, that's your That was sublime. You strike with great force, jump here. Feel renewed.
Mission area is yours. Force work.
Khonshu smiled on us.
You belong to me. Charm does not win battles. Let it blade.
Perfect synergy.
You stood no chance against a warrior born. Hi, that feels good.
They found my weak spot.
Once I'm vulnerable.
Turn around! Now I see them. Damage sustained! Need assistance!
Now we must defend it! Behold! Dark child!
This is war. We keep fighting until we can't fight anymore. Dish it out. I can take it. Sorry, soldier. I never stayed down. I'll be shipshape in no time. I never stayed down.
Easy. Yeah, cry all you want, bro. Such a sweaty people. Golly. Go back in here. Live stream. Should be back on. There we go. Krakoa.
That did end up qualling. Krakoa is going to be our first map.
Oh, 100 Thieves.
100 Thieves. What do you
NRG.
think that they are going to bring in this new kind of meta? Is it full dive? Millennia, I mean, he's crazy on Jeff. I expect to see a good amount of it.
I feel like this is going to be a different look of 100 Thieves where we're seeing a lot more flexibility. I think it was also really important to highlight with Terra being out of the fray. There's going to be a lot more focus to the star players that we already knew have made up this team, but now you're slotting in, some 2 new players that are still finding their footing. Has Self been able to open up that hero pool? I'm expecting yes. Self specifically could run a lot of these diving duelists. It's about enabling Self too. And like you mentioned, we have seen the Jeff come out as well if they need the triple strategist lineup too. So now going back to the fact that we just saw that we're opening up on Krakoa, how do you find the advantage first onto the point where domination is just such a volatile game mode, let's be honest. That's why we always talk about how these first fights go and how long they stall out for and how you get to kite away from a bad situation.
Yeah, I'm expecting a lot of strategic depth coming in here from 100 Thieves. So, like, we know that the individual players, they have deep hero pools, they have flexibility, but then you also have players like Millennia or Delina. They all have coaching experience now as well, right? So I think there's a lot of big brains at play, which hopefully doesn't make it muddy. I think they should all be on the same page and be able to dig really deep, no matter what is coming their way.
Yeah, Delina, I mean, listen, we always talked about Terra, so we just kind of didn't get to talk about Delina. This guy is flexible. He used to be the Hella guy, and then all of a sudden it was like the Adam guy. Then just in general, he is the duelist for this team of 100 Thieves to really set the standard of what this org expects. And Millennia was doing really well as Jeff. He was a sub-in back in the mid-season, right? And then all of a sudden, it blew up from there, and it was a fantastic effort at what he was able to do to adapt to that strategist role, as we see here with the 100 Thieves in NRG, our last match of today.
Yeah, 100 Thieves versus Energy Shock. This ought to be a good one to close it out on day 1. Please, guys, take it away.
All right.
Let's do it. Cozy, we're here back together again with 100 Thieves back together as well, because when you talk about that Vanguard lineup, that's a Vanguard lineup that has a lot of experience playing together between TTK and Vinny. And I like to see if TTK has also been able to be flexible, because I'm already looking at him going over to the thing. It's a double gambit ban on both sides, but it's NRG who do manage to get the Elsa Protect first.
Yeah, excited to see these two teams clash, Vic. I mean, a lot of players that I'm just close to, and I remember giving, hugs all around Atlanta, telling 100 Thieves that there's always next year. But then same goes with a lot of these players down here on NRG. Gambit being banned, Elsa save first. We already know that is going to give, NRG a different look as they approach this first bit of the point. Mantis being banned out. We've kind of seen how triple strat has gone today, and I haven't loved it. So that Mantis ban early is obviously something they want to do to slow down what Velocity has cooked up for the team. But for the first time today, Vic, we had 2 Elsas.
Okay, all right. So it's gonna be the Elsa v Elsa duel, and I like this because it's usually like, okay, is it gonna be really like the server admin Elsa, since we are playing on the patch that did not come out yesterday, the previous patch right before that, just for anybody tuning in, making sure you're wondering, oh, why does Elsa still have that extra HP? Well, that's why, as the Mantis ban comes out next, and that kind of forces things out, right? Because they see the Elsa Protect, and they don't want a damage boosted Elsa to get away with everything.
This is such a Cerebro level, a big brain pick and ban.
I don't understand
my
why
favorite
just
out of
just
what we've
playing
seen
the
today
current patch.
with both 100 Thieves, iRemix,
It makes no
to the goat
sense.
over there, and what Velocity and Co have cooked up as well. But looking at it, so the Mantis double ban, it's kind of closing to be similar things. Funny enough, when Angela was nerfed in the recent
both
patch,
gonna
I
be at the
even
same
called out
playground,
TTK, and I'm like, I wonder how TTK is going to adjust to what was, a lot
not
of
like
Angela plays
anyone
lately.
has the
Well, there's a little
advantage.
bit of an answer with the save going on to Angela, the one-wing angel. Last save ready to go, Vic. Who do you think we see? Okay.
Oh, I mean, yeah, it's gonna be the tank pool. Looks like here from NRG. Because I was gonna say, like, another lineup to look at is how the duelists are gonna fare against each other. We talked a lot about Self. We talk about the flexibility that we've seen from Delena too. And as the final band comes out, it looks like the double Elsa, Angela, and the tank pool are saved up. A lot of focus on the strategist for NRG Shock though, so it's gonna be a little difficult here. Hopefully that backline will be able to stay up.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And see what they are gonna end up adjusting to. Right now, they're just aura flexing. You can see everybody just wanting to rep their favorite animated icons. Legitimately would not expect anything less from some of those players down there from NRG. And then you have Window just chilling on the Vanguard Deadpool, showing what he's got. But Stinkers locking in the Elsa. That's what I expected there with the save that they had on early. Everybody to follow suit. Wrinkle might show a bit of the white fox. And there's, okay, we do have a little bit of swaps going on. I'm going to go and take over that Elsa instead. And on the 100 Thieves side, we got the Self on Wolf, which, Vicky, you know, I mean, Self can play a crazy Hawkeye, a crazy, obviously, Panther, as we said, but Wolverine was in that rotation.
Yes, he was. And that's why I was talking about, like, just Self also leaning into those strengths. When I was taking a look at the meta and how these teams are going to play it out, and especially finding out that they weren't going to be playing out on that most recent patch, I knew that Self, it's not the VP.
I think that was the best arc of the X-Men so far.
Here because he's got an insane Wolverine, and you can expect that when you see Window being
especially
able
when
to have
Oracle was
that
introduced
available for him, as well as Madara, who usually we've seen on the Emma taking some hits herself, going
and
over
the
to the
Omega level mutants.
What a wink
that was
to Terra
sick.
as well, because that was his best hero. It's like Self filling the shoes, having the wolf. Come on now, this is still the same old 100 Thieves. Stinkers is ready as the lawyer, looking in this back line early. Going to go ahead and hunt, go way back behind the port here and see what they can find. I'm going to get some early poke damage as TTK is up in the sky early as that one wing angel was called out before. Vinny has added Venom to his plethora of vanguards and continues to find success. But right now, Caught in a Pickle doesn't find any exit and quickly finds elimination. Now, 100 Thieves down too early.
Where was he supposed to go? He was stuck in the Beyblade and spinning around before he could try to get away, and they find that as that first pick, although they do trade that off. But look, we found them. Energy are going to be able to take that point first, it looks like, before Window takes that quick selfie. But it's a reset for 100 Thieves and a great dominating way for Energy to make a statement.
Yeah, what an opening right there, and especially Window getting close to that ult yet again. TTK and Vinny got to lock in here and be in one step. 100 Thieves, so we've pointed this out before. I was actually talking with Shiv about this, is they're a little slow out the gates. We've seen that not only in matches, but also like in complete preseason sometimes. And then they kind of come into form later when they need to clutch up. But we'll see if that continues with this new Thieves team now. And there's the quick ult Window going to throw on the back line. 2 White Fox involved if you're a fan of the new strategist. TTK goes down yet again there. Struggling in the Vanguard line, but Self and Vinny find success. Now it's going to be 5v4. See if they can capitalize on it. Not really rotating into point pressure-wise. Maybe to see if TTK can get back to help. They got the Glortrox ready, though, Vic. Oh.
And they released it already, looking at the point before bouncing over to the side of the walls. It makes you wonder, for 100 Thieves, was this Angela safe worth it? Because TTK is having a bad time. That's the back-to-back 3 KO onto TTK alone. They focus down on him. Delena at least tries to answer back, finds Chime, but Energy already reaching that 50% mark before 100 Thieves were able to finally flip it back in their favor just 10% ago. Vinny survived with like 1 HP before popping the armor, and no one's looking at Winnie just yet. Beast of the Abyss is now going to target this backline. They try to delete him beforehand. A kidnap to make sure that there's PO for the backline. Welcome to the self-show over to the side room, and Renko answers back to find Millennia on the trade-off.
What game were we watching? I just saw 2 monsters up at once. Ninetales beat Ninetales. That was perfect timing. As now diving in, Vinny finds success in the backline. And this is just like what we saw in the Lunex game, that they were able to get the point early, so this fight was helping them a bit more with 34% in climbing, 54 back on over to NRG. And boys, it's fun to see Delena back in action. Him and Vinny picking up right where they left off last year with yet another hit in a quick melee there, trying to get out that self-sustain. Speaking of Self, is the one that does the period on the end of that sentence. 40% up. 100 Thieves now back in the point and in control. They have 2 ults to go to match probably 2 similar ones. This will be interesting.
Trying to see if they can get a one combo with Delena already, getting close to another Apex Predator, shining on this roll before we see
got him.
another kidnap. Where can you go? Absolutely nowhere. TTK was also right there as the insurance policy just in case, but that's another one out for NRG. They're scattered a bit before trying to back away, and I don't think they really have anywhere to go. A nice freeze onto Vinny, but guess what? Delena is set up for shop uncontested.
Oh, and that is really just setting them up perfect to T-ball and home run this ball, because now they're going to be able to build up the rest of these ults. You got the Lino with the Glartrox. They're kind of matching a bit of what NRG has, if being fair. Both Winnie and Rinko right on top on the Ninetales there in the ult charge department. In fact, if you look across the board, very close either way. We'll see what Window does here. Keep eyes on Window, because they can get early pressure to make it tough for 100 Thieves to win this kind of fair fight.
Well, the Heavens versus Reach, and you want to get these follow-ups, though. Delays it just a little bit because the Glartrox is out, and he is hungry. You try to survive if you're Velocity, but there's not much you can do. With Franco going down, you let the Devil out. You try to even this out here, too. You close in the gap. The Millennials right there with the dance-off to keep everybody from 100 Thieves alive.
Woo. Yeah, finishes, it has both shows going at the same time, but this is what I was saying with the setup and the home run before. Just the way the rotations happen, winning that neutral fight early benefited so much. Delena with a demon on the Hela, and back now in form of the Monster Hunter in Elsa, showing what they can do. Portal coming out, body blocks ready. They do touch, which is huge as Delena takes down the Venom. Now staggering in for survival. Vicky is coming down the last minute. Berserker Rage up and down, taking out the point, but still on. Winnie gets a pig. Vicky, this is coming down to the seconds.
Look at Delena! Somebody look at Delena, who is just getting away with mowing down NRG. Like, the moment Delena was able to set up, that was it. Like, that was a nail in the coffin, because you tell me that you're dealing with Delena, who gets Elsa for free. No Elsa ban. I mean, you're just gonna have to deal with the onslaught of damage from the other side.
And that was fun. I mean, we got to see what we wanted to see out of the newcomers in both Self and Winnie, right, on this team, but then also the core four of this 100 Thieves that we've just known and appreciated here in Ignite early and often. Energy Shock, though, we told you they'd have a lot of talent all together. Seeing what they've got, you know, I think right now their opening fight was extremely well done, but 100 Thieves is on the ready for the Glartrox. Both times able to burn down very quickly. NRG is looking to do the same.
Awareness and following up too from Vinny. Clutch moments on getting those antes as well. See the Deadpool just being a potty mouth. I just love this character inclusion in this game. He's so accurate to what he is, but it always cracks me up. I'm never over it as we come out of the gates. Will it be enough though going into this if we see some of these changes here, Cozy?
Yeah, I think Self and the Kidnaps have been absolutely huge for the team as well, and been able to really benefit off that, just to separate a lot of the aggression early. TTK up in the skies. We've seen a lot of Angel play today, but not exactly to huge success. But if one man can show it, it is the TTK himself. Plenty to hear in the backline as the Luna. People might be shocked at the Luna play, but not a ton of options here to play in the strategist department. Either way, Delena going to go ahead and pop up. Get that early poke pressure. Glartrox is moments away. There's a quick teleport to keep them alive and healthy. They continue to farm up. Now they're ready, Vic.
Look how sneaky Self was trying to be, but they call out on Millennia from the hands of Velocity. That's a big pick, but Winnie's right there, submitting the Ninetales like you mentioned, and Delena is feasting like it is a buffet, unstoppable to help back and help heal for the backline too, while doing so much damage.
Next, I gotta catch them all. I mean,
next match is gonna ban
it. All four right there quickly, as Delena is showing why he can easily be the anchor in this duelist that he's been for 100 Thieves. Look back up. Energy Shock has 3 ults that they can make a difference with, and I actually like what they've got available. Keep your eyes out on Chime and his positioning, where they can go with it now. Window continuing to farm where they got. Vic, you're right. I mean, what would be the difference that Energy's got to do to try to get something rolling for this team?
Harass Delena right now, and I think that's exactly why they're doing this swap up, because they go over to the Daredevil, and guess who's the first person Sneakers is looking at? It's Delena. And then you follow up with Velocity saying that they have had enough. They find 2 onto 100 Thieves. They really only had Millennia for that sustainability, and Millennia, unfortunately, does not have that Dance Revolution, and Chime now follows up to find Vinny, so with no sustainability, Millennia comes right back around because Energy haven't been able to flip it. Beautiful stall now coming in from 100 Thieves. This is huge.
Yeah, I was going to say, wow, what an aggressive approach, but if they didn't cap, you might as well. They are backing out here, and they do end up finishing, but you know what? Every tick matters. Obviously, might want to have that one back. Was it worth the extra 4%? Not sure, but either way, do love the approach, and this is what 100 Thieves is. They are a very aggressive team by nature. Still up and ready, though. They've got the feast there. and they've got the window ult. So both Vanguards up and ready. If they can take down the strategist early with this pressure and keep this point up to 50, they got a shot to take it.
See where this Banhammer is going to be landing on, trying to isolate one of the backlines, but it's going to be hard when you still have Self, who is waiting to dive together with TTK. Delena has the Apex Predator available. Okay, Millennium immediately freezing window, by the way. We're talking about window wanting to try to isolate one of the strats. This forces Energy to play extremely split up, and they lose out on Madara.
Winnie's showing the new White Fox and what she can do as the newest strategist. Absolutely lethal. Rinko they're going to take down, and this is exactly what you wanted to see. If Window can get the opportunity from the ult to shut down and let the dominoes fall as they may, now going to match the ult point for point. And 100 Thieves is pretty far from much. They've got the self-ult they can use, but it's going to take another neutral battle where NRG's got the upper hand. And so expect this to at least go to 99 in terms of shock. They can hold on.
Especially if you get to see how this last stand from Self is going to fare. Just trying to maybe find an isolation pick. Madara's waiting, though. He's got the piece of the abyss as he's hungry to dive here into the back. The charm! The charm! No way! Madara gets swatted away, and they slapped him back as 100 Thieves now back to the drawing board as they're going to be able to try to control more of this space through this choke to try to take this point before backing away. Energy are nearing that 90% point. A nice stun from Winning, who is showcasing what this White Fox can do.
The Agent of Atlas and that charm is just coming in clutch, being able to stop so many ults, and there goes the Glartrox, but quickly with a slice and dice. Time gets one, but Self is feasting, and that was absolute perfection in case of 100 Thieves. Now they're going to be forced to try to tuck where they can, sustain as much as possible. Point taken back, 57%, but wow, Winnie putting on a show, Vic.
I also really like how Self didn't get overzealous, right? Waited for the opportunity to get the last stand dive down, and then the follow-ups came right afterwards for 100 Thieves.
No, yeah, great point, honestly. Self has been showing extreme patience from the first map to now this, as Tribe almost got a quick pick off there. Just barely finding cover and get a quick living bullet there to try to get more pressure on him. See where they take this approach. Chime just getting that extra poke. They're going to be fueling up their strategist now as Millennia does have ult. We'll see if they use this aggressive. I might here, especially given the ult tracking on Energy side.
Also just waiting, having to be careful.
There it is.
As with Edible Worlds, before you have the Feast of the Abyss to follow up right afterwards from Vinny. Delena unleashes the Glartrox here, and Millennia is going to be able to have that dance off with Velocity side by side. But all eyes too on Renko on how they're going to be able to use the Kumiko Unleash as overtime is ticking away. Energy are able to try to flip this, but 100 Thieves get right back onto it. There's a sustainability as Winnie wins the 1v1 versus Chime.
And Winnie is getting clutch picks there with the White Fox. Again, this is pre-Pat. Pre-Fox getting the Giga buff as Velocity now playing down low, trying to make sure that this point can be taken. If anyone steps off, keep your eyes on the prize. Window and Madara gets through TTK trades. Window gets another. Hold on, folks. Stinkers is going to make this interesting as time is ticking to tie this thing up. Window down TTK. Desperation from 100 Thieves will not come because it is now 1-1, Vic.
Window? The tank pull? I mean, talk about literally whiplash for that final fight, too. Coming in clutch, making sure that that swap up with Daredevil also got the impact that it needed. That's even with, by the way, Winnie being able to find that pick on the Chime.
Yeah, I gotta shout out NRG strategy there because they knew Millennia had ult, and so they were like having Chime just use the poke, right, from afar, because you're not gonna... You know, when you're poking from afar, your strategist isn't building any ult because it already has it, right? So at this point, they kind of were like letting them play the first move, and then they did, and they answered with the perfect defensive play. So it's just big brain play that takes, you know, a lot to see it from any angle. But gotta shout out Winnie as well. Winnie's been playing a terrific game as this new addition on the Fox. But altogether, looking at it, looking at the ults, Vicky, what do you see to set us up for the next fight?
Well, if anything, the highlight to the fact that Energy had more of that sustainability to work with because they rotated through Velocity and Renko's ults very nicely, desyncing them together. It's very similar to what we're going to see for this first fight from 100 Thieves because they want to rely on Winnie and that Kumiko Unleash to help them create the space that they need and maybe follow up together with Self.
Absolutely. Great breakdown. 21 seconds till point opens. This one typically takes some time, folks, to get the first cap. So we'll see if anyone can get a cheeky pick off. Self 97% up. Look for him to hold on to it for a moment there. And Chime's got the Glartrox already. We'll see who's first to press the Q. Running in the back lines here, like the approach. We got Vinny just hanging out on the walls as he finds himself A quick hit there. Delena, quick pokes up early in the sky. Going to try to get himself something aggressive-wise. Playing somewhat passively, though, both teams now. And again, this point just takes some time to get, Vic.
And this is like the neutral, right? It's very hard to find your opportunity with Wolverine, but when you do, you have to capitalize. He manages to swing away. Sneakers gets stunned temporarily. He falls incredibly low, and Self comes out on top of that 1v1. Now you follow up between Delena and Chime, and everyone is trying to eat, but it is Delena and their Glartrox that comes out on top. And then you completely go in with the dive down from Self, and it's Velocity who's the last victim.
What a great use of the map environment there. Perfectly having the Glartrox fall into the underbelly there and kind of force the arena down low. Absolutely pro play at its finest. And we still have got the Luna ult Vinny and Winnie on their side. Love the Vinny and Winnie. That's going to be a new thing here. But either way, Velocity and Madara can match. So kind of equal footing. See now as both teams charge up and their angles of attack. 20%, and this early point take is massive here on this third crucial last point.
Yeah, very similar to like the Delena and Millennia. I've always had that in mind as well, looking at 100 Thieves. Now we get to add Winnie into the fray, who's been doing great. Delena's trying to look here at the Venom, who's trying to delay the anti. Oh, wow, Millennia avoiding getting hit with an anti as they have that dance-off from both sides. This time, though, Vinny answers back even harder. Finds 3, maybe 4 here before the Heaven's Retribution sends everybody together.
Absolutely perfect counterplay there, trying to get the damage boost into the healing, and both teams able mainly to stay up through that. And shout out to the spectators doing the color explosion to see the top in view of the chaos here as Delena continues to pick off one by one, slowly getting that Glartrox hungry again for more. And here comes the Ninetales. This is going to allow the dive to happen with it. Keep your eyes on Window, 82%, 92, and climbing. Self, though, slashing and dashing. That front line, Stinker finds some success, Vicky. Now Window's got the ult. They should be able to collapse on this.
And Seekers though finding 2, that's the strategists that are out for 100 Thieves. No sustainability that they would like, and with Vinny already popping the armor, it's just a matter of time before he meets them back in the spawn, and Energy are able to clear this point for their own good.
And keep in mind, just like we said before, this Deadpool only getting more lethal as we get into point number 3. It's fully loaded with the golden deagles and katanas, right?
Yep.
Window ready to go with this ult. They did not have to commit it, as well as Stinker. So Favor, even though 81%, but the next fight is for NRG. We'll see how much they have to use, though, to earn this W, but they've got plenty in the arsenal.
That's a very good call out, Cozy. It's very important to highlight just the build-up that Deadpool has overall. Especially when he gets to level up and he's got the ultimate and he's isolated back himself. Says, don't worry, I got you. And they get the double whammy. Does he actually make it back from that? Bouncing over to the ledge side? It looks like he did. And now Sneakers comes in. He lets the devil out. Chime's alive and they find Winnie after they were being harassed. What a beautiful play as Window stayed up there.
WTF, man, they've committed a lot to get Window out of that fight. Sounds like I got him. Delena's like, no, me, and uses the Glartrox. They didn't even get the off the map. The Window taking so much pressure and staying alive through it. That would have been a lot to commit, what we just said, Vicky, for one elimination, but didn't even find it in that. So now, Energy Shock side, they've got Chime combined with the Venom, but they're going to look to combine Luna with Venom here. Once again, the response is going to be there if Millennia can get their ult just in time as well. This is going to be exactly kind of similar to the fight that you just saw.
Get a little bit of that damage boost going too. Really take advantage of the anti-heal that comes out from the Feast of the Abyss. Same game though for Madara, except they don't have that advantage. And definitely won't have that sustain now with Delena finding Renko. Energy still has control of the point for right now. The anti-heal comes out and Millennia is going to be able to follow up. Vinny may want to try to capitalize, but it is TTK who've already taken care of the strategist now as Velocity going down too. Window finally gets shish kebab this time around, but Energy are not giving up this point just yet. Still stalling out as Thieves finally flip it back.
Yeah, tip of the cap to Millennia, who's just always had the perfect counter to what is the plan of attack there from what is going to be the lethal Venom and Symbiote from down below. TTK has the Heaven Retribution, which is huge in moments just like this. Watch out as Energy Shock has Madara summoning up the portal. The Sorcerer Supreme is ready. They're going to take the portals of the level itself, though. TTK was expecting it, waiting there from the One-Wing Angel. Ready to go. Throws it down from up above. Chime throws the Glartrox out. It's match for match, Q for Q. TTK down, Vicky.
The Glartrox have clipped TTK's wings before they come in to recontest. Huge stun as Self dives in, but doesn't have the sustain from Winnie despite having the Kumiho unleashed. Now it's going to be their turn to try to see if they can pour in instead as Madara had swapped over to allow everybody from Energy to come back.
and they have just enough time here as it's ticking up and up, closer and closer to the first match.
They
It's as
switching
close as
back
we've
to
been
back,
today,
back to
folks.
back.
Great use as Madara used the damage up from velocity. They get the pick on Vinny early. 99 portal open, just barely touching, allowing things to happen and continue to pull. But this is where one
Yeah, so
goes
let's
down
fight.
by one. Loki lanterns out to let them at least touch some part of the point, Vicky. Vinny opens up. It's feasting time. Finds nothing. It's NRG shock. Shocking this first match.
But Winnie has the passive already used up, but you made the swap over to the Adam Warlock, expecting, you know, can you even get that ultimate in time with the openers and with the Iron of Agamotto? That is Madara highlighting what NRG just did for this first map.
Wow, only one team right now is stealing a win, and it is not the Thieves. It is NRG Shock getting the first dub on domination. And we knew this team had the play callers, the talent, and the execution available. And way to come back and snag those two. Sean getting the MVP, how fitting with our pre-lineup and discussion of this match. Vicky, I mean, take a look at the scoreboard. What's popping to you?
I mean, aside from the obvious of Chime coming out with those 13 finals, seeing him pop off in his own regard, I think the swap-ups, right? Stinkers being over onto the Daredevil was trying to get these follow-ups together with Window, who was huge on the tank pool. I mean, I don't even know if we're going to see tank pool in the pick and ban phase. If you're 100 Thieves, you want to get that out of there because I feel like that just costs so much attention and time away from 100 Thieves, even if they was peeling there for the backline that Self was trying really hard to protect them from, because then you also have to worry about the Venom, right? Together with that, you're looking in two different directions. You look like a chameleon looking to the back, but then looking to the front at the same time. But also Renko and Velocity, the way that they were able to hold their own, Millennia did a lot of sustain. I mean, 45k, but up to the 21 final hits from Delina, there's only so much you could do when your backline was getting oppressed. Maybe Self thinking about, was the Wolverine worth it at this point when you couldn't really get as many kidnaps as you may have wanted? Yeah, I mean, shout out to the 6th member, or the 7th, and the Glartrox as well, because the fact that the 100 Thieves were able to have their defensive, like, approach there, and, like, even TTK knew where they were coming from, right? Like, they were all ready, and it just didn't matter. They were able to break through that sustain, and yeah, shout out to Window as well. This is a player that I've continued to highlight that is just shown to be a star in the most clutch moments. Vic, you'll never forget when we saw that, you know, what was it, 20-minute overtime, where Window kept on that sustain in, you know, Envy back in the day, and continues to show it for this new team in Energy Shock, a team absolutely stacked. 100 Thieves is the only team shocked right now alongside all those that predicted them to clean this 2-0. Folks, we could have our first, I keep saying it, 1-1. Zoe, what do you think?
I mean, this is exactly what we wanted to see. We were praying for a close match literally all day long. And granted, the scorelines don't really tell the story in our previous matches. I think a lot of them could have gone the distance. But this one could really be it. I love how close they played it. I also just love that we immediately saw from both teams that they have a distinct style, that they do have an identity already in this new meta.
Yeah, certified banger. We knew this was going to be one for sure. And, you know, how this next match kind of folds out, got to give quick W's to the White Foxes out there, because that was just awesome play early, especially in such an adapting scene and meta to bring that hero out and really highlight the gameplay. And it wasn't just, you know, one of the members. I think there's a lot of highlighted moments there from White Fox on both sides, Winnie, as well as the Rinko. So it was a fun match overall, Vicky, and I think this next one's gonna be a good one. 100 Thieves, they always used to take to Yggdrasil. Do they continue the old ways?
We're gonna have to see. You know what's crazy is that, like, White Fox is only gonna get better for next weekend. That's a little bit of highlight for some people to look forward to. I feel like a change though is question mark over the Angela save onto TTK. Because we saw some signs of life, right? But, like, was it worth it is the question, especially if you do want to go to one of TTK's favorite maps.
I mean, initially it didn't, right? Like, it did kind of put a damper onto what they had planned, like, early on. Like, the Angela was not working out for them. Generally also, I feel like, again, Elsa's coming through when you have Delena and Chime, like, putting in so much damage, like, getting so many KOs. Are we gonna let the Elsa fly again? Like, are we gonna see that?
It's the ego check. I think it's like Delena's like, I'll play the better Elsa, and it's the same going on over there. And
Is it just like a gentleman's agreement? It's like we just
it's belief in yourself, kind of, right? It's like you know what, let them have it, we'll have it too, whatever. But I think it's interesting because it came down. I mean, we saw Window take like 4 ults in one over there in one of the situations. The Glartrox, I think, was a bit better, obviously, on the side of Chime. I think I can say that pretty firm there, and that was a big difference in the Elsa gameplay. You saw the stats; they both put on a show. But it does come down to one of the most powerful pieces of their kit, that being obviously that ult.
You know what's super clutch too, by the way? Stinkers had a lot of information being on that Daredevil, and that also enabled Chime to preemptively, there was like 2 different Glartroxes that we saw that was able to cut off 100 Thieves in their rotation when they were trying to rotate behind the point in that last round too.
Now, 100 Thieves get the map pick here, and the mode pick with that as well, of course. Where are they taking us?
Yeah, again, so of old, it used to be a lot of Yggdrasil. Sometimes they would take it as well to Central Park. I feel like this is a new 100 Thieves team. They're going to bring it somewhere completely different and new. If I were to take just a stab of what they want to try to do. Listen, right now, there's one common denominator. There's, outside of, I think it was Necroized, right? Angela equals loss right now. That is just something we've seen right so
Sample
far.
size 3, I guess. This is the third one, second one. Yeah. All right.
But that was the game plan. They saved it. That was not even just something that they wanted to adjust to. That was something that they've had planned, ready to go. iRemix is cooked up over there. And obviously it's because TTK is phenomenal at the One Wing Angel. But, in that matchup came down to, little small micro decisions.
Also, the changes too, right? Because you have the peel potential from the other side to prevent like the Angela and the Venom from popping off. I was expecting a convoy, but it's a different look of the convoy that we were expecting, Cozy.
I had a feeling. I was like, we're going to see something we've never seen today. And I just had a gut feeling. We are going to the museum, and will be seeing the duck float, my friends, here. Or maybe not if they have a crazy defense. Zoe, I think it's important, and you've seen so many matches and, everything that you've done here in esports. I've got to ask, it's important when matches are this close not to over-adjust, right? Because they barely lost that. Like, you try to stay things, somewhat similar.
It's a really easy thing to do, right? But that's where the experience comes in, because most experienced players know that, like, no, this was literally like, this came down to like 1 or 2 fights, like a few decisions. It wasn't the game plan, it was an execution problem. So like, as long as the game plan is on point, it should be fine. If it's an obvious hole in the game plan, then obviously that's on the coach to like immediately identify. Difficult if it's very player-led, because players do experience the game a lot differently as they're in it versus the coach who's like, in the backseat, just kind of like getting the bigger picture.
Absolutely. Vicky, what do you think they do change up if 100 Thieves is going to try? Because obviously this map wouldn't be one that I would probably have the Angela as the play here. If I personally were to guess, do you think, we go to more traditional TTK madness?
I feel like this is actually a lot of verticality. I think there's actually a lot of opportunities for you to have that pop-off moment if you do want to showcase that Angela here. I mean, we had it obviously in that last map too. You have that verticality and a lot of space to control. But I feel like a lot of focus on like the fact that Self couldn't play the Daredevil like we saw from Stinkers was a big focus point. So go back to the drawing board and looking at that pick and ban phase, figure out what you want to prioritize, because were they expecting the Angela ban in the first place? Could they have protected maybe something else if they had that opportunity is the question.
Listen, this was the map that displayed. This is the map that displayed Deadpool here, and it's going to be their home court. Does he make it through? That's going to be the question.
Yeah, I mean, he's seen plenty of appearances today, and it certainly shows why he is on that ban list more often than not. Let's see what they have in store for us. It's match point for Energy Shock. Can 100 Thieves tie it up?
All right, Vicky. Will we have our first 1-1 of the day? Will 100 Thieves fall 0-2 and shock the world? NRG is looking to do. Here we go. Gambit first up on the line. What do we expect here with the first save? Is it just going to be right to the Elsa again?
Let's see. 100 Thieves want to try to pry with that. I mean, if you are Delena with 21 final hits, you absolutely do that, because Delena will continuously pop off when you have these open sight lines. Imagine what the Glartrox could do here for the first time as we look at the Museum of Contemplation. One of my new favorite maps, by the way. Could be brutal. if you're the one coming out of the attack side, but Energy Shock stick to their guns on this Daredevil ban, and I like this too. And they're also going to be able to keep enabling Chime, who will have that Elsa v Elsa battle out.
Though I knew. I mean, these two players, they're like, they're not gonna say they are not scared of the opposition. Delina's like, give me the Elsa. Chime saying the same. They're gonna continue to ring on. Mantis can be banned with the Daredevil on top. They've got last Rose a ban up top before a quick save. So this is an important one from a 100 Thieves standpoint. And looking at it, I mean, the Deadpool Vanguard was where we thought they might go, and that's where the top is with the Shock. But it's gonna be Invis. So they're gonna do kind of the same. You know, attack the strategist in the back and not change up the game plan too much.
Interesting. Okay, but with Shock also banging out the tank pool, this is some awareness that they're going to be able to roll into that. Another one of their strengths that we highlighted from Window will be able to get away with that. But the 100 Thieves still lingering on a very similar pick and ban phase that I understand here. They want to try to take away the triple strat. And they ban out the Jeff, so it looks like not much has changed. This is the same exact ban that we saw 100 Thieves roll out with just in that last game.
Yeah, again, you know, it was down to the wire and different game mode. So don't need to change too much if you are confident in the game plan that you have.
Yes.
The Mantis save especially could open up some new opportunities. And we'll see if now who is going to rotate into that. Millennia might be the one that we see make that adjustment. I think I like the Jeff ban here a bit better if you're going to be NRG, but they're looking at Loki. Not, you know, obviously not bad either. Can have either option. Now that also gives, you know, 100 Thieves some different decisions to make in the back line.
Damage boosted Elsa. We talked about this before. You don't want that because by the time we turn a corner, you're absolutely obliterated into pixels. So we get to see how this plays out, at least for the side of 100 Thieves. And I'm wondering, like, who is going to be able to go onto that Millennia hovering over that Invisible Woman. TTK, don't tease us because we know what that... Oh, Emma TTK is out, Cozy. And we're ready to see how this plays out. It looks like they're feeling the pressure. A team that has been considered one of the best teams in America is sitting at the very top.
Pressures make diamonds, right? I mean, that is what Emma for us is all about, and I knew it. I just had a feeling TTK was going to go back home, was going to go back to mother. Emma Frost coming out. Nope, just kidding, by the way. That was all just fun for the puns.
No, but you know what? Mara got us. Mara got us. He was the other OG that always popped off on the Emma.
Very true. TTK, dang you, my friend. But look at what they're going to be locking in here. Vinny did very well in cap towards the end of stage 2 as well. So definitely have that at the arsenal. You know, Vinny used to only be the Groot guy way back when, and then it's just added everyone. As they say Groot, he comes out with that. And they're really just, you know, forming this comp right before the gates open. Defense is up and ready, sticking to things pretty similar as the first. But as your point said, Madara going to be on the Queen as they try to escort the school bus.
And for those of you wondering, oh, I thought it was Chime time, you know, Chime popping off on the Elsa. They're on the defense, right? So they want to try to lean into this triple strategist. Very important to note, especially for this point. It could be very brutal, especially if it's one-sided. Self-sticking to the Wolverine has been interesting. He manages to get away in time. Delena's able to control a lot of this neutral, and they're trying to get more of these follow-ups between that Terror Cape as Vinny jumps up and bops Madara in the head.
Yeah, I think you're going to need a quick swap from Energy Shock here. I don't love... It is on defense, but I don't love what they've got, especially matched up to 100 Thieves. And when your defense is too late, right, to swap up, so you can make these adjustments now. We'll see if they continue to do so. But also getting closer to the ult charges might change that fact. Velocity ready to go here on the Loki, as we know what he does best. And quickly, Madara going to summon that portal off of the White Queen. Brings the Sorcerer Supreme into action. Now quickly, it's going to be Window throwing on the ult. This is the aggression early. We'll see if they can make the opportunity from it.
Let's talk about how quickly Winnie was able to dismiss just with the awareness, making sure that they do not get caught out of position from a portal that would just spawn right there behind them at the hands of Madara, who made that swap over to Doctor Strange before TTK, who hovered over the Emma just for a little bit, came right back around and has been putting in a hell of damage here. As you see TTK follow up to find Window, and Velocity's the next victim.
Yeah, look no further if you are an Emma Frost fan than TTK as just the absolute master class in the hero. Obviously, Emma's not the absolute S-tier pick right now in terms of the meta, but TTK will always find ways to make Mother work best, as I like to say. When he has the internal bond ready to paint the path to victory, Stinkers can match that somewhat here with the quick Galartrox. But yeah, I do like some of these adjustments here from Energy Shock. what way they approach about it. Velocity ready to go with the copy, and it's going to be the Eternal Bond. What a beautiful rotation.
Oh, I'm a little scared here, though. Velocity Sports to go back because they know that the Sonic Seduction should try to catch them, but a beautiful dismiss means that they stay alive and they stay on the path. The Glartrox going out from left field, by the way, trying to catch them on the right side. 100 Thieves were able to just navigate away, and great timing, too, because this gets to keep TTK's damage output with the beam.
Yeah, but that was insane dodging from the Glartrox on Shock Star. Like, that was like the perfect counter to it. Glartrox, yeah, finding nothing there. TTK is going to find Madara, but there's going to be the Glartrox in return. You're going to hear that a lot. The release of the Glartrox, the Apex Predator, finds something, but nothing to come from it. Left hungry. Delena going to get the pick on Rinko, going to allow them to continue to push through this point. Very tough choke point here as TTK finds another. Vicky right now, 100 Thieves really dominating and showing why this is a new, maybe hometown pick.
And I like the awareness from Energy to back away because how long has TTK been at like 80+% on terms of the damage output from that beam? It's been very consistent. We know with these nerfs it goes down a lot quicker now, but look at this. The setup with the wall self is waiting like an Apex Predator to find somebody.
The animal stalks his prey, right? And there's the kidnap trying to find the best from it. Unable to come up with his prey with it. And there's going to be a quick pick, though, over Stinkers gets Delena out at a crucial point with just ticks left here. Vicky going to force to pop the show early. Delena going to match that. Self has a massive ult that he can get himself the space needed. It's the kidnap. He's going to try to find the ult. There it is, a big one. Slam down. Oh, it's so close.
Oh, but they wanted to try to protect them. The Magneto bubble coming in over to the other side, too, from Madara's hands, and that actually helps Velocity. Yes, he gets a copy, but he gets it from just slightly delaying things before coming right back around as Renko at least finds TTK. That's 2 members out from 100 Thieves. No Vanguard to hold the front line.
Kind of wanted to hold that one back from Stinkers, right? I don't know if you needed that exact Glartrox at that moment, especially given the time left. But either way, I mean, crazy, because Self had 4. They still had 1 on the point, though, and you got to get them all. If they would have had all 5 there, that would have been it, as the 6 was already out. But Velocity now going to set up. This is a bit better for their defensive comp that they're going to try to have. Chime close to the Ninetales and ready for the Kuma hole. And Madara to follow.
And make sure you try to seal the QDQ, though, before he unleashes the Glartrox. Looking at Delena specifically, who sees the group wall. The follow-up. It catches Stinkers, but it doesn't catch the Fox necessarily. Trying to resustain isn't enough, and that is Energy Shock with a use of Strout ult, not helping them out on top of Window, who also pulled the trigger on the Manhammer.
So there's no way Vinny had that wall up, broke the wall, Glartrox goes out. Like was that just the most like absolutely animal lying in the grass that you could possibly have in the setup? Insanity. But either way, yeah, that was great done. And why I think Stinkers would have definitely wanted to save onto that ult, right? Madara also had the counter into Winnie's Eternal Bond, but just the way everyone was set up, no chance to do so.
And backing away now. This is going to be that open lane opportunity to fight in the neutral. Chime is going to be able to get enabled this time around after making that swap up themselves. More triple strat that we were seeing before. Madara does have that Meteor M. It's going to be crucial to see if they can catch Millennia, who has the invisible boundary.
Yeah, good call out there. As right now, just giving them a little bit of a space and Window going to find Self in the back. Nice little pick there to give them plenty of opportunity now to take this point right back over. 2 minutes, 24 seconds, which is a good amount. Now keep your eyes on the Doctor Strange ducky. It's hard to not look at it, I'm being honest. And the way that you have to kind of approach this point differently than others. As you guys know, with Madara's changes and Magneto's changes, in fact, making him a bit more of a selfish hero, his bubble becoming that much easier, allowing him to be a bit more aggressive. Window fighting TTK right out of this thing, and got a little bit of a stagger thing going on in terms of 100 Thieves. Might have to reset even with that self-pick, Vic.
Yeah, and the used up invisible boundary misposition did not help out TTK, and that's a use up strat that is gone. Delena, though, still here on this point and has a Glartrox ready before TTK comes right back around to boost up that damage. Night Terror Cape, though, from the other side is going to be a copy of the God of Mischief in the form of the Cloak and Dagger to paint the floor.
Ooh. And look at Winnie, so close to match it now. And there's the quick, wow, Delena's going to go in and get a quick hit there. The Glartrox comes out, but doesn't find anything from it. That's yet another one coming up empty. Forming a little bit too late there. Chime taking over the duties of Elsa. Self finds another success. And Vicky, that was as perfect as you could get if you're a 100 Thieves fan, because look at what they have. The Groot Hug ready to go. The Glartrox to go off that. The Edge to throw the monster off for victory, or they can paint it with the Eternal Bond. This is 100 Thieves to lose.
And this is perfect that you talked about like the lack of Glartrock's impact too, because now we have flipped the script. It's this time it's really Chime that's kind of struggling to fall behind. Resoleta's really holding on to that button. Vinny gets kidnapped though, avoids it from Stinkers, who does have that reset with the last stand. This time it's Delena's time to try to get more of that impact, but with the floor painted purple, Curly C, Winnie just trying to keep everybody alive for 100 Thieves. We are Groots. A man of many words from Vinny clears out the spawn point choke.
You feel bad for Stinkers, who took them all on a ride with the ult there as Wolverine, but ends up paying the ultimate price there as Vinny throws down the ult. Here comes everybody from the portal, and just like we just saw before, the portal goes one by one. TTK gets Madara, now sticking closer and closer to this finish, finding their prey as the Apex Predators not even needed this time around as the invisible boundary goes up. Gives life more to 100 Thieves to continue to steal this point, but time is ticking, 19 seconds down. Every second that they can keep this thing on gives them more to fight back when they are on offense. 3 up though, that's why Museum was picked there, Vic.
Yeah, and you know what's really crazy too? It's very rare to tell everybody here watching for a moment. It's really hard to really complete that map on the attack. It's difficult, especially at this level of Marvel Rivals, and they did it. Yes, they don't have a lot of time to work with. They'll reset over to a minute if it flips to the other side, but that was insane resets that we saw coming in for 100 Thieves. And by the way, that portal that Energy Shock put down was a doom trap, because not only do you have to worry about the trap on the other side, I see TTK like choke slamming somebody at the same time. They're trying to body block, so they're just staggered through, forcibly staggered if you were Shocked trying to recontest.
You know, Vic, I've been putting my head together. I'm like, man, how do they all have all these animated icons? This is what I'm scratching my head. This is a separate server, right? I'm pretty sure that these are all just unlocked for them at this point. I don't know. I'm just calling it. There's an Atom. Maybe Delena's got the Atom, actually. It makes sense. Either way, I love all the flexing of aura these two teams have. And plenty of talent and confidence behind them. But yeah, I mean, this is going to be really a statement for NRG Shock to show kind of what you can do with your backs against the walls and how they're going to approach this offensive approach.
A little different look here. Noting, okay, now that we're here on the defense, it's going to be something very similar to what we saw Energy Shock roll out with too. That's why Chime is starting things off on the Elsa, while Self is going to be able to get the damage boost necessary onto Delena.
Absolutely. Gates open up, and here we go, folks. Can they match the 3 right off the bat? Rinko back on over to the Fox. Delena up and healthy. That's why that Mantis pick was huge. Self-play Mantis is something we obviously didn't see in days past, but the future is here, and Self, the 100 Thieves on the chest. Push forward. TTK now showing Mother knows best and continues to put the pressure on them, giving them the space early into this haul, which I think favors 100 Thieves.
Just so much damage output when you have TTK boosting up that damage and not getting focused. You're just letting this team build up. But I also like the way that they back away in this time, right? They see the opportunity where now Energy are playing a little bit split up. They're looking down that lane, but they don't want to try to overextend because they know that there's 2 members in the back line that could harass their own back line to try to get some trouble. And it comes out on top. Window with the jump scare here together with Chime.
Yeah, we always used to say, right, Window opens up the window for the team to move forward. And I mean, this is how they're going to win this map right here, right now. Stinkers over on the Devil, looking to scout ahead, see what he can find. Chime close to that Glartrox, and now see if they have that window of opportunity to nail that ult a bit better. Chime breaking kind of the map's gimmick, right? These force fields, my favorite parts of these maps. Here comes the quick portal. Vinny and the team into it right away.
Ooh, gets a trap though before Chime gets to reposition. I like this recontention that we're currently seeing, taking this slow, and Velocity finds Self. That's a big first pick here as they unleash the Apex Predator, and Vinny's on the other side, unfortunately falling victim, but look, nice little stall before the portal closes right before their eyes.
All right, now they're really coming to form here. We thought 100 Thieves had a great first push, but that was record time. 4 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock, and still plenty to go as 2 strategists have the ults ready for this next push. 100 Thieves have to try to slow this thing down. They can't play too aggressive here because they're definitely down on advantage. Pushing forward. TTK now on over to the Angela. Delena close for lunchtime. See how they choose to approach this bit here. Now TTK trying to just get a little pressure on the top, Vic. Can't play too unsafe.
And if you want to get a follow-up, at the very least, Vinny's close to the Eye of Agamotto, and Delena could just unleash the Glartrox if they're in a good spot, that is. But Madara, Beast of the Abyss, gets a tether first before getting the follow-up, the victim being the Invisible Woman, unfortunately, and even with the Glartrox getting sent out, may not find the impact that they have wanted because Self is right back over onto the Wolverine. They're straggling through just a little bit, but no one's really stopped energy. Look at this. They have 3 minutes, less than 4 minutes entirely, and they're still getting so much space.
This bus is zooming. I mean, absolutely pushing through the second point here already. Every Q ready to go for Shock as well. 100 Thieves have to kind of use 2, maybe 3 here. Nothing too crazy. Quick Diablo appearance there on window, getting a quick trap, and there it is. Gonna go and try to combine it all right here. If you NRG, send it now as Vinny gets 2. Chime would be one of them. Gotta get Chime out of there, but the ult's gonna keep them up healthy. Rinko keeping the team alive, but it's Delina and Self, the duelist. 100 Thieves take 1 down, now 3, finally getting the stop they need.
They put Renko in the microwave. That Kumiho Unleashed lasted for maybe 2 minutes or 2 seconds or so. That was unfortunate, but that was the one thing that allowed Renko to help with the sustain too. So that's one strat off the table for 100 Thieves try to go in and control this next corner here.
Yeah, the one thing that's so tough about this map, Vicky, is there's so many corridors and so many things you have to kind of keep track of as a defense, right? So you're just trying your best to keep track of all the dive and the teams together at once on top of everything else you're trying to do, right? Chime's got that Glartrox already. Thieves used a lot for that first stop, 2 minutes 44 seconds. Now, Thieves favor if they can just kind of keep this thing slowed down a bit, but obviously anything but that as Madara is going to be on the Venom looking for their first dive.
Changing things up before Vinny. Getting a good chunk of that damage. Has some help between Winnie and Millennia. But looking at Self right now, what he can do, it's not like he has the ultimate, but 911, you could call the Amber Alert before maybe the Venom could get away as he does swing away. But it's just a trade-off in the neutral. It's Chime that could make a big play. He's kind of hungry. He sees the Venom here, and he catches everybody grouped up together. 2 KO now coming out in favor for Chime. Can we see a 3 before the Wolverine tries to get away? Literally one shot. They find him out, and they clear out this point to get the second checkpoint.
Yeah, and Portal was already used, I believe, so they're going to have to just let this thing tick on over. Vinny's going over to the Strange, though. They're already on it for that matter. So 3 minutes, 18 seconds. This is where, at least on the defense approach, it gets a little easier than from inside, Vic. But again, that's why every second matters on your offensive push. Seeing what NRG has, window, Madara, that's kind of all they need. Vinny, hold on, Portal opening up in the back. I heard it from, seems like downtown. Vinny gonna get pressure on early.
They flipped sides. They saw the opportunity because Energy Shock are so moved up right now. Here we go. The fastball special, though. We're going to be able to see him yeet out the Wolverine or maybe yeet him back over to the spawn because Chime had his way.
Spawn special, dude.
No. Oh, you got to strike real quick.
We're keeping that one. Yeah, we're definitely going to be using that in the future. That was definitely an interesting strat. I mean, yeah, they were pushed up a lot, so why not just go in and port onto the back? Now, that could come back to haunt them. Really, the portal is going to be tough to use here anyway because you're so close to said point. Vinny swapping on over to the Strange because of that. Self being closed, but man, NRG just keeps momentum. Window still has the ult ready too. Vic, I mean, they can get this thing with a minute left.
Yeah, they can, and TTK had made already that swap over to the Emma, right? Like, you're trying to force out the Angela, just trying to be able to help Yo for your backline too. Renko's got claws, by the way. Will take on the Venom if they have to. Need some help. Forced out the Kumiho Unleashed at the same time before backing out at the very end of the Cloak and Dagger Eternal Bond.
Yeah, the Eternal Bond's definitely doing its work right now, but there it is yet again. The Guard Truck's going to find at least the 1 in Winnie. 2 going to go now. Both strategists now out of this thing. That's 4. Minute 30. So this is the last fight in chance. No portal, obviously, going to be able to be used. Now, if you are 100 Thieves, you have plenty to go. Great stagger, too. Wolf. So they're going to be a little bit unorthodox. Still time, though, to get together for, one last fight. And they should be able to actually make this down to the wire, Vic.
Cozy. They got a little bit more time. But remember, the Energy are sitting at match point in our best 2 out of 3. And they see victory in sight. They're hungry, and Seeker's just letting the devil out before diving on to the victim. Unfortunate for Millennia, but that's why Winnie goes over to the rocket. The BRB is there. You dive down, and this is the turnaround that they need with the side of seduction, and they get onto the point.
Yeah, there's only 1 on point. I was wondering why, but we're kind of full committing to that daredevil approach and trying to get the best shot from them. Either way, 100 Thieves survives that test. Now 58 seconds and counting down. Vinny's got the Feast of the Abyss. Look out below if you're an Energy Shock fan. Quickly going to try to find what they can. If Chime goes down here, this is going to be their key to success. Now, Millennia also going to be close to their ult as well. So this is going to come down to the absolute seconds. Millennia, 82%. That's going to be their win con. If they're able to stay up 86, 87, NRG needs to put the pedal to the gas, but also doesn't have the weapons they need to push forward. Now time's at 30 seconds and at least going to match Thieves.
We know what Window could do with the opportunity. He's already trying to isolate the backline. Nice push off, though. Millennia aware, has the invisible boundary, whereas Velocity tries to get the freeze here. Vinny does get frozen, and even chimed at the same time. Somehow he is still alive. He held onto that armor before diving back to his supports.
Watch out for the Glortrox, though. Chime's just trying to set up the perfect approach. They know it. They see it. Here comes the feast from the other side. Going to come up empty as Mono's trying to escape the best they can. Self wants to claw up and slice up the best they will. Rinko close to the Ninetales. Chime still waiting for that opportunity. Vinny going down. That's the big sustain that they're looking for. But the res is huge here, Vicky, as the Glortrox comes out. Tries to find something. Has one in the mouth. Gets now 2 down. 100 Thieves. Overtime. Vicky, this is it.
Oh no, but you finally get the CO online. I like the swap up with the CO a little late here. They lost it on 2, but it's still able to be stalled out. They need to take care of Renko right now, who has that sustainability. Mara, put the portal in their face, though. They get the kidnap, but that portal's gonna try to block out one of their entrances, wasting even more time.
Oh, Self gets the kidnap to get Mara off the map. No, just 2 trades, though, for the 2 reds of Daredevil. Twice now, Stinkers finds his prey. Delena has the Glortrox, but falls before they can use it. Energy Shocks looking to make this thing interesting. As now another goes down, the Lawyer getting it done. Objection, we will have overtime.
The jury has spoken. And Energy now, we're going the distance here. They have the extra time, but it's going to be a minute apiece, whereas now 100 Thieves have that extra 17 seconds on their name.
Dude, holy stinkers. Like, what? Like, you got the self-kidnap on Madara, and I'm like, well, chop it up. That's it. You have the Glortrox ready to go. No, not if the Lawyer has anything to say do about it. Matt Murdock going full crazy. That was awesome, man. That was a lot of fun.
Whew, W portal, by the way, too, because it also allowed Stinkers to pop off because there was only one direction, right, that the strategists have to look out from that window between the crack of the choke as well as that portal. So Stinkers was able to harass them still, even after that Sia was put down. But a great portal play to also try to deny them the space. Anything, right? So that way they could get to that finish line. We don't go to a map number 3 because Energy are still in this.
Yeah, and here's the thing. That was the same finish as kind of what we saw in the domination in map 1, right? I would say momentum kind of favored Thieves there. And here we go again. Now, obviously, NRG, you know, they can play a little bit more loose here because this isn't it for their best of 3. 100 Thieves, a lot more pressure cooking on their side. Defensive effort first. Locking in. Vinny on the Groot. I like that decision, followed by TTK on the Emma. Winnie, you know, they have Jeff open here. I would have liked the Jeff play, maybe, Vic, if I'm being honest. Obviously, too late for that now. Over the Invis, but plenty of options.
I agree. That's what I was wondering, too, but they want to rely on the invisible boundary, it seems like. I also feel like Renko's been doing a very good job of protecting Velocity. Yeah, actually, right there, as he was able to teleport right on top of him. But it's also adding in a lot of pressure because Renko's literally been duking it down with anybody who's been trying to dive up on this backline. Self looking for a kidnap opportunity. Tries to find it before you see the Venom just jump all the way up on top of that wall. It's a nice little stall out in this neutral with these group walls really allowing Vinny to pop off.
Yeah, every pick matters here, especially as both Elses are going to find one. The Monster Hunter's getting it done, but one being more important. That's going to be a big, absolute massive snowball that Energy continues to find. You're going to have this strange portal come out any moment here for the reset. But wow, what an absolute show there. Window at 0%. The only advantage right now that 100 Thieves can look to find. Vinny going to go over to the Strange, Vic. They're going to come out of the portal. If Winnie can survive through this Vinny portal, then they're looking good to go. Get the out.
Hold up. Who we kidnapping? Who we kidnapping? Time is of the essence. Hold the line. And he gets it up. Makes the swap. What a big pick. Talk about a freeze 2 onto Delena before Madara rolls out with some style.
Aura points. Oh my god, if you're confused at all, Vinny going down to his own magic. Kind of. Now Velocity finds another one. This team is getting it done. What an absolute showing here. Winning in the draft now on the battlefield. It's going to be an absolute show. No Feast of the Abyss, but Venom is absolutely feasting, Vic.
He like built. He has a in-game built-up rage meter. It looks like he's woken up, you know, and he was popping up earlier. But now this is where it matters. You want to get as much distance, which is so important, especially on this map. Even look at Window right now, who's waiting for the opportunity to just dive down after he used up this ultimate earlier. And now Winnie has the Eternal Bond. You try to get the kidnap, you get the Glartrox, and you find Velocity. You find Window next, and it's the Lena who didn't pull the trigger yet.
That's exactly what they needed, though. They had to come out with something to give themselves a little bit of breathing room, because you're falling this point, you might as well call it game match finish. Delina putting the team into his own hands as he finds 4 now, and just like that, they're off the point. They finally stop the momentum push, but wow, did they earn that time, Vic? This is going to obviously come down to the very last minute. Vic, I got to say, looking at it, I think a lot of respect is given from 100 Thieves over to their strategists. You can tell with the bans. Obviously, clearly, I'm just a much bigger fan of Energy's game plan coming into both these matches.
I'm telling you, you got to hold the line. The question is, though, Cozy, is the 17 extra seconds going to be worthwhile for 100 Thieves? It takes that one team fight to try to reset that mentality, and that was a huge opening for Modder to waste even more time away from them, so that way they could get even more progress.
Yeah, I mean, either way, you're going to come down to the overtime, right? But, I mean, how much more? I guess it allows you to have one mistake early on is kind of where you get the advantage, but then at that point you then give advantage over to the shock on the ult department, so you kind of don't even want to rely on the 17 seconds that you have extra. It's gonna come down to that. I mean, really, we're gonna tell pretty quickly here. All right, can they get these neutral picks? Delina, you know, you are the duelist right now for this team. Tara's gone, you're what's left, you've added in Self. This is where it comes to, you know, start this new chapter for 100 Thieves. A lot of pressure.
A team that everyone was looking at to be on top within Group A now. Backs against the walls, down an entire game. Looking to take this a distance, but Energy Shock are playing on another level, making sure the whole world is looking at them right now. Self rolling out on the Mantis, gets the damage boost as well. Millennia 2 out on the Adam Warlock, but it's something that they can't run. It's the Adam and Loki. Remember, the Loki was banned against 100 Thieves, so this is just going to be that one res that they have to worry about with TTK sticking to the Angela.
Yeah, I do like the Adam pick here. Millennia plays it not near, you know, as much as what we used to see from Delina, but obviously has all of it in the tool belt. But here it is. This is the early neutral fight that we've got to see kind of who's going to be the first to fall. Time is ticking so fast, but more importantly, the ult charges. This is why you go for the Vanguard tank pool, throwing on the backline ult right away, and everybody pressing W at once. Look at those health bars. Just decimate one after the other. Stinker's window. Everybody wants a piece of the pie, Vicky. Hello, spawn room. 30 seconds left.
I mean, Windows literally Thanos snapped this entire team out of existence with a huge ace. I mean, now they're nowhere in sight. We talk about that extra time that they needed. It looks like they needed it just so that way they could collect themselves before getting taken out here to reset. But look at Madara. He's waiting to dive down on this back line. It says 100 Thieves. Are they ready? I mean, Self is now on the Namor.
Yeah, the new era of Thieves here, opening up year 2 to end the day. All the pressure on the line. Delina does get the pick on Stinkers. That's definitely going to help out that back line now as they push in, finding more on. They can get here. Namor in the squids aim to help as well, but it's constant attack from Madara on the symbiote over and over. They do get the pick there, and here we go, Vic. They didn't use too much to get those neutral hits, and now you're lined up with a Vinny ult. Winnie's going to have theirs, Delina as well. We're just getting started here, folks. Still plenty to go in overtime. Expect the portal. Probably not as flashy as what Madara did to try to counter.
But in terms of ultimates here, this is going to go the distance because Velocity is also close to that fate of both worlds. Same thing, Millennia with the invisible boundary. You got to look currently, though, at Self, who may want to wait out for that here. If you're looking at Chime, who wants to unleash the Glartrox, because you've got the Horn Proteus to go down. The Dance coming in next, and Winnie painting the floor with the Eternal Bond. You survive for now to let us still up here, and now you're currently focusing at this portal and this choke. But Vinny is going crazy. I am Groot. 99 wood cutting before they desperately try to recontest.
Oh, absolutely here. And they used a lot. Millennia, staying alive, but not falling. They're falling finally now as TTK throws on the Heaven's Retribution. Time is ticking. They cannot get off this point. They just have meters to go. They did cap the point, giving spawn advantage over to them, and that should just be enough to give them the victory. Now going over to the bus. Time ran out, and it is over. 100 Thieves get the win. And we are 1-1, Vicky, for the first time today. Holy hell. That was awesome.
Let's go, man. Final series of the day ends up being a banger. We were expecting this. We didn't jinx it. Thank goodness. No caster curse here, but our first game 3 of the entire season to kick off our series.
I mean, honestly, winning, so you lost the first neutral pretty bad in the first fight in overtime, and that the way they were able to win that second fight one by one, not using really anything. The Glartrox came up empty. I believe it got Delina, but that was just about it. And the rotations and what they had available on the ult side. Love self-swap over to the Namor. I think that was perfect to counter that portal and some of the aggression play that was happening on their end. Vicky, I think it's overused, but it was absolute cinema. I try not to say that too much, but in this instance, that was a perfect fight.
And then he proceeded to get like 2 extra KOs following right after being able to pull that off, and then swapped over to the Venom and then proceeded to just clean up whatever was left. Even with that though, 100 Thieves were able to sustain themselves making these swaps. It looked like we were kind of playing musical chairs a little bit on the different heroes that we were seeing, but it worked out at the very end. I think Vinny also having a standoff moment at the very end when everybody's grouped up together, having to deal with the onslaught of damage from the brute walls. I mean, if we saw Window melt everybody down, same thing could be said at the very end there with Vinny and those wall setups.
Wow. I mean, I just got to say, this is what I expected from these two, teams. We talked about Energy a lot and what they have as a unit of talent. And man, they were all over the board in people's predictions of what they would be to show up and show out. But 100 Thieves, they've been in so many of these instances. This is the most returning team to the America squad in terms of the roster mania. Been there, done that. They're ready for it. I mean, who changes what on their approach? Because I do favor NRG and the pink bands, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like what you mentioned too earlier is very important, because you talk about like the strengths of the strategist backline of 100 Thieves and what they're taking away from that, right? They had to work incredibly hard. Going over to the Rocket just for the sake of the DRB cozy was something that helped them out a bit. Do we see just stick to getting more of these, just aside from that, 100 Thieves sticking to that role of trying to focus down on that stretch too?
Oh, so we... what did we just watch? I mean, that was
I
that
don't know.
something?
Madara's portal still lives rent-free in my head, and will be for a few generations, actually. I might tell my daughter about it. But yeah, no, this is incredible. Like, the tenacity of 100 Thieves to like grind this one out, because quite frankly, in this map, there were so many moments where I was like, oh yeah, energy, got it. The first moment being literally right after the pick and ban phase, right? Because they're losing, like, they can't play Loki, they can't play Vanpool, they can't play Daredevil, they can't play Gambit. It was an uphill battle from the very get-go for 100 Thieves. So I cannot wait to pick your guys' brain and see what those teams have in store for us on our last and final map. For now, we're heading into a quick break, letting everyone have an opportunity to grab some water, hydrate, reset, and then we're diving straight back into the action, so don't go anywhere.
Damn. Sudden death. Yo. What the hell, man? It's gonna be like that, huh? There we go. Bypass. This is bypass. Damn. What the fuck? There we go. No phantom power.
Welcome back to Marvel Rivals Ignite preseason in Americas. This is day one, but I feel like I lived 10 lifetimes
Man, it's
watching
hot,
those two teams
man.
going at it, because 100 Thieves and Energy Shock are taking us all the way to map 3. Vicky Cozy, we manifested that. We spoke this into existence.
Yes, I think my whole neighborhood wants to know what a Glarchox is because they keep yelling. I mean, it's been absolutely, crazy from what we've seen from both these teams. Gotta give a big shout out to Winnie and the 70k bomb of healing that they were able to pull off. Cloak and Dagger, I think it's probably going to be something that Energy Shock looks at. Velocity's very good at adapting and getting this team ready for it. And I want to give a shout out to Madara because obviously it's a flashy play, but also just like as a player, I saw a lot from them when they were Dark Zero pre-LAN, and then at the LAN, I feel like Dark Zero struggled a little bit, but wow, really showing up today as well, Vic.
I definitely agree. When you go the distance, that's something you could expect. Like Winnie with that 65.2k out here, like still managing to make the swaps that they did and maintain like 9 KOs on their side. This is like the closest we've seen between these two teams because we're also getting like these last minute meta swaps to also go in with a recontention on like ultimate reset that would benefit more of these faster charging characters that really were able to stall up for as long as possible. But yeah, we saw even those crazy plays from Moderate. It wasn't enough though, because you're still dealing with the peak of 100 Thieves right now that are still trying to adjust themselves, with Self also being on the Namor for the very end.
Let's talk a little bit about Self and Self's performance. How do you guys feel Self is slotting into this team? Obviously, big shoes to fill. We've seen him on a variety of different heroes in different roles as well already in this series.
Yeah, honestly, the team has a different identity to it. I think it's really what it is, right? Like, I can tell that from night and day already, and it's almost more cohesive in a lot of ways. There were some times I felt like there's like some mystery heroes going on. Like we had a lot of rotations and heroes trying to find like something that clicked. I think that was just adapting. But what a Cinderella ending to what is this day to have Shin Shibuya as the last map? Are you kidding me?
I see Vicky slowly dying on camera.
That's personal bias, honestly. You know how it is, Zoe. I always gotta talk about it. These chokes are so brutal, but you know what? If the Museum of Contemplation played out like that on the attack for both of these teams, that means that Shin Shibuya's choke is going to be even more interesting to see which of these one picks is going to start off most of these fights to get through that really narrow choke.
Cozy, what do you want to see on Shin Shibuya? It's been out of the mix for such a long time. What do you expect the teams to play here?
Fun fact, shout out to Harvey, man, miss ya. But Harvey and the Mutants that were now 100 Thieves won their first MRC on Shin Shibuya against what was Nightmare, then Sentinels. It was kind of the opening stage for that team to kind of blow the doors wide open and become 100 Thieves. And so, like, they're going back to their hometown, which I think they're actually completely comfortable with. Obviously, NOG picked the map, but they're like, hey, we have a lot of history in this map. Defense is going to be very heavy, which could change a lot of these picks and bans. Honestly, I kind of lean the needle towards 100 Thieves and their bans a bit more on this map, though, if they're going to stick with that same game plan. I kind of like that more. We'll have to see, though, because it also opens up the same doors of dive and a lot of playground to have fun with. A lot of playground to have fun with if you are the aggressive type, which they are.
Do you guys expect to see the same strategy here? 100 Thieves, they pretty much banned the same stuff and protected the same stuff twice now in a row. Is it going to be like 4 strategists once more?
I think the Loki save, Vic. I think Loki might be saved. I think Loki's huge on this map. Lanterns indoors, go to the building for point 1.
Yeah, and you also like what was it? They protected the mantis, I believe, very
Oh, that's
last
right.
for
They
100
did.
Thieves. That was like the only change up though. But other than that, like literally the bans for against energy was very similar to the way that they were approaching 100 Thieves specifically. So I think we stick to the game plan. It works out on Shin Shibuya a lot. It really comes down to the way that we're seeing the duelists kind of fare off against each other. You asked Zoe how we feel like what Self is doing. It's really hard to fill Terra's shoes. He's doing a great job at showcasing the flexibility. You know, if the Wolverine's not working, you gotta slot into something else. We even saw Self, I believe, roll out on the attack originally, or rather it was a defense on the Mantis too, so that way you could provide that extra damage boost before we even saw the Nomura swap up too, and that's what I love specifically about Marvel Rivals, right? You're not slotted into that one specific role, you have to showcase that flexibility, and TTK has been forcing out this Angela a lot. It worked out at the very end, honestly. It's very disruptive, but I want to say that Vinny really stepped up that game, and we got to see that going on to this final map.
We also got to see TTK on Emma Frost. I feel like we're just getting fan serviced here, like by both these teams. It's actually quite nice. I'm here for this. Cozy, we talked about it already in map 2, right? Heading into that one. Like, if the matches are this close, you really don't want to like just throw the scrapbook out of the window and like do something crazy here. But if they were to do something crazy, which team is more likely to like throw something weird into the mix?
Ooh, that's a great question because I think both coaches and the decision makers both have that personality, and so you might see that a bit. You know, my guess is it's going to be coming from the side of 100 Thieves. I think they have kind of the same formula the first two, but I expect them to throw up a ban that might kind of have NRG forced to make those adjustments. But you know, one of the reasons why this is such a great defensive map is on that point 1 with that inside building, and it allows you to play a bit different. And I think 100 Thieves have a bit more of the team comp that's designed around that approach. So NRG's can have to on their end as well.
1-1 the score. They're taking us the distance. This is map number 3 in our last series of the day. 100 Thieves versus
What the hell is that?
All right, okay, I just want to say right now, Cozy, as we get set up with the best series that we've had in the day, so he asked, I want to see something crazy. Who do you think is going to kind of throw that out there? I'm just saying, like, imagine we just see Self just hover over BP. That would be quite interesting. I mean, talk about the wrench over to the side, something that maybe teams wouldn't expect, but maybe somebody could dream here. We got to see how this plays out because Gambit is still stuck in jail.
It's like the Cap coming out of the portal and the Mjolnir. Avengers Assemble. It's a fan service. Zoe set us up for it. We might see more of it. But no, Mantis ban going to come from 100 Thieves up top. So sticking with what they did on the last successful map. Going to go with the Elsa ban. So if you are tired of hearing Release and the Glartrox, well, buckle up. You got a whole nother round of it. This map going to be interesting, though, because there's a lot of corridors and buildings. So you don't have as long of a time. Outside of point 2, you've got that long kind of narrow, you know, way that you can have the Glartrox. And you have the off the map point, but this will be tough to hit, Vic.
Yeah, the off the map, like by the health pack over to the other side of that lane, right? And okay, they saw it, and I'm happy about this. I was saying, you know, Window's been a huge problem. We literally saw all their health bars disappear before our eyes when they were originally coming out on the attack. They don't want to deal with that threat anymore, especially when it comes to trying to enable your back line.
Yeah, that was such a huge adjustment and change. To be fair. Looking at what they could do, I mean, obviously, you just said it. I mean, Window on that overtime hit showed every reason why tank pool is just so important, you know, to have down in the meta right now. And they get the Mantis save. There's the Loki ban. I would think Loki would be the ban from 100 Thieves here up top. Potentially. Venom going to be the save. I think that's huge for Moderate, obviously, what we saw in their plan of attack. They've got Jeff available, so Jeff ban would also make a lot of sense here, especially with the save. Could be a bait, though. Don't take the bait, Vic. Do they end up catching the shark or the trickster?
I feel like I would take the bait. I don't know. We're gonna see because we got the team up now available. But I don't take the bait. They don't take the bait. Yes, they don't let the devil out, and they get that final ban. No Daredevil for Energy Shock, especially when they get away with the Elsa. We've been seeing that Elsa 1v1 duel. We were calling it with like the ego check between these two duelists.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, hey, Zoe just asked, what team is going to pull off the more surprising picker ban? I had a gut feeling that Remix was cooking something up there with the team, and it really wasn't hard to do the homework on that last match. It's like, gee, well, what really gave us struggle there? The guys in red, get them out of here, and they did just that. NRG forced to adapt. We'll see what they end up putting together for the team here. It's going to be 100 Thieves on defense first. This is going to be the lineup that they've got rolling. You're going to have Self on the Namor, which I like this pick, Vic. And stick with more of the same. When are you going to go back instead? We're going to see if they go to Cloak. And okay, we got Winnie on the Invis. What they have.
Okay. TTK sticking to the Emma, it looks like, as well. Bit different, so that way you could try to choke out what you could expect from the other side if they have the opportunity. Maybe opportunity onto Chime, but if they're expecting Window to roll out on this group, you already know that TTK being on the Emma is going to be able to get that damage boosted early onto the beam just by trying to farm those walls.
Yeah, and there's going to be most always a portal. Typically, to open up Shinshibuya, there's a lot of portal play. Just because of the way that this map is set up, right? So we'll see when they decide to use that. Go try now already get a little bit of a neutral hit in there. Might as well farm up that ult. Starting right away from day dot. Stinkers on the quick long-range poke. Like that, swap on over. Doesn't have access to the devil anymore. Gonna play another fire. Hero. Velocity on the Loki that we know so well. Thought maybe that would get the ban, Vic. Could aid them pretty well in this matchup.
Again, you only have so many bans, right? It's Energy who are rolling out with Velocity being on the Loki, so they'll be able to have the God of Mischief into the invisible boundary. Talk about group walls, though, and the cutoff from the strategists who do not have line of sight. Windows says, make way, I'm the one moving in here. Being on the grid is no problem, no damage boost for any Emma here for TTK to shine. Instead, it is Windows' time to close out the gap and clear up this free real estate.
Yeah, and if
Another
you can
one.
try to hold it,
Another
they're not going to be able to touch, though. And yeah, now Moderate. Okay, very interesting on how they approach it. Yeah, go ahead and hide in your building, by the way, and we'll just wall it off and shut down and close every window. Vic, what a call, what a call.
He's building his own house here, and the community rolling right behind him together with the rest of Shock. I like these swap-ups, though. Okay, so together now, Delena. You said who's going to throw something out? All right, it may not be the VP that we're looking for, but it's going to be Delena on the side. Like, they're letting Self now be on the Elsa instead.
I haven't seen Delena on, it's been Midtown back in my day. It's been 87 years. No, it's been a long time since we've seen that. Vinny gonna go quick down right now. It is a stagger fest. My goodness, Shinshibuya being the newest map. NOG looking like they've practiced it a bit and why they selected it. Pushing already. Any point on this map favors the defense. And so it could be a hold at any point, but you gotta at least get a team wipe first to start that train, Vic. And right now, if you're NRG and you're ult tracking, just keep the foot on the gas and Window, get up there.
I mean, it's the fact that they burned TTK so hard that he was forced to use Diamond Form just so that way he could use the Carbon Crush to get away back to his team. These walls have been so detrimental. Let me out, Ayúdame. You look like the Kool-Aid Man just trying to brute force his way out of there before you try to dive down. It's the Groot into combo together as Stinkers finds Winnie nowhere to run, not even through the invisible boundary. And that's a big pick because Winnie won't be around to utilize that strategist ultimate.
Oh my gosh, they're just having their way right now with the 100 Thieves. I mean, all locked up in jail. No one's free at the moment. And now it's just going to continue the stagger. Get out of there. Run and hide, Venom. Run and hide. And here's a quick counter that they're going to try to roll up. Delena. The slash and dash. Getting something from it now. Going to go ahead and force the ult on Rinko. That's the best they got out of it. Velocity finds success as well. And this could not be going better for Energy Shock, Vicky.
Literally a steamroll right now because they're also comboing so well into their own ultimates. And now you currently have Window who's about to have Strangling Prison. Chime too with that Apex Predator. They've been non-stop from the very beginning. They are at 4 minutes, less than 55 seconds on the clock, and they just need one more checkpoint.
Our break was 3 minutes. This is 5 minutes left on the whole dang third part of the map. So, I mean, look at this aggression pushing up early. 100 Thieves still don't have anything to the name. TTK, sure, but outside of that, really, it's going to be just complete uphill sledding. And Chime can put an end to this part of the point as well. This is the last part of the choke that's really going to favor Thieves. And they have to keep it here if they're going to have this thing even be competitive for this last part. Oh,
look at this wild Apex Predator with the cartridge and the wall right behind him here too. Just so that way he could be in a better position. And they let Chime unleash. The shackles have been broken. The Invisible Woman is fighting for their lives, but there's only so much you could do when you're left alone, and they still have not stopped Cozy.
The aura points that NRG Shock gets, you got the portal. Now you have like the somersault cartwheel off the bridge into the Galartrox. Come on now. Just completely farming it up all day long. Chime's going to continue up in the spawn room. This is just absolutely nasty. Madara throwing out the counter portals on each point. Shin Shibuya, welcome back to Ignite. My God, we missed you.
Oh, this map will drive some on the edge of their seats because nobody's there to push off. No invisible boundary. Disappear back to the other side of the map.
I haven't seen that since a long time ago.
3 minutes and 36 seconds left is an absolute disrespectful time to be putting up on that board. That is crazy coming out from NRG Shock. They did not, I think they just taped the W's down on the keyboard. Nothing. I think Winnie got a pick maybe on the first point. Like, and then Delina as well, like on the second. That was it. There was nothing going Thieves' way.
I was gonna ask Cozy, like, have we ever seen 100 Thieves, even with this different iteration, like, you know what I mean, like Serum Bucks, etc. Have we seen them lose out that hard with a dominating time pool in the favor of another team? Because that was a different look entirely. I think this is exposing 100 Thieves for the lack of flexibility that they usually get to lean on when it comes to running out with the Jeff, right? Like, is this something that Winnie feels comfortable going for him? Is Self comfortable being able to flip-flop between what Delena likes to play? Because you want to enable the player who's been having that MVP performance, force Delena off, goes over to Psylocke, and then proceeded to just unfortunately get steamrolled.
I will say this, they played Sentinels long ago on Central Park, and Sentinels had a 5 minutes on the clock time. It was beautiful. It was crazy. 100 Thieves held the whole thing and ended up winning. So, I mean, I'm not saying that this same thing's going to happen here, but, you know, they've been against it maybe once before. But, yeah, this is definitely going to be tough. And here we go. We got Madara looking for some fun already as we see the eye of the portal ready to go, and there it is. Does he find Vinny? Goodbye off the map. Another one for Madara. Clip that. I'll see that on social media later.
Got it 3 of them in the last 2 games. This being the last one. I can't. I mean, can you imagine, like, the confidence boost, the momentum shifter that is as well for Madara being on the Strange right now before you see Window 2 kind of looking at Vinny. Yes, he's on the Venom, but it's like, I'm the real Groot real quick. The dip is insane when we were expecting elsewise.
No, for sure here as now Window is going to continue to rotate back into this. The skin to boot. Gotta love it here. Nothing like it but in Marvel Rivals. With the rotation over, Winnie now going to be on the Deadpool. Really opens up some of their strats that they can try to pull, and it's going to be a bit of desperation strats with that much time on the board. Here it is. He'll already up and ready, trying to use that aggression with it. Vic, this is right now just a stalemate.
Okay, hold on. Seeing the flexibility, though, because we have Winnie coming through on the strap pool, and Delena following up to find Window to Staggerfest in a very different look here, but it's going to be NRG who do lose out onto number advantage in favor for 100 Thieves. And Millennia is about to have the invisible boundary. They want to save that, though, but they're playing very split up if you're looking at Energy Shock. Unless Madara goes crazy with an Eye of Agamotto before diving down. Can he find one of the strategists from the back line here? He uses the Eye of Agamotto and finds Self and Vinny. That's big onto Self specifically because Millennia doesn't have invisible boundary anymore. Oh,
yeah, crazy boundary to keep things going for the team because they were right there trying to stagger the Strange when set up. Them not able to get the portal back, but Madara gets the pop on Winnie, trades quickly. Self gonna go ahead and find the best with the green team. Vinny finds another, and just that comes yet another window open as Venom is trying his best to keep that cart there. Spider Zero will not be stopped though, heading to the point. So not as perfectly clean, right? If you had 10s across the board for NRG Shock, there's like a couple 9s and a 10, but not a bad 0.1.
But the thing is too is that Shock are also giving 100 Thieves a little bit more time to like get set up down the lane, but Shock are also going to have that time to look down at what 100 Thieves are going to do. Whereas on the other side, when Shock was on the attack, they were pushed up very far up. They were rocking the perfect composition for it, and they still have Chime in Window that could go in for a follow-up.
For sure. And NRG could just play this so different with the time that they had available and, you know, on the board there with 3 minutes, 30 seconds. They're able to play their push, the aggression that much different. Even the comp, right? Nice. Self does find Window, though, through that with the Soul Resurgence coming up with the Galartrox to follow. This is a great job from them staying alive through it. That's going to be Winnie and Delina finding more success here. So with a old disadvantage, 100 Thieves again are able to go from 0 Thieves to like 50 at this point. They're at least getting halfway there. 3 minutes, 34 seconds, Vic.
Again, Winnie with the flexibility here does have that trap pool ultimate ready to go. S here already. Looking at NRG and what they have in store, though, they don't really have any of those offensive ults just yet. No God of Mischief actually very close together with Renko, where they can use that Venn diagram with a double invis ult, whereas TTK searching for his victim before getting the scoop of the shish kebab, as they want to stop the Elsa. Beautiful protects here for TTK. The controller player himself now tries to get in the follow-up. Another wall to allow them to try to reposition here, but it's going to be Window who gets harassed the most.
Crazy that no one fell through that Glartrox too, because they got a good bit from it. Now forced to go ahead and rotate all the way back. Here is 100 Thieves. They were moments away from this point, and that is exactly really what NRG just needs to do to end up winning this thing decisively. Gonna go ahead and now put the pedal on the metal. Invisible Boundary used aggressively. You love to see it. Winnie already using that ult earlier, and that was the one they relied on. TTK's got ult and Heaven Retribution, but time is ticking.
Honestly, Velocity really had no other choice there, though. He popped the God of Mischief very early, unnecessarily, and kind of just put it down so that way it doesn't go entirely to waste. But could have held on to it, honestly, seeing how they were able to restabilize here. Renko at least has that invisible boundary, and he's going to try to match that with Millennia.
Yeah, this is where it gets tough, though. 2 minutes left, and you've got yourself some windows of opportunity. Oh, his window on the other side and Chime to follow. Really, they're just trying to stay alive to get even odds in the ult economy-wise. Heaven Falls, Retribution ready to go. TTK hunting that backline, the Phoenix in particular. Seeing what else they can find, but right now just has to rotate out. I mean, there's not much they can do here, Vic.
I am Groot, though. You follow up the Glartrox. That's the bubble combo we're looking for. Put him through the invisible boundary. Benny, with some whiplash, gets saved for now. Backs away. He's still alive. W invisible boundary here from Millennia, at least to help him out. And also called out exactly where the Glartrox would try to put him so he could at least get the extra health.
Yeah, that was a magic trick, though, right? We saw Dilemma throw their Glartrox in, and then out comes Chimes, and then Vinny gets it. I'm like, what did we just witness come from the invisible boundary? But just like this, yet again, another pick happens, and it is NRG taking it to 100 Thieves. The favorite in the region, showing why they need to be feared in this group of death. I mean, this is why it's a group of death, Vic, and why every team has such a huge shot to show what they can do.
And something else that we have to pinpoint, Cozy, I just saw it there with Madara. They have the team up, the new season team up between the Doctor Strange and the Invisible. To pull in the extra damage there really have benefited themselves into just a slight stagger. He's got the Eye of Agamotto. You know Madara's hungry. I saw him jump up in the air, and everyone knows that's when the Doctor Strange wants it the most. But Stinkers with a beautiful snipe. Phoenix still on the table is able to get another pick.
Yeah, Mental's in the dumpster right now. You got to completely turn this thing around and try to keep yourself alive. Now 42 seconds, have to play absolutely perfect, but nothing to give. I mean, look at even their choices on the ult front. NRG's got enough to bring down a graphics card, while 100 Thieves just has Winnie himself, right? So just trying to stay this thing go.
Is it going to be enough? Maybe cut the mouse while they're at it here as well. See if they can take any advantage, because they got everything in the books. Renko's close to that invisible boundary. Velocity's got the God of Mischief ready. And 100 Thieves don't have their own invisible boundary. They need to get big on this wombo combo between Vinny. Winnie's going to be able to try to get the follow-up right afterwards here with the Deathpool before diving down. Ensong Inferno for a reset. Well, Vinny goes down, though. 100 Thieves only down to 5 of these members.
Soul Resurgence keeps him up a bit, and here comes the Agamotto available, but 50% in cut is just gonna not be enough. TTK trying to get something from this ult, and with it, time is ticking down. 100 Thieves in desperation mode. Glartrox comes out, does find that prey. There's the side to be out, but gonna catch the building. Now coming back to the point to the boundary, kept alive. Chime finds one, Winnie's down. More to follow. Self gets another. Vicky right now, NRG is shocking every 100 of those Thieves. It's over.
100 KOs, maybe, as 100 Thieves bow out in the best series of the day to end our first day of America's Within Marvel Rivals Ignite.
March Madness, Marvel Madness, I'm burning all my brackets. I mean, at this point, you don't know what you're going to get, and I'm all about it here in the America region. What a performance, and what an opening day across the matches, but especially from the teams that needed to show exactly who they are. Man, I'm sure NRG Shock is absolutely just thrilled to bring on that huge W for the team.
imagine they're saying put some respect on those predictions, right? We got our eyes bookmarked on everybody else, like we heard earlier from Spark Team, right? And then now you get to take a look at the results. Velocity. Cozy, I think you highlighted this so perfectly before we dove into this game. You said Loki, surely, right? Like, we'll get the protect on the Loki if you want to come out of this. Velocity going onto this Loki helped out so much. It felt like we were still playing hero magical chairs here, music chairs, on the 100 Thieves side, trying to see what slotted in, what works out, even rocking the triple strategist in a different variation than what we may have expected would have benefited them with the Jeff.
No, for sure. It's a game of adjustments too, right? It's like, all right, hey, Window, you don't get to play Deadpool. Stinkers, no more Daredevil for you. And they're like completely fine. I mean, Stinkers didn't give a dang about the devil on that one. 25K damage up and 10 eliminations out. That was not just a win. It was a firm statement across the board of this team. And we saw it, and we've talked about this so much. You know, it's interesting because you have some teams with a lot of talent all come together from different teams of the past. And then what's the makeup of that new squad? This is definitely one that, to me, is singing in harmony.
Yeah, I agree. And then you take a look like at the way that they were able to play around the strat line too. Chime, who, by the way, went down twice. Like, when you take a look at how dominating that was, not only did Unthi struggle to even get that payload moving, but it was that one area going down the lane I know is so difficult when you aren't able to get preemptively set up too.
Yeah, you know, as a core group too, you know, a lot of them coming from Dreamland, it's like, wow, they've evolved a lot as players as well. I mean, obviously you had Valentina go somewhere else, and now you have Velocity coming in with, you know, Rinko as their new backline. Man, they proved it. Zoe, I mean, are you stunned? Are you shocked?
No, I'm not shocked. Thank you. Good job. Well done.
I tried.
So proud of himself too. No, but I mean, like, heading into this last match, quite frankly, like, I liked what I saw from 100 Thieves a lot more in terms of like their ban and lock like strategy. I felt like, okay, like this looks a little more convincing than Energy Shock, just having the attack round of a lifetime, like so much time left in the bank at the very end of it. They made it look easy, which is crazy to say as they went up against 100 Thieves.
It's not a lot of time that we could call something early, but with 3 minutes on the board, I mean, it is being down, you know, a lot, because you have so much to overcome. And kind of what I was saying mid-match there, you're able to play different defensively once you have such a great offensive time, right? Like, you're able to be a bit more aggressive here, or maybe make a little bit of a change there. And I think that also just aids the play style of NRG Shock in general too, Vic.
Yeah, I agree, because now you also, I feel like, have way more slots that are able, and by slots I mean like the players are able to kind of influence what these changes are looking like, and a lot more diversity, at least from Energy side. And we got to talk about like the individual plays that force staggers at the hands of Madra. He literally just took him somewhere else to a different dimension. Very true to the theme, because you were talking about the Ninetales earlier, but straight up put them in the Genjutsu, and he kept them there on the Strange with these portals.
There are so many fantastic moments from the individuals. I mean, it was chimed in as well, right? Some slick acrobatics on Elsa. It's just every individual, I feel like, on that team had their time in the sun. It was a lot of highlight-worthy plays.
Yeah, and again, just impressed on the player standpoint as we continue to kind of highlight individuals. Like, I kind of knew what 100 Thieves was going to bring in some sense of the word, but individually, Madara, Window, the way that they've shown that they've improved as a team, even like where there are some like Stinkers and Velocity and knew how good they were as players, even showed a level up, as well as Chime. So it impressed me individually, not only as a team, how they've adjusted in, you know, the break that we've had going all the way back to November and what that esports year was.
Yeah, and you guys just mentioned him at the very end of the game. Velocity was the MVP. The Loki really helped out greatly in this match. So Velocity will be the one joining us for a quick chat after this dominant way to finish this last map. The series went the distance. It's been an absolute blast. So I can't wait to pick our players' brain and just get a little bit of insight in the adjustments that had to be made, or the general approach against 100 Thieves. I mean, we know what to expect from those individual players.
I'm not shocked as Velocity taking the interview, I'm going to be honest. I definitely knew that this king was going to come up here and say, what's going on? Let's welcome him in right now. Velocity, what's up, brother? It's been too long. It's been too long. How you feeling, man?
Hello. It's been a while. Yeah, how are you, dude?
Oh, dude, they were great. But I mean, watching you guys, I mean, you can't even call you underdogs with that performance. We knew that you guys had so much talent. I gotta ask, man. I mean, Shib and I were talking a lot about this. Like, the talent is there. What's the identity of this new team, man? You know, with what you guys have put together.
So we started off a little rocky. I think we were like a big brawl team. We were relying on Stinker's Wolf and Chimes Phoenix and my Loki. We were playing a lot of brawl. And then we were like, brawl is kind of terrible right now. Like, we gotta swap it up. So we've been spamming dive for like a month now, and I think we are maybe the best dive team in North America right now. We've been beating a lot of people in the past week, Scrimbucks, but we're gonna show that we are a little more versatile. But yeah.
Hell yeah.
I mean, the Scrimbucks have been actually like accurate. We were looking at Swap Gaming just earlier, and that's actually like I think your next opponents for like day number 3 or so, if I recall correctly. But it's the way that you guys were playing, and you said that you were working on what you felt like was your weaker point to get better on dive. It took you guys about a month, and you guys got your practice in. You look fantastic. I mean, I'm curious, what is your thought on Chichibuya coming back into the fray, especially that being like the closer of the day?
We wanted to go a dive map there because we knew that they did not want to play against our dive. So it was a smart play. Me and Tenso were like, let's go Shin Shibuya. Because they have to ban Daredevil on that map. It's just too strong on that map. So, and then we know we're better than them in front of that. So that's kind of the
Man, that's a bold statement tonight.
I think it's fun for poke. I think dive can work on it, and as you saw, brawl in front of back can work on it. So I think it's a good map.
Looking like a Loki player.
Yeah, it is a Loki map. Yeah, big Loki map.
Well, we've been super excited to see it back in the mix and then already seeing it in play on that first day. Now, this has been a close series though. Like, it was a back and forth, like across the board, all 3 maps. When the series gets that close and the pressure is at a boiling point, the comms can either get very chaotic or they get really clinical. Who in your team is the one who's kind of leading the charge on mid-round adjustments, and what is the message to the team to keep everyone like calm and locked in?
I would say definitely today I was like very chill, very calm. You know, I've been in these games before now, thankfully, because I've been playing for the last year, and I remember last 2 fights of the game, I was just like, chill out, like, we're gonna say this all, we respond with this all, we can start first with crude all. It's just like, it was very clinical from the team's like side of things, and they always listen to what I'm saying, even if it's a stupid idea. So, yeah, I think I kept everyone chill. I think the passion and the hype is great, and it always comes out, but yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Can I ask you, by the way, Velocity, what were the comms like when Madara just like opened up his third eye, literally, like with Dr. Strange was getting like portal play after portal play? He did it like 3 different times between the second map and the third map.
He's the doctor, man. He is the doctor. He's the doctor. He invented that whole like TP like kind of strategy. So I remember on our museum, which we lost because I think we trolled really hard. But I was like, you can counter TP, and they literally didn't even want to TP because they knew Madara was counter TPing, so there's just no chance that they get around that. And then he ended up getting one anyways. He's like, I can maybe kidnap one. So
See, you gotta learn
yeah, it's great to have someone
counter.
who knows exactly what he's doing with the portal, I will say.
Yeah, those clutch moments. It's been so entertaining to watch you and the crew playing today. We can't wait to see what you guys have in store for us coming up in the upcoming 2 weeks. Velocity, for now, we're gonna let you go. Rest up. Thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck tomorrow.
Alright, thank you. Shout out J3 though.
There it is.
Oh, shout out to J3, the goat, an absolute goat. There were lots of goats on server today. It was absolute zoo, in fact. So many incredible moments. What a way to kick things off on our opening day here.
Yeah, for sure. I'm funny enough, 2 Dark Heroes, shout out J3 all the time, right? And Sentinel, some of those old guys, they get the win today. So Velocity's first up. He's going to carry on that tradition. What up, Jay? Good to see you. But no, honestly, what a finish on an exclamation point. And hey, Glortrox is not the only thing eating good today. The underdogs are too. I mean, like, you can't call that anymore because, I mean, really, it was a good day for them in general. Even looking at the matchup that we saw with Luna X and what, you know, how close they were able to get.
Yeah, I agree. I think so. Like what we noticed too, like aside from our pickums, just like I guess reverse everything that we had in our minds with the way that they play out. I mean,
Talent is wrong in their pickums.
A tale as old as time. But, you know, I was on the record like at the very end of our second split there, Cody, of last year. But now I think everything has completely shifted. Not only obviously because of the meta, the roster mania, but I think this is going to start things off for the season.
I'm hyper competitive with myself, and the fact that all my brackets are pretty close, and I put it out on all social media, and I said, disclaimer, this is going to be a hard one because there's so much. I don't even think we're close to figuring this thing out, so we're just getting started here.
Yeah, this is just a one night, so a lot can still happen. Our Preds can still kind of turn around towards the later part of the group stage, and of course in the playoffs as well. We have 2 weeks of regular season play heading into the playoffs, where the top 8 teams will be battling it out for the big cash money. But yeah, I love being wrong in this regard because I go for the safe picks because I want to look smart. But if I'm wrong, that means the underdog's winning. I'm here for an underdog story. The underdogs, they had bite and bark today, as he said, Vicky. So I'm here for a good time. All I really want to see is good Marvel rivals, and that's exactly what those teams brought to the table today.
I don't think I got any of the...
Exactly. I would love to take a look at how today played out, right? Just seeing how that entirely shifted for us, our pickums, other people's Preds too, everybody watching for the Marvel Rivals clients, and looking at the results because another region down and dusted for our day number 1 here, Zoe.
It is indeed. Yeah, match results, honestly, like if you're looking at them, if you're looking at the score lines, don't be fooled. Go back, watch the matches. So many maps could have gone either way. So many maps could have gone either way. I think nothing is for certain this season.
Best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I want to see teams trying to find their way as they continued on. Funny enough, too, 100 Thieves, we kind of pointed this out, they slowed up the gate last year, too. So, you know, am I completely shocked? Like, yes, no, another pun intended. But also, I think that this was expected with the America region and all the rough that happened.
Inside the game.
EMEA in some ways are a bit more tight, especially.
Inside store. I think I could have done this, too.
over here, and obviously those additions have been huge.
But you
Yeah,
got the
back to the
money
drawing board.
spent, so.
That's what makes it great, though. Now we have to take, the teams have to take to see kind of where things went wrong or right.
Yeah, of course, you know, the turnaround is not awfully long. Like, one night of rest, probably a lot of work for the coaches to trying to figure out, like, where did our game plan go wrong, how much was execution, how much was the actual plan, how much is prep, how much is just the other team, because every once in a while, it's just the other team playing on another level, and there's absolutely nothing you can do.
They all been watched. 0-2, 0-2, 1-2. This one was actually the one the closest one.
Yeah, of course, we started off with
Guess
a
everybody
pretty big
been practicing.
upset, because I don't think anyone had Fight Quest going down 0-2.
Yeah, I mean, that was the shock of the day for sure, even with what happened here at the bottom of the bracket. The top and the bottom of the two biggest wows, but Cappy Rose, I can't tell you. I don't know the percentage numbers, but I can tell you it's probably pretty low on taking that first one against such a prestigious org. And yeah, that was definitely what a way to open today.
Shocker sandwich, guys, like literally to open the that and then to end it like with 100 Thieves losing out to NRG Shock. I just welcome back more Rivals Ignite. It's Chef's Kiss. It's so glad to be alongside you guys, so cozy. But looking beyond everything else, Space Station also coming out, kind of sticking true to the Preds for some of those that were keeping their eye on TSM and their flexibility, and moving forward to see how everything went down between Cafe Rose, winning that previously as well. We saw that with Swamp Gaming also taking it in a clean 2-0 fashion versus Sentinels before we actually transitioned over to that Liquid Citadel versus Lunax Gaming, which by the way, even though it was a 2-0, was incredibly close.
Yeah. Yeah, here you can see the Group A rankings. Obviously limited sample size, right? So not too much to go off. I think the teams that won definitely put a bit of a target on their back. Swamp Gaming, for example, like they performed really well. So people need to be really careful going up against.
And yeah, not to get ahead of tomorrow too much, but I'm going to say, just circling on my calendar, Fly versus Sentinels tomorrow, that's two teams that lost today that, you know, probably thought they were going to get the dubs. I believe that hits us on the 28th here, and that's one that, yeah, there it is. The match number 2, I mean, talk about such an important game for both of these teams, but it's still, you know, a lot of cool things coming up here for tomorrow.
Absolutely. Also, we could get a first look at Nightmare, and yeah, we lost the only two teams we haven't seen play yet.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how that fares out because I think the Nightmare is a pretty strong game, but also we witnessed what we lost was capable of doing in the MRC in a 24-minute best of 7 series, and that's a highlight, right? Because we get to see everyone's favorite super and the best teams really come out into fruition against a team that has a really established player. So that's going to be the first banger to open up the day. But to pair it what Cozy was saying, I think the #1 bold series to look at after just today's results is what we see from Sentinels and FlyQuest. And FlyQuest, they really wake up. Sentinels kind of being a little bit more telegraphed with the triple strategist lineup that they keep trying to force out. And then you got TSM versus Lunax, and I'm excited for that one too because Lunax really woke up. Cafe Rose, this one is going to be a lot harder because you have to deal with Swamp Gaming, and you heard them in the interview. You know, they don't want to cash in too hard when it comes to the slip luck, but they're one of those teams that have not lost out in the current meta right now that this tournament is being played on.
Yeah, but Cafe Rose may be still flying under the radar, but this is a great opportunity for them to show that today was not a fluke. You know, they can hang with the best. We might not expect them to like get the victory here, but if they can make it close, then they still put themselves in a very good position.
Yeah, for sure. I think this is definitely, I mean, what a gauntlet to come out to right away, having, you know, Cafe Rose go against Swamp Gaming day 2. But yeah, I mean, 50's best. I mean, our third map in the museum there against NRG, and I think it was about 20-ish minutes, 25 minutes long, okay? Yeah, we lost 1 best of 7, 4 maps in about 25 minutes against what we saw in Lunax. So, like, this team is electric, Zoe, and I think they're probably the team that I'll be definitely, you know, touching into tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. So many things to keep an eye out for tomorrow. Also, so many things in game to keep your eyes on because tonight we've got a few goodies that drop. For example, we're seeing the Daring Duo costume for Cloak and Dagger on our screens right now. This is actually pulled straight from Marvel Rivals Infinity Comics. Absolutely love them. So yeah, if you're a collector, if you're a lore hunter, cop them right now. That of course also Season 7 Battle Pass. You know, like that's been out since March 20th. The story, I love the story here because it's all about the tablet of life and time. So this is like super high stakes power struggle, very dramatic, involving everyone, like Kingpin, Black Cat, like just across the board. So make sure to complete that at your own leisure because once you've unlocked it, you just have access to it.
And Cloak's got legs to add, by the way. Like,
I don't know if I like that, to be honest.
a little disturbing almost, right? Like, you're not used to it.
Know that.
You can hit the dance floor now. You can go to Times Square and dance a little bit easier, maybe, possibly.
I like the name of it. Like, with us casters, like, do we have legs? No one really knows.
Well, that's gonna be it for this
one. Like, out of world, just flying around with that new skin. But you know what? You also get to see dancing up our flight mode. Different variation of the flight that we were just talking about. We're like, instead, you get to cop this merch that just
thank you guys for watching, and we'll catch you
the Star Wars coming out in style. I'm personally terrified if I see this bedazzled terror from the skies coming in to just dance away on the Galactic Legend.